got another leech twerk going on tonight. Shaking that shimmering green booty. Well, guys, how we doing tonight? How the craziness of the holiday season treating you so far?
I was out shopping today. That is absolutely insane, and I remember why I don't like to do shopping at the stores at this time of year. But
yep,
I don't mind the busyness. What I hate is what I call the zombie shoppers, the one that just stand there and don't realize there's anybody else around. It's like,
yeah. So I'm out today, and you guys saw I had a really good, as soon as I went out, we just started by going to get something to eat, hit this really good buffet that's got great sushi. And then after that, it was like, all right, let's go ahead. Let's plot out, while we're eating here, what stores we're going to hit. We want to hit a couple Targets, a couple Walmarts. And so we get to that first Walmart and they didn't have anything that I was looking for that Connor kind of wanted, no Spider-Man action figures except for the 1/18th stuff, but he wants the Marvel Legends stuff. They had they didn't even really have anything I was interested in too, which with as many different toys as I'm into, there was nothing there that was catching me. And I'm like, all right, let's get out of here and try to go to another one. But there's so many freaking people all over the store everywhere. And then as we're trying to get out, right, the one exit to the store, it's blocked off with these little gates that says emergency exit only, push, but alarm will sound. And I'm like, I ain't dealing with no freaking alarm. It's their little anti-theft, device or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, let's just go find one random register that doesn't have a freaking cashier on it and just go ahead and just walk there that way. So we go and walk. And they've got stanchions going across every aisle that doesn't have a cashier. And I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to get out of here if I'm not buying anything? Because I sure as hell ain't trying to stand in one of these lines.
You have to pay to exit.
Right? So then I finally find there's this lady who's got one of the drivable freaking carts, right? One of the handicap ones. And she's going up this aisle and they don't have the stanchion going across and there's no cashier. And I'm like, cool, I'll just, there's enough room. I squeeze around her and get out through that way. Cause she's looking at whatever the candy bars are on the, way out. And just as I walk up to get around her, one of their little fucking employee people comes over and just starts putting the stanchion across. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? And it's you're doing it right in front of this lady who's got this rolling freaking shopping cart. You're going to make her kick this thing in reverse because this aisle ain't big enough for her to do it, to turn around in. And I was like, man, this was just to me overall, I was like, nah, I'm done. So sad news, of course, I was talking about before. Random Treasures is closing. So they got site-wide, most everything in the store, 50% off. And I'm like, let's go there and check it out. I know they got some Dragon Ball stuff. Connor wants that. And it's all going to be 50% off. So we can grab a couple of, those figures for them real cheap and that'll be great. We go there. I also remembered they had a Reptilax when I was there a couple weeks back. And I was like, well, if everything's 50% off, they got a Reptilax. Yeah, I might as well pick that up too.
That's again Motu? Is that classic?
Yeah, that's Origins, one of the Snake Men. He was a concept for classics, but they never released him. He's based off of the
Origins.
One guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's in Origins, but he's the guy that was in the front of the mini. He was in the King Hiss mini comic.
Got it.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just like, okay, we'll look, see if they still got him. We'll go grab some Dragon Ball figures and then we'll roll out and call it a day. So I go in there and I go straight over to where they keep their little anime figure section and all like that. They've got one Dragon Ball Z figure there. Just one.
Which one?
And it's Piccolo. I mean, mind you, he's one of my favorite characters. I don't know how much Connor really likes him, but I was like, okay, I'll grab it though.
That's a green dude, right?
Yeah. It's 50% off, so I'll just grab it. Whatever. It's an extra Dragon Ball Z guy. He's one of the bigger main characters, so that'll be fine. And then I go over and I'm looking at the Motu Origin stuff, and I see they've got Reptilax, and I'm like, go pick it up. And I'm starting to like look for where the price tag is on the box. It's got one sticker on the back of the box, and it's like $129.99.
Which Piccolo was it? Was it like the big?
No, not Piccolo. This was Reptilax. We went over to the they got them in store, and they got a sticker on them for $129.99, and it's their sticker. It's the way they do the little date, and I'm like, at 50% off, I'm not interested for $129.99. Mind you, all the rest of the no. I mean, I was gonna say he's one of the newer figures, and I wouldn't say he's like super rare. But let's put it this way. I could just go on to BBTS right now, buy them in stock, have them delivered, and it would cost me, I could buy 3 of them for that price, for 50% off of $129.99. I could buy 3 of them from BBTS right now. He's $19.99 and available for the $4 flat rate shipping. So like I said, I could literally buy 3 of them with $4 flat rate shipping, and it would still be cheaper than the $65 that they wanted me for the one. I'm like, this could be why you guys are going out of business.
Yep.
Just going to put it out there. I mean, I get it. Like,
or
if
it's
it were
a desperate move to
maximize every sale, but I mean, if somebody's going in there and shopping and they see that figure and they get it and they pay that kind of a price for it, I kind of figure what maybe they did was they jacked up the price so that when they were paying 50% down off of it, they were still making a decent profit over what they paid to get.
That's what those closeout places do, man. When they're closing out, those companies come in, raise everything back up to manufacturer retail price, and then cut it in half.
Here's the worst part.
That still sounds a little bit extreme if BBTS has it for $19.99.
That's, again, $19.99 on BBTS, $129.99 in their store. The San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Too Bad they had sitting on a shelf behind him for $100. So a 2-figure pack with an extra torso to make him Too Bad, that was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, was not available through a retailer, is $100. But a figure that's in stock right now that I can go buy for $20, you're telling me you're going to charge $129.99.
That sounds like a mistake.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you know what? We're getting Piccolo. I got my one more present for Connor down, and I'm leaving. I am done with today and stores. Also, today was the busiest I've ever seen them. We pulled up, and there's like all these cars out front where there's normally like never but just the one car of the people who are working there. And when we go in, like, people will come in and then they'll leave, kind of thing. Well, like today, the entire strip right out front, like the parking strip right out front of their store, was filled. And I'm thinking, oh, well, the new ladies' gym that just opened up next door opened, so maybe it's all the overflow from the gym. So Ziggy and I walk up and we go open the door to go walk in. Nope. Everybody's in the damn toy store.
Huh.
Is the season.
Well, that, and with 50% closing, you know, get a lot of cool gifts for 50% off.
It's
not at 129.
So what's the deal? How much longer are they gonna be open? Did they say?
Till the 29th. Till the 29th. At least that's when they're extending their sale to. So I imagine that they will do, you know, they'll probably have still a couple days after that where they might just try to clearance out whatever they can. But honestly, I was gonna I felt like almost sitting there haggling with them. Like, this is a $20 figure on BBTS.
Yeah.
Like, sell it to me for your usual 25 and then mark that down 50% for me or whatever. Screw it. Just sell it to me for 25 and we'll call it good.
Well, real talk, you've been going there for how long, and how long has that store been around?
They've been around a little bit longer than I have been back into collecting toys.
Okay.
Right? And I had heard about them but didn't quite know where they were when I first got back into things. And I did get quite a bit of stuff from them early on because they were getting them when none of the other retailers like Walmart and Target were getting them. So like during those days of like wave 5 and 6, like they still had like figures from like wave 2 and 3. So, and I got a couple of the Masterverse figures from there. Like I picked up the New Adventures Skeletor from them. Yeah, like some of those other guys. Because again, I couldn't find them in the regular retail store. So it was like, well, instead of us driving around all day, spending all this gas to get some of these things, I'll just pay like the $10 markup they normally do over a figure. And that's fine. Basically, that's cheaper than the gas, cheaper than shipping if I ordered it online. So we'll do it that way. That's actually where I got the Ecto 1 too. The Ecto 1 from Afterlife that I have back here. I got that from there for like $20. So
I was just gonna say it's a bummer anytime like a small retailer kind of goes out, but like for the toy thing in particular, we pay attention to this stuff and like I don't know, sign of the times and all that, but it's still sad.
It is. Like, I'm always bummed out if I'm seeing because there's not that many toy stores around here anyway, not that are like really close by. The closest one that is like a decent distance is Eternia Dreams. Mind you, they're fine and they're a little bit more marked up, but like they're not too far out of the way to go to. And Random Treasures is like right around the corner here. Their price is a little bit more marked up than Eternia Dreams most of the time. So it's like one of those things where, it'd be better if maybe we went to Eternia Dreams. Also, Eternia Dreams is an authorized retailer for Four Horsemen.
Sure.
So I could go there. Where just recently Random Treasures got some Four Horsemen in, but it's like they're buying it from an authorized retailer and then selling it themselves. So it's not quite as cheap as the retail price is. Some of the stuff was marked pretty comparably, but it more or less was just like, they're a little bit more marked up than I'd like to for them. Although, if I wanted to get a Anubis or Bastet individually, like if I didn't want the other one, they were selling them individually, so that was kind of cool.
How much? Curious.
It was like $90 each.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas my whole set was $120.
Yeah.
So
it's the finding it in the wild, getting people who are like looking for toys but don't necessarily order online.
Yeah, they sold one of them. They sold Bastet because they've only got Anubis left. They've got another Shadow Equidron still available. That's like $100.
Well, at $90, if you got it for the 50% off, that's only $45. So that's a good deal.
Yeah, that ain't too bad then. That's true. Well, their sign says some exclusions may.
I was gonna say,
and
it's like, let's go grab that for me.
Well, when I'd gone in there previously and asked them when they were doing one of their sales, it was like 30% off anything 90 days or older. And the Mythic Legions were 90 days or older. So I was like, ooh, they got this guy. Let me go see how much it is. And they were like, yeah, that's not part of the deal. And I was like, never mind then, because it's a little bit more than I feel like paying. But they do still have a Lord Dragul hanging on the shelf. So I don't know. Maybe next weekend I'll see.
It's the Hordak dude.
Yeah, Hordak homage.
Yeah, it's still sad, but I can't imagine owning a shop like that. I know, like, I'm assuming your guys' real estate like cost for retail spaces much different than here, so it probably is a little bit more realistic to do, but
it's probably nowhere near as expensive as what you guys would pay where you're at, Brick, but it's still going to be a lot more than most people would want to.
Sure.
And again, when you're selling such a niche item too, it's really hard to keep up with that kind of overhead, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So
anywho, well, condolences, because I know that's your weekly or mostly weekly spot.
Right. I can hit them by bi-weekly, and because they're right around the corner, so it's real easy to just pop in there and see what they got going on. And
Hey, Joe.
the man
Hey, everybody.
with the best stash and toy tube. What's going on, Joe?
Finally made it.
How you feeling tonight, Joe? You feeling pretty good? Did you watch enough of Dooch's Chair last night?
I actually tried to get to bed relatively quick because I had to work today, but I was a little disappointed. I got up first thing when I got up in the morning. I checked to see how the stream ended because I wanted to see him come down and be surprised that it was still going, and the stream wasn't up. So
it was the first thing I did too, Joe. First thing I checked on my phone before anything else this morning.
You know,
is
it was. Yeah, it was just the most harmless prank, but like one of the funniest, I think.
Well, because it's just so like random, right? Like,
right.
I mean, we all do these streams, right? Mm-hmm. And how many of us just leave the camera and the mic on and just completely walk away?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Put yourself. I did it one time. One time I've done it with Trevor. What was it, Trevor? I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like putting your, and mind you, this show is much more casual than most shows. Mm-hmm. But even on here, I don't think anybody would just be like, yeah, let me leave all this up and go walk away real quick, right? And then he never came back, and we were ending the stream. So we're like, all right.
He actually said that his intention was to come back, but then he got to talking to his wife and stuff, and it got late, and he just decided to go to bed. So
no,
his intention was to come back, but yeah, so we just took advantage of that.
You sure did. I said it's probably the YouTube equivalent of the guy passing out at the party first. Mm-hmm. You know, where you're always going to mess with the guy who passed out of the party first.
Yep.
So you got up and walked away for the stream. We're just going to have you sit there then. And
yeah, and Matt has a pretty good sense of humor. Like he was laughing about the thing. He was like, that was hilarious. So
he does. And you know what the worst part about it is, though, is like I went back and I tried to find it, and it's not there.
No, so I always put the stream going while we're on, and it wasn't even in my YouTube history, so I don't have any idea what happened to
it. Right. Well, because like I know Jesse had mentioned in the chat, he was like, I think YouTube only lets it go on for a certain amount of time, and I'm like, no,
I thought it was like 12 hours.
Yeah, it'll. Well, here's the thing: it'll let it go live as long as you don't kill the stream, right? It'll just go live.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you end stream, it won't post the playback if it's 12 hours or longer.
Gotcha. Did we go over 12 hours? See, I don't even know.
Probably. From what I heard, it did not hit 12 hours before he killed the stream.
Yeah,
so
it might still be on StreamYard, or he might have to unlock
it
or something. Maybe
hopefully
it's still there, because before the prank, it was actually a solid episode.
It was really good. It was really good, and I think it's just a matter of he hasn't edited like 7 or 8 hours of just his chair yet.
Right.
I jumped onto Punk's Pit right after we stopped and everything like that. And that's his members only live stream. For any of you guys that don't know, sign up, become a member to Punk's channel. It's normally the first Friday of every month. He does a members exclusive stream where it's just very similar to this, but it's for members only. So I jumped onto that right afterwards and was talking to those guys. And when I told them about it, Punk's like, hold on a sec, is it still live right now? Hold on a sec, we got to bring this up. And yeah, we were all just staring at Dooch's chair.
Well, Curtis said he went over to Legion's chat, and then that we're doing the same thing over there and like commenting and stuff.
Yeah, like
he said one of the things was they started auctioning off the stuff in Dooch's toy room, you know, like bidding on things and stuff like that. So
he's got some good items in there, folks, and you can get a super cheap. If you go over to Let's Go Off World podcast and just watch Dooch's chair.
So
and Dooch will pay the shipping on it too, from what I hear. All right. So tonight's going to be a fun night, right? I'm going to be opening up the very elusive Fisher Rice tonight. We're going to check him out in all his glory live. I know a couple other people got this guy already. I won this last week on a stream with Mr. Curtis Ackerman himself. And he was just giving a tour of his new customizing studio, and he was doing a couple of giveaways. Well, because of that tour, and Curtis just, I was telling Brick earlier, he gave him big kudos on the very first live stream of Curtis's new channel, Art by Ackerman.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, he's finally decided he's going to do his own solo channel now. So for anybody who's thinking about dipping their foot into customizing, Joe, I heard you might be interested in getting into some customizing.
I've been really considering it. I'm not very artistic, but you know, it's something that I've thought about taking a shot at. You know,
yeah.
Liar.
Well, I tell you what, Curtis is he's got quite the lineup coming.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy. Wait, did you get a pin?
I got an Art by Ackerman and a Just Shelve It pin when he sent the.
All I got was freaking stickers. You got
Sucker.
pins? Oh,
Yeah, you got Fisher Rice. I got Cyborg.
I got
So-
Fisher Rice. Cyborg. I'll take it.
And I got stickers too.
Okay. Maybe I should
Spoiled
start.
us. You
I should-
spoiled
I-
bastard.
I'm gonna need to check the box, make sure. Or you know what? So on his stream tonight, he was doing several giveaways, and now I've won a Tusk Engineer that he's going to be shipping out. So
Nice.
this time, I'm just going to yell at him and be like, "Make sure you put the fucking pins in the box." So that was pretty cool, and I think for the first time ever. For many of you know, whenever there's a Figure Obscura drop, not only is it the special occasion when it drops and we all get together twice that day to talk about it and everything, but it has become quite the tradition here on Clubhouse for those of us that order it to get the Figure Obscura and open it together. And mind you, for this is... Yeah, Joe. Go ahead and flex. You got
No, it's not a flex. I'm just not. You know, that shows one of my weaknesses.
You and Bud both.
Yeah, I couldn't wait.
What's
Yeah.
weakness?
Hey,
Oh,
It took me months to open this battle cat. So just
Okay. Well, that's only because you knew you were going to paint it and you weren't motivated enough to paint.
I mean, full disclosure, because I film at the same time, so I've been doing it here right now.
Yeah. See, Brick's already ahead of the game.
But only because I film it, and then this is my footage that I'll eventually someday, maybe 2034 or something, share
We'll
on the channel.
upload. Well, the rest of us are going to be patient. We're going to wait because we got a couple more friends that are going to be joining us a little bit later this stream. And we're all going to unbox and we're going to see what the surprise is. If you want the spoiler on
It's
what
a
the
penis.
surprise, what was that, Bud?
it's a penis.
Oh, my name is Jim. That's what the penis gonna say. So again, with the Christmas Figure Obscuras, there's always like a little extra Christmas gift that the Four Horsemen pack in. They do kind of ask that everybody keep a lid on it until Christmas Day, and then after that, they're kind of like, cool, whatever. People can go ahead and post it.
Mhm. Unless you're punk rock.
Well, unless you're punk rock, because then you go against the grain no matter what.
Against
not
the grain.
only-
Good reference. Sorry. bad
Yes.
religion. Thank you.
See, yeah, buddy, Henry Rollins. So, in any case, though, our good friend Punk with Toys decided he got his in and he didn't want to wait for us. But again, I give him excuses. I know he likes to get that content out as quickly as he can when he does his reviews, so I don't hold it against him when he opens. But I did give him some shit last night because he posted the secret surprise in his review video. And not only did he post it in the review video, he put it in the thumbnail. Now, again, in Punk's defense, Punk was not aware that this is like a big secret thing.
I didn't know about the thumbnail. Sorry.
Oh, he had it on the thumbnail too. Terrence started messaging me immediately. So, I just jumped into the little group chat and I was giving him shit right from the start. Not that he read it until like 7 hours later anyway. Mr. 6K, too important. Just giving you shit, buddy. We love you. But, yeah, he did that. And, we harassed him a little about it and all like that. But seriously, guys, if there are quite a few of us that are rather passionate about our Four Horsemen products, Punk, he's not in the cabal. He doesn't know these things. He's not in on the whole thing about keeping it. Thank you, Mattson. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to beat me to it. I couldn't watch the video because I didn't realize he had dropped it yet before Terrence was in my inbox telling me that he spoiled the surprise. And I didn't want to go see the thumbnail and find out what it was. But yeah, if you don't mind spoilers, you can go watch Punk's review. He does show off what it is. Because, by the way, we're going to be opening this thing tonight, and we are not going to show you what it is, but you're going to see how we're all going to be surprised at what it is. So,
real quick, I just not necessarily even to defend him per se, but just it is kind of a weird thing to try and keep under wraps if you're actually trying to sell to people who aren't your most hardcore fans. Because seriously, if you came across this thing and you're not a part of the community in that way, that's hard. You know, people are just going to be like, "Oh, look at this toy! Oh my god, it comes with this cool thing." And so, not every reviewer that does toy stuff is necessarily like actually knows about the stuff. They're just sort of checking it out or kind of casually or whatever.
Yes.
Like Punk. So, that's a tough one to kind of keep under wraps. I can imagine what that must be like. Yeah. For then like all of a sudden these hardcore fans to be like, "What's up, man?" And you're like, "What are you guys talking about?"
Bless Terrence's heart. He already went on a campaign. Punk posted a picture today telling people to go check out his review. And Terrence was giving him the riot act because he is extremely passionate about Four Horsemen. But in the end, he just says, hey,
I think that outside of the cabal, it's fine.
It's fair game. To me,
I think so, because that's the it's the official fan group of Four Horsemen toy design. Yeah. So if you're outside of the group, there's a good chance you don't know. There's a good chance you don't care.
No idea. Right.
I mean, if someone randomly bought the figure Obscura because they liked the story, right? And all of a sudden start doing a review of the figure and be like, "Oh, check this out." How the fuck are they going to know? I mean,
right? Exactly.
Do not open till Christmas on the box or something.
Well, and that's Punk brought that up last night. He said, where was the slip of paper that said "Do not show this off till Christmas"?
That's the thing, because I think Four Horsemen are trying to have fun with that. They don't want it to become something serious.
Yeah,
right.
And that's exactly it.
If we're in the cabal, we're watching Dork Layer's review. Everybody knows, that's a part of the fan community, knows that he gets the early access for the first review. Outside of that, like if you're spoiled by watching someone else's video, I mean, what?
It's like I said really about trailers for movies. If I don't want a movie spoiled, I just stay away from anything that says
watch it.
Yeah, and I'll just say, like, I think it's actually, I think it's a good sign that someone like Punk, who mainly does like Hasbro stuff and other like is interested in the figure enough to buy it, and of course he's reviewing it too. But I mean, I've heard him talk about Four Horsemen stuff before, and he obviously loves it, but he's not like collecting this stuff regularly. Yeah, so it's just like I think it's a great sign that folks like him are even interested in checking it out.
Yes, and we as fans of the line do not want to discourage people from buying the product.
Exactly.
So please be kind.
100%. We want to encourage.
That said, let me show you something.
No, fuck that guy. Fuck that Punk guy. Damn guy ruined my whole weekend.
I tell you what, guys, I'm going to speed run the chat. Nobody interrupt because I'm going to try to get through this quick. We've let it go on.
Just real quick for anybody who is going to be opening their Ghost of Christmas Past recently, when you go to change the hands, even if you warm them up, there's been some known issues about the peg coming out of the hand. So just whatever way the hinge goes, I'll try to get it up kind of close. Try and pinch that right there when you pull it out of the arm socket. That will prevent, because it's just a hoop with a peg through it. If you pinch it, then you can pull the hand out without the peg coming out of the hand. So I just wanted to throw that out there if anybody's going to be doing that. It's a good idea just to keep the hands intact.
Sure.
You can put them back together most of the time, but it's also not easy. It's a pain.
I thought Joe was going to be a smart ass and be like, for anybody opening it up, the secret prize is.
I wouldn't spoil it. I want to say that it's not. It's really cool, but not so earth shattering that if it got spoiled, it should ruin your day.
Right.
And I'm a massive 4-H fan, but it's just
spoil it.
Yeah.
Oh, just kidding.
Don't let those kind of things ruin your day. So
definitely don't. And again, nobody give Punk shit about it. Really.
Well, you can give him shit about stuff.
Right. But please let him know you're just.
Why are you taking away our fun though? No.
Right.
We all know Punk's a sensitive guy.
He is a sensitive guy.
All right, let's get through the chat here real quick. Ed, keep highlighting them as they're coming in for me. So do this. Lone Dragon is here. On Ryu 83, we have Paul Morales, Menhoz. Ray Black is in the chat. Cobweb Collector. Alan Vine Jungle Figure Factory is here. Nolan is with us, making us fully officially a Toy Tube channel tonight. We have D Griff here hanging out with us. Kenzo's Creations. He'll be joining us on screen a little bit later. Troy Dotson hanging out tonight. We've got All About the Villains with the yo. And we see here. All About the Villains does say, busy at the moment, just dropping in to say sup, but y'all definitely need to check out Ramen Toy video he just posted for the Musclair. Okay, we will certainly get that. We will check that out. We have Masterversal Toy Hunter here. Eldor hanging out with us. Todd C is here. I'll come back to that D Griff comment in a bit. We got K Roll in the house. Dre of the Collector Safe Space. Legends Collector 1321, otherwise known as Dylan, the Robo fanboy. Robo. Wraith Mace is here saying, sup folks, we are the Hammer. And yes we are. And Matthew Madsen joining us as well. What's going on, Kenny? Good to see you, brother. Trevor 16 Shooter saying, whew, PGG was tripping me out. Thought I'd say hi. More than welcome to join us, Trevor. If you want to jump on screen, let us know. And Rick Jones is here as well. You guys are all awesome for being here. Thank you for joining us tonight. Actually, I think that's the record time that I've ever gone through that. All right, I'm going to keep D Griff's comment highlighted. I'm just unstarring the rest of them so we can keep track of where we're at the moment. Ooh, listen, Big and Thanos there real quick.
What is that, Thanos?
The stealth
nice.
ninja He-Man. So when he's not mutated, like his boots still split.
That's kind of cool. Continuity of the story. I dig it.
Cool. The other cool feature, if you look at He-Man's eyes, he's still high from all the ooze.
High from the mutagen. All right. So D Griff was saying, my only local dedicated retro toy store marks up new releases too much. They have new retro carded Cobra Commander and Trooper for like $32 I passed. Yeah, and I mean, I get it. They got to get their profits somewhere, but I agree. Sometimes it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, but $32 isn't that much. I mean, there are 25 at Walmart, so it's only $7.
Yeah,
I mean,
$7. You would have paid shipping and handling.
Got to make their money, man.
All right, we got Eternity and Royalty. Kenny, don't open it yet. Don't open it yet, buddy. We're going to wait until we get Adam on screen with us a little bit later. We can't hear you, bro. Is it plugged in?
Is this thing on? No, it's not.
Is this thing on? Is this live? That's what everybody asks on live streams these days, I've noticed.
Oh no, somebody killed Kenny.
It's got the blue Yeti mic and it's not working.
You bastard.
What's going on? Check the settings. You're not muted. Not on our end.
Yeah, your settings must
I'm
not
gonna
be tied to your mic. Keep going. We'll
Yeah,
come
I'm
back to
gonna say-
Kenny.
We got Attorney and Royalty saying, "What's up, everybody? What's going on, Mikey? Good to see you here." And Terrence, the man with the beef with Punk, is saying, "Is Punk here?" No, Punk is not here. We've already given him shit, Terrence. We don't need.
Hey, real quick though, Terrence, let me show you something. Oh, sorry.
What? You mean the secret surprise is a black trash bag? Son of a.
I don't know. Those black trash bags can be pretty handy for displays.
Right?
Dioramas, right?
I'm just saying it's going to be pretty cool.
Ooh.
Look at that couch. Thanos
So I
is
found this
casting.
at DD's, and it's a jewelry box, but it's a
Whoa,
couch.
wow.
that's
But
awesome.
it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
about
super
1/12
cool.
scale, right?
And it was like
Yeah.
$8 at DD's. So, and if you want to, you could put some accessories in there.
You
Or
could
do you
totally
put
put your
that
weed in
up?
there,
You could use that for 1/12 or 1/6 scale. That'd work out for
right?
Dig it.
Oh, Terrence.
Hello?
So yeah, on his
There we go,
post-
Kenny.
Got it.
There we go. Now we got you.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, but that's always how Punk posts that kind of stuff. The same thing, like if you didn't donate to his Toys for Tots stream, you hate kids.
Yeah.
You know, that's how he is. It is really how he is. And again, he did at least change the thumbnail. At least he said. I still haven't looked because I don't want the surprise spoiled.
I
I
know,
can't
it's
trust
start-
it now.
I already saw it, so wah, wah.
It's starting to sound like Terrence and Punk are both very sensitive guys.
They're sensitive. They don't want this thing spoiled. Punk's
right.
not in the cabal. He doesn't know. There's
Neither
no
am I though, and I knew to wait. Whatever. That's my argument.
only because you pay attention when you stream with us.
That's why
Just
I
saying,
told you, Brick.
Punk's
I'm not
been
buying it
around
because
for
I'm
these.
not in the cabal. I'm not hardcore Four Horsemen, but I knew to wait.
Yeah, but as Oz
I
said,
knew-
you're a good listener and you actually listen to what other people say
That is
when
true.
they're engaged in a conversation.
You're not Mr.
So-
6K yet, Kenzo. Do whatever the fuck you want when you
That's
want.
Hey.
right.
I will never forget my roots. I will always be who I am. I'm never too cool for anything.
So yeah, I'm starting the night off though. I'm starting it off with some Fisher Rice here because honestly, I've been watching. Oh shit! The little second emblem thing fell out of the case already.
Yeah.
It just rolled right out of the plastic.
Yep.
I should have just held
Happened
it
to
up
me
like
too.
this.
Luckily, it's a nice color. It's easy to find when you shine a light
Yeah.
on it.
Oh, especially when you know you got like mustard green carpet underneath your desk. It makes it really easy to see with that bright blue. Ooh, C3PO. I dig it. Vintage collection?
I found him at Ross. I think it's Black Series. I don't know.
That's got to be Black Series.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 6-inch? Definitely.
I just found a Pennywise reaction at Ross on my way home from my sister's. I stopped off at Ross, of course.
You gonna try to flash me the Pennywise and make me crap my pants on live?
No, I left it downstairs. I was trying to run up here and get everything going. So
Right.
Right, I was intending to stop by a Ross today because I was inspired by all you guys, but I forgot. Oh well, I don't want to subject myself to that mess anyway.
And Kenny's got a Game Boy. Nice.
my sister had an 80s party. So I went in my 80s Bronco gear and I had my Game Boy and then I had Skeletor and Merman in my pocket from the vintage. So
That's cool.
Nice.
I
that
think
was what
this-
I dressed as.
This is a complete important thing to remember too. Punk's name says it all. Punk behavior. And
I actually
Sony-
think it's kind of good. There's a place you can go and see it. Maybe the thumbnail was a little bit too much of a slip up, but
again, he didn't know. He didn't
Yeah.
know. He's not in the know of that thing, you know.
I actually had it spoiled for me by eBay. I did a search for Mythic
that's
Legions
right.
and was scrolling through, and it was on the listing on
Did
eBay
you
by
go
someone
on-
I'm sure who didn't know.
Did you message that guy and tell him he's an idiot for posting that and he's supposed to keep it a damn secret?
I
Don't-
did not.
That's what you're supposed to do, Joe.
Don't try to sell it until after Christmas, you numb nuts.
Yeah.
That's right.
Be careful with your cereal, guys.
Uh-oh.
Why, you're not supposed to eat
Ooh.
them?
He's
Well, I
missing
tried.
the
The
arm.
arm came
I
off.
used
so-
The
Snapchat.
cereal ate him.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
That was all
Count
crack.
Chocula.
Oh. At least I did it on a live and it was fun, so people could go, oh,
I
collectively.
witnessed it.
Oh,
I witnessed it.
I'll saint it. I'll saint it.
Mhm.
There we go. All right.
I will say
Doing
that this
some
thing is in fact a figure.
It is, in fact, a figure. You sure? It's not a
Confirmed.
statue, is it? Is it a non-posed figure? Like, can you
Non-posed.
pose it yourself, or
Yeah, I actually have to pose it myself.
but
Can't
it's
rely
not
on
an
the
in-action figure, right? It's an action figure.
It's
right?
an action figure.
I think it's a gorgeous figure. I really like the look of it. I know some people did have a problem with the look that they chose, but I think it just looks good.
I think it looks great.
I was actually trying to
crown.
refrain from talking about it. I was sort of being jokey, but I agree with Joe wholeheartedly. I'm holding in my reactions maybe for later, but
Oh, gotcha.
I dig it.
no, it's I have a lot to say, but
Right.
Anyway.
All right.
The more I see some of these helmeted heads, like I love the head that comes on him. By the way, perfect, of course. But
so wait, is this is Fisher Price, not Fisher Price,
Fisher Rice.
or
Yeah,
Fisher
Fisher
Rice.
yeah. So
Man,
like
mine are sitting in my pile of loot. I won't be able to like ship them until work reopens after the new year, but
oh
because I just
man,
wasn't sure if it was going to come in time and all that kind of thing. So I'm like, oh, I'll just wait. It'll be
Right.
my
Well, I shipped my
2025
pants.
celebration.
I shipped my drawers.
shipping in my pants right now.
I love that. The little Kmart.
Yeah,
That's been going around for Christmas. I love it.
but yeah, this totally gives me Xenomorph vibes. Absolutely dig it. The helmeted looks.
Who all got it other than Oz? I'm assuming Joe did.
Actually, I should probably grab it. I was messing
Ed
with it
did.
last.
Yeah, Ed, you made a freaking. You brought me back to my childhood with your
I
little
made his
shit.
Firestar already. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Right, Ed was sitting there making the vehicle for it before his came in.
Well, luckily he was based on a Tusk body, so I had something to build it around.
Right, and he does come with a lot of parts
Got a ton
too,
of
which
shit.
I like.
yeah. I totally had that toy as a kid, man, and it's really cool that they
Oh yeah, for sure.
made this little tribute homage.
Cyborg on the casting couch. Who's going to join him, Thanos?
Oh shit!
Brown
The
chicken.
first shot
brown
I'm going to do with this is actually going to be super wholesome. So
What?
Oh,
All right.
oh.
Ooh.
I got a really good idea, but yeah, it's not a perverted idea. It's just a nice idea.
I love how Brick's the one that's booing it, even though he's the one. What's pegging again?
What am I booing? That wasn't
was
me.
me that was booing.
Oh, it was Kenny that was
Kenny.
booing? I totally thought it was Brick.
I am
I
booing.
apologize, Brick.
I'm
Kenny
sex
knows what
posy.
pegging is.
I did get I showed you guys, man. I've been on a Hasbro kick. I got
Yeah.
him and
Is everybody going getting some Black Series today? Nice.
Magic.
I like that magic.
Yeah, this is the first Black Series I've ever bought for myself. I've bought a couple
Right.
for other people.
Is that K2SO?
It's the gaming version of that same kind of droid.
Yeah.
It's from the
Oh yeah, so it's the same droid, just different name.
yeah, with different deco and stuff.
Yeah.
Clearly not voiced by Alan Tudyk.
And she's rad. Love Ileana. So
Yeah, Brick, we were talking about that earlier this week. I totally dig that look for her, even though I wasn't reading comics at that time. Like, a lot of stuff. For me, Ileana is always going to be the black and yellow, right? Like the old black and yellow from
black and yellow,
New Mutants, right?
Mhm.
But then it's like, in Age of Apocalypse, which is my favorite version of her brother, Colossus. you know, like I don't know, she was just like this little sheepish kid in that, right? And it's like she's one of the most badass mutants there is, and like you're just relegating her to almost nothing. Mind you, like she's kind of like the secret to the whole thing, but you know, so like seeing them put her up in something like that, like that's the kind of Ileana I want to see in a post-apocalyptic world, beating the crap out of everybody.
The Kieran Gillen run where she wore that outfit and was on Cyclops squad was a really good run.
I need to go back and read some of these because I hadn't been a regular comic reader in too long.
That's the whole Magneto was, I mean, the X-Face one, right?
It was like towards the end of that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, she's had that costume for a while, but I think it works. I want them to do the Phoenix version of all of them, like the 5 that had it.
Oh
like
yeah, the Phoenix 5.
Colossus and yeah, that would be cool.
I wanted to check this guy out because Zio, who customizer from Italy, Zio Adams. Wait, am I saying that right? He's doing like some cool like post-apocalyptic robots, and I was like, oh, that's right. I want to check that body out and see what that's like. So I really like these a lot, and it was on sale, so I'm gonna see if I can find a couple more cheap ones. But it's a cool body, and it's tall. You know, he's tall and lanky, so he's like fits in with my other stuff.
That's
so.
a perfect droid though to make into a post-apocalyptic droid.
Exactly. It's very like, you know, what the creator kind of, have you guys seen the creator?
Yeah.
Yeah, very like that kind of deal.
But it's a droid you can actually see being on Earth as opposed to like C-3PO, which is definitely more android.
Nobody's building a droid out of gold on Earth.
Right.
I don't know, the droids you can kind of just throw in with other stuff, though. I mean, maybe not him because he's like, you know, super iconic. You see him, it's like, oh, that's 3PO. But like the other droids, like a lot of them, you can just go in with
the background characters and some of the droids they put into the new Disney shows and stuff definitely could be.
Yeah, I actually picked up a different droid. I found another one at Ross. They had a bunch of Star Wars stuff.
Dude, I totally dig the one from Andor, the one that looks kind of like a mobile trash can. Like, I know we've all joked like R2-D2 looking like one, but just something about that square boxy design on it makes him look even more like one.
I forget, but it's basically emo, but it's like K3MO or something like that.
Yeah, that's it.
I like the yellow droid from, what's it, Boba Fett or Obi-Wan, right? They had the yellow droid that was in the shop that was like the working droid.
Oh, yeah.
He was like a loader droid,
Yeah, loader droid. Yeah, he was cool.
Just went all crazy with the wrench.
Oh, the big one. Yeah. He was cool.
I actually like the droid from the new show too. I don't remember what he was, the Skeleton Crew one, like the one that was on the show.
I haven't watched that yet.
Yeah, he seems like he's of similar make.
Yeah.
So Trevor's saying B2 emo.
Yeah, that's it.
which
B2
is even funnier. Hey, Trevor, I shot you the link, buddy, if you want to jump on there.
I'm assuming it's like, anyway.
If you got energy.
Well, what's the timeline for the other folks who are joining us for the figures here?
I'll be honest, I can't 100% say because they didn't give me like definitive times. Adam did say it'd be a little bit more like 12 my time.
It's an hour from now. Ooh.
Yeah, about an hour from now. I mean, if anybody's got a dip, we can kind of, do what we want, but.
No, I mean, I'm not going to make you open it. I'll just say that I think it's a damn good figure. I want like this body type, right? It's like the bare arms and everything, and you can kind of take everything off. I'm biting my tongue to talk about the
surprise.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but I'll just say that this figure looks. I love the look of the figure. And
I wonder if they were.
I'll save it for some.
If they were inspired by the Norse goddess Hel, right? Because she's got the half scarred face and half beautiful face.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's part of that amorphous transition too.
Man. I'll say that I like the in the Philippines and a lot of like Latin American countries, there's these ghosts that they call the White Lady.
Yep.
And the features of this head have always looked is kind of Pinay to me, like really mestiza Filipina. And I'll just say that I think it's a cool figure.
Very cool. Very cool.
I don't know. I'd like a full review, Brett.
I'm not punk enough.
Full review.
I'm not punk enough to just break it all down right now.
Post it on your thumbnail for me, okay? All right.
I like the half head, like the half transition.
Yep. I want to put that one too.
I want to put this head on a night body, with a caption, something like, do not tell me of dragon's fire. I know it's wrath and ruin. Because that's what it reminds me of, like a scarred face, like from, getting burned or something.
I thought you were going to say, like, I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee.
Yeah.
Good old.
There's a company that's making a dragon for us.
That's the one I saw, Ross.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. The HK Assassin. I like it.
Oh yeah, the Assassin.
Are you gonna open them up right now? Or
yeah. I forgot. I had them out in the other room. What's up?
Okay. I was just gonna say, if and when you do, I am curious to see how it compares to, say, like a Legion's figure.
We got there some Regal, William Regal. Yeah, Dustin Rose.
Oh, it's a Duplico.
Duplico with the Zaymot's head.
Yeah, making the suited twins.
And I do want to say, anybody who hasn't checked out the Black Death retailer version of the Red Death, this figure is freaking amazing.
Yeah, that's another one.
It is such a good figure, and Jeremy said that it was ordered in lower quantities than any of the other ones. So if you are interested in getting it, don't sleep on it.
First one that I'm going to buy.
And I pulled the face off of the clock, but the colors that they added to the clock display with the blood,
I like it,
and everything. It looks really good.
Yeah, that bronze or gold trim is definitely makes that clock.
Yeah, I think that this was probably my surprise, like sleep. I guess they'd call it a sleeper for the wave.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted it. I thought it looked cool, but having it in hand, like everything looks so good. So
very nice.
Carol says you're killing her, Joe. You're killing her.
I like murder. So
my old age, my memory's failing. But remind me that the surprise for that one wasn't so much an extra thing, but it was like you would remove the mask. Right?
Yeah. So. Yeah,
nobody showed what was behind the mask. Like, and
I was just trying to remember if it came like in a hidden thing, because like Marley came in the save. That one was you just took the mask off.
You just took the mask off. Yeah,
that wasn't really a holiday one anyway.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert, nothing was behind the mask.
Except for this gaping hole.
Was nothing. Yeah,
but there is still a spot in the clock to stash your weed if you need to.
There was.
Yep. Yes. Yep. All right. So J Solo Art says SM-33 is the droid on the skeleton crew, and Lone Dragon mentions Ned B.
That's right.
Is the yellow one with the hammer.
Yes, Ned B. That's it.
I don't know what that reference is. If it's a reference, SM-33 is like Smee from Peter Pan. B2 Emo is because he's emo.
B2 Emo. Yeah, most of them there is like some kind of meaning with it since the original trilogy.
Yeah, like
kind of like they've written into it.
They probably call them Ned just because it's like an everyman's name, It's just Ned.
Sure, that could be it. Yeah,
it was just kind of a
somebody knew a forklift driver named Ned.
Could have been a Flanders joke. I don't know.
I can say, or he's hung like Flanders. But
Are you forklift certified, Ned?
So I was looking for my tusk to compare them to, but I couldn't find it.
Hey, John. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, he's a little smaller, but they're droids. So
and these guys are pretty big. So like,
those grays are tall.
They're tall. There you go, next to Aerithir. Oh man,
I think they'll be cool. Like just like little characters.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think I may need some.
right.
I'll see
what Ross. It was like $5 or $6. So
there you go. Shout out to Emerald Knight tomorrow. Shout out to Emerald Knight Photos saying, sup, everyone. We got Eric Perryman in the house. What's going on? All About the Villain says, Skeleton Crew is pretty good right off the bat. I'm glad to hear that. It's space pirates and Star Wars. It's gotta love. Like,
it's definitely got a lot going on. And I'm having fun. But Lone Dragon, I was saying that earlier, Elite L3 from Solo is also one of those references. Like, but yeah, Skeleton Crew I'm loving. I mean, but I like a lot of I give Star Wars a chance. And I'm having fun with it. I feel like there's some cool references in there that we're gonna get that are gonna be slowly revealed, and I think people are gonna have a lot of fun with it. Unless they're poop in the pants.
I don't know. It seems pretty interesting so far. Like, what, 3 episodes?
Yeah. I'm loving the whole. Yeah. Anyway, God, I feel like I can't say anything because it's modern day spoiler culture.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care about spoiling anything. No, I don't care. Spoil anything else. Just don't.
I don't want to ruin it for even people who are watching it right now. So.
All right, Mendoza says, need a nice red velvet high wingback chair to go with the clock. And All About the Villains was saying that clock with the blood would go amazing with the Vincent Price NECA figure. Inclined to agree.
Here, I'll say this because my first thought upon opening this thing was, damn it, I should have got 2. So... And then, I remember like, oh, it's not available anymore, but it will be back, right? It will be back at like shows and stuff. So
yeah, Brick. I mean, it's if nothing else, it will probably be available again at Legion's Con.
Brick, this is like the 8th or 9th figure obscura you've said I should have got 2 that you got 1.
I know,
but just buy 2.
No, because I try my best to be responsible, and then I just have regrets.
So that's not a toy collector attitude.
That's not a Joe attitude towards collecting.
We do not come on these shows to teach people how to be responsible.
Yeah,
I'm not showing off that figure because I want people to not buy it. Come on.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, how many people in the chat blame me for getting into stuff like this?
I'm not even in the chat, and I blame you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I will say, like, growing up, we had toys too. It blew my mind to, like, as I continued to meet collectors and stuff, that people did things like army build, because I couldn't wrap my head around the idea of buying multiples of the same figure. So I'm still, working through it. So.
Except for army builders.
Yeah, as a kid, definitely. Like, I remember my mother saying, "Don't you already have that one?"
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, yeah, but I need 20
kids. Though army building wasn't even a thing. I mean, you didn't talk about army building, right?
That's why
there was 100 stormtroopers, and it was okay if you got an extra one from grandma or something, but you didn't ask for multiple stormtroopers,
right? But nowadays, I'm an adult, so I'm like, Mom, I'm going to do what I want.
That's right.
I'm going to go over to Oz's house, and we're going to go catch
you put like dice in front of it. So, like, if you got a 20, you got 20, and then when one dies, and
right.
There you go. All figured out. So, big hello to Gina Marie in the house, new to the customizing world lately, and she's been putting in some really, really awesome work. I wanted to give that shout out. And if you guys have not checked it out, her and Terrence have a wonderful custom swig on top of their tree. And if you're on Facebook and you see my comment about that, it gets even funnier.
Oz, I thought about you today. I was scrolling through Instagram while I was waiting for my daughter to in one of the stores up in the mall, and I saw a post of a guy who had his elf on the shelf stuffed in a tree, and there was a predator chasing after it. I was like,
yeah, that's right up my alley. I appreciate that, Ed. Thank you.
I would have sent it to you, but you know how IG updates sometimes, and
then you lose it,
and you never see a thing again. It's like,
I have no idea which profile it was, right? I'll sit there sometimes and scroll, like hoping I could catch back up to it, trying to remember who it was that I saw it on.
Never.
Nope. I can never remember. Damn you, IG. Sorry, I'm plugging all my clear pegs into my guns here. So I saw somebody put the creature's jacket on their Fisher Rice.
Mm-hmm.
And did like a whole kind of like almost space pirate look to him. I think I may have to do that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Since I've got that engineer, the Tusk engineer coming, you know, with as fast as Curtis ships, it'll probably be here by like Wednesday.
What's up, Greg?
You know, but when that gets in, for sure, I will be 100%. Doing some pop and swaps. So
the only thing I'm upset about is that I didn't buy 2 Fisher Rices.
Okay, so I told you that I had to chill on shipping my pile of loot. So thank you, Big Bad Toy Store, because that then allows me to go back and add a second one. So I've got 2 of them waiting for me.
There we go.
Want a second of that one.
Yeah,
so
you're gonna want more than one with this one. And like I said, like I get such a xenomorph feel from these heads. Like the way the dome is that silver look, and then it almost like the way the patterns come down and in, like it almost the way the light plays off of the straight black on that almost looks kind of like their chrome teeth. Now, mind you, it's not an actual teeth pattern on the helmet, so if I did put chrome on it, it wouldn't look like teeth anymore, but it gives me those vibes, and I like it. But yes, we have Greg, formerly the Brute Scale, saying, well, that's where Joe went. Come on, Greg.
Where was I before?
Where everybody else was. Everybody was hanging out.
I'm not sure where I was before I came here.
Everybody was watching PGG before. So good to see you there. And again, we got Gina saying, yeah, Oz helped me buy my first 4 Horsemen figure. It was for Terrence's B-Day. I talked about that on the episode of the Schmerber show that I recorded earlier this week. She did. She reached out. She was just kind of getting involved in some stuff. And she was like, well, I don't know which ones he needs. And then through some detective work, we finally figured one out. And Terrence is saying he definitely needs some more Fisher Rice. I think everybody needs more Fisher Rice. This figure is really freaking good, and it's got a lot of extra parts here.
You can have 4 different heads, right? So you can have 4 different.
Yeah, that's why I got 4.
You've got.
I can't imagine that, Joe.
It's the shadow circle. They're like
right
in my mind. I'm picturing them on the shelf like a 90s rap album cover, you know.
So they're a 90s boy. They're a 90s boy band, is what you're saying. It's insane.
Well, he's cute. I could see that, you know.
Since it's a circle, I'm wondering why you stopped at 4 because 4 to me is just a cross, Joe. You needed at least like 4 more to put in between the other 4.
That's not a terrible idea. We'll see.
All I know was that Joe was explaining that it was a 90s rap cover, and then all of a sudden it switched to NSYNC. Did you say NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? Either one.
NSYNC. 90s rap. We were trying to go for Wu-Tang, but instead we got brought back to Aaron Carter.
Either way is fine. They all have their appeals, right? And like I said, he's cute. So
you know what's funny? Like the figure obscura, I just remembered I did get 3 of the creatures, but I did the same thing. First drop, I bought 1, and then I was like, God damn it, I need to buy 2 more. I don't know why I can't just like commit, but yeah.
So the paint apps on the guns is
the paint apps on the guns are amazing.
Huge hit for me because like normally they're kind of just more or less one color on the guns. So the extra details being painted in on his guns is really, really nice.
The thing I really like about Fisher Rice is the blue on his back.
Yes. The extra teal highlights across his armor. Actually, I think that might be like my only complaint is that there's not more of that on the front too.
That emblem that sort of comes off.
Yeah,
is
this
that
one
piece new for that guy? I'm trying to remember.
No.
No.
The way they painted it is new, but it was from the first one.
Which one? Like some of the tusk. I actually didn't get any of the tusk. The original.
Oh,
tusk.
really? Yeah, that's what it was on the tusk. Because he's
closest
basically
thing I have is
just
Waldorf.
a tusk body.
Yeah.
So.
Gotcha. Hey, what's up, Cobb?
Hey, Cobb.
What's up?
Then you could swap it out with this piece, but honestly, just that little splash of that orange and red with it just makes it so much more. Yeah, if
it had an alternate chest plug.
That's the one I just popped in.
Oh, what was? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
It got the blue from the back or on the front, but
yeah, a little bit more on the front because this one doesn't have as much.
Mm-hmm.
Ed, can you?
That one's got the red circle, so it matches the original pilot of the Firestar.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one that's part of the homage, basically, with the paint apps.
Well, the reason I got a second is I'm gonna make the second one me in the suit. So I've got that
nice.
Paint it that same color. Hang out with this dude.
Definitely.
He looks great, man. The white eyebrows sound killer.
He does. He comes with 3 neck pegs. One of the neck pegs is the new one with the hinge on it, which is really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the other crazy part too, because he's got like that more standard one, but to get the other heads on, they gave you your regular 1.0 kind of neck peg.
Yeah.
And then the hinged, so that like you can get that looking up, looking down, more around kind of thing. He's got 3 sets of hands, including the ones that are already on. He's got an extra set of upper arms and an extra set of upper legs.
Yep.
Really not missing too much to just build yourself a whole nother figure here. It's very armory experience, which I love.
Yeah. I kept mine all black, but that blue on the legs and upper arm when it's in a figure looks sharp.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up right there. I'm all about the shower viewing or the shower listening. This was a whole thing on I think Fallen Fett where they were talking about showering while watching. I do it all the time. I like to listen.
Was it like 2-3 weeks ago when we did the morning it was when the Figure Obscura dropped. So yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing the morning drop and he was like, I'm hopping in the shower. Like he felt the need to narrate. He's doing the shower in the morning. Mm-hmm. And then later he's
Greg is big with sharing for sure.
Yeah. Hey, Greg, to the left a little. You missed the spot, man. There's like dirt right there.
Ooh, Cyborg and HK sitting on the casting couch.
What is that, velvet?
There we go. Oz caught me twice in a day. Hey, man, whatever. Honestly, like when Ed said he was thinking about me earlier, I thought his next line was going to be that he touched himself. So,
hey, one of my favorite little moments during intern and Legion's Con in general was
catching Greg in the shower.
Yeah, that, but also having Greg
the Four Horsemen Studios and it was by Greg's in the shower.
No, it was in the office and Greg was holding himself. That is to say, he was holding his figure in his hand and he said, "Here, I got an exclusive for you. Take a picture." So it was awesome. I got this awesome picture of him holding his figure. It was rad. All those next.
So you walked in on him playing himself in this playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing with himself instead.
Yeah. How's it going in the shower there, by the way? But yeah.
This just went the way of dirty that you can't wash off.
Right. But as Greg says really here, though, at least he does use shower and deodorant while he's at cons and shows. So,
hygiene is important.
We know that's a big thing for me.
Can we talk about hygiene? No.
You know what, though? I got to say, it was one of the best con experiences hygienically by itself. Like, no complaints. Everybody was smelling good. There was the slight aroma of pot in the air, which I always enjoy too. Like that I was not upset about. Except for the fact that nobody offered me any.
If the community's going to get mad.
Dude, if I was there, I would have shared all of mine. Which would have been token touching all the toys.
If the community get mad at you for revealing certain things, imagine what they do if you stunk or wet. So I'm sure people are real vigilant.
We'd be throwing deodorant at people because that's what we do. We get angry and we throw stuff, apparently. I'm just saying that now.
I don't know.
Cobb, how you doing, buddy?
For the rest of these figure obscura late boys. But
no.
But anyway, sorry, Cobb, what you doing?
Not much. Did some running around. I was waiting for some family leave so I could get my car out the driveway, do some stuff, and hop on here. Just playing around with my toys as usual.
Love it, buddy. Love it.
Workshop right here.
All right. So Lone Dragon is asking some of the usual questions that we go over. For figure obscura, yes. What they'll do is they'll do a retail appreciation wave in about a month. Well, I don't know. It might be closer to February. Typically after the new year, they'll do a retail appreciation wave. They'll have a couple of figures that are kind of exclusive to that wave that they don't sell normally, such as Fisher Rice and the Undead of Vikenfell from this previous one. You'll pre-order it towards the beginning of the year. It'll release towards the end of the year. And so far, the pattern that has followed is that it contains whatever the figure obscura was from the year before in a variant color. And we got a very special guest joining us. Oop, I think Ed tried to add him, Anna tried to add him.
Or not.
Think Ed was here. There we go.
Up,
We got Trevor hanging out with us now.
What's up, guys?
What is up, brother?
How you doing,
Good to
guys?
have you. Good. Just
Can't
having
stay for
fun
long,
playing.
but I know I saw you playing with Fisher Rice, so that's what I was doing. I was just opening up 2 more. So I got 'em
Right,
little
like-
buddy.
Nice.
So
My
are you like
biggest
me?
regret of the year is that I
Does it
haven't
take you
gotten
like
more.
3 orders to buy multiple, or do you just buy them all in one fell swoop?
Oh, I buy them all at the same time. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I got to learn your
Yeah.
ways.
I
I
this
do
Space
that
Pirate
with
game.
Figura Obscura for some stupid reason though. I just go and get the all in, and then I come back and buy more, and I'm like, why am I doing that? just get what I want.
Yeah.
$10
Right,
every
like-
time, man. It's
Like
not-
you're ever gonna buy one and then be like, nah, it's not very good. I don't think I need more.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Especially for
I-
you, since
trying to
you
limit
already know
myself
what it
to-
is, Trevor.
yeah, I know the quality already. It's not like it's a big surprise. Like, oh, this is nice. Yeah, I mean, I literally already have one in hand at the time. You know what I mean? When it goes up for
Right.
sale. So.
Exactly. All the rest of us
Yeah, I
are just a
love
bunch of
this guy, man.
suckers waiting. Yeah, he is.
I
great.
actually, I think that is trauma from the old in stock sales.
Oh yeah, for
Probably
sure,
why
man.
you do that.
Those real old. You were on the real old ones, right? Like when
Yeah, I
they-
was. Those
You
were
just had to
brutal.
put it in the cart and go, and you didn't even know what you got. You don't even know what
Within-
you got.
30 seconds for the good stuff. 2 minutes, everything was sold out. Like
Yep.
it's hard to let go of that feeling.
That's how I ended up with 3 Keltis.
Yeah.
Because, I only wanted one, but somehow I didn't think they went through, so I hit it twice, and
But you know what, though? That hasn't turned out to be a bad future investment, though, either.
no, that was fine. That was good. That was a good mistake.
Yeah, that's one of those real happy accidents that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just to get back to Lone Dragon's question here, we can expect a retail appreciation wave where they will have alternate colored versions. They've done it so far for every figure obscura. I don't really see them not doing it. It's a great way for them to provide something for the retailers that they don't get the chance to offer throughout the year.
And what's nice about that one is they make the amount of figures based off of what's ordered. So
Yeah.
it's not a guess. Like they buy what the retailers order. So
And try to remember that, because there are a lot of retailers right now that are selling out of Fisher Rice. He was definitely the sleeper hit, I think. Not a lot of people pre-ordered him early on, and now retailers are literally selling out of them because,
I know.
well, people are buying like 4 or 5, of this figure, trying to make that whole. I mean, basically, he's one figure that is an entire faction to himself. So the Shadow Circle.
Yeah, I think I got like 6.
It's a good call. It's a good call.
Are you what's
And
your
I was like,
head
I think I'll sell
display?
some, but like maybe I won't. I don't know.
What's your display thing? Are you doing them with different heads? Are you using all the heads in there? You got custom
Yeah, I
heads
got
in
this
mind?
guy, and I got this guy. I think I'm setting something up here pretty soon for a shot. So I got these two guys.
Nice.
Oh, I'm digging that.
This guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Just
I
the
might do a
posing
different
of-
alien head though, just because he's blue. I don't know, like it might be a little too much blue. Might switch it up.
Yeah, what?
Curtis
You
would
really?
disagree.
That's
I
one
didn't even-
Trevor.
it's gotten to be the point where I didn't really realize what I said. That's what, sorry, like, oh fuck. There you go. Clip that.
I'm not even going to explain to everybody else. If you don't know, you don't know. We're not going to explain.
You don't
that
need
one.
to know. Forget about
You
it.
don't need to know.
You never heard anything. No.
That
And the
horse
nice
has
thing
been
is-
dead for a long time.
Yeah.
There's a ton of other, cosmic alien extra heads that have come with things, so you could pretty easily
John.
drop in some aliens on those other bodies.
Oh yeah. I've got plenty. I mean, I've got the builder set comes with a bunch, right?
Mm.
The 2-pack. That's a great set too. That's a killer pack, man. I just bought more of those too.
I was going to say Wolf King Custom still has some. And you can get some free exclusive parts too. Free custom parts. I want to get that. Like, it's funny. Early on, I didn't want that one as much. Like, I told myself while I was at Legion's Con, like, that one's going to be fine. I can just get the single regular release ones because I just kind of want the vampire head and the was it the creature creator one, the CC, the one that looks kind of like a predator.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, that's the one that I want out of that pack. But the more and more I keep looking at it, I'm just like, nah, I kind of really want both now. Like, I really want both.
They're really cool. They're both great.
So I'll probably have to try and see what I can do about after the new year, picking up one of those. Hopefully they'll still have them at BBTS by then. Or who knows? Maybe Legion's shop will. Now I'm just getting a weird sense of abduction and probing. Like Thanos is like, see what's under my skirt?
I'm just
Kind of little brazzers going on there.
A little bit. Gray casting couch.
That's a nice couch.
Oh, you
There's
didn't
that
see
DD's
earlier.
at the jewelry box.
Oh shit!
It was $8. It's a pretty good score.
I haven't done DDs in a minute.
There we go. John is mentioning free shipping at too at Wolf King Customs for that Cosmic Creature set.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, don't be like me and not use the free shipping code.
Yeah. Remember coupon codes, friends. Remember them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right, bud.
What's that?
That's right.
I was just saying, way to support small businesses there with your extra donations and your tips. and
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
Let me
Well,
throw
to his
more in my
credit,
head.
Len said, "You forgot." He texted me. He's like, "You forgot to use the free shipping code." He's like, "Do you need anything else?" And I'm like, "Nah, man, it's all right."
That's
Don't worry
awesome.
about it."
And John is also mentioning nice hat, Trevor. Gotta say, it is a nice
Yes,
hat.
thank you, John.
New War of the Rohirrim, Lord of the Rings, or just regular Lord of the Rings?
Nah, just Lord of the Rings. I have to go. I have to go this week to see that. I was planning on going today, but I just couldn't make it. Yeah, it's been out. It's been out for a week or so. Since the 5th.
Dylan saw it last night. Managed to grab the Hammer popcorn bucket.
He got it from me.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Some more of that beautiful Monster Force. So you are really digging the Monster Force line here, Trevor. I've heard you talk about
guys,
it
man.
on just about every stream you've been on.
These guys.
Dude,
I don't know. You know why? Because I wanted to do some like military stuff, but I'm just not like into like Joe's and yeah. I mean,
He's
even
talking
Joe's
about
is,
me
like,
specifically,
not
but
standard. Yeah, Joe's. I'm not into Joe's generally. There you go. There he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's cool, man. This guy's
I was
awesome.
gonna say, Trevor, hold that back up again. Then Trevor was shooting at you from there, Kenny.
Oh, dude,
Oh, where is he?
on.
Where is he? There he is.
Get it,
we're on the
we'll get-
wrong side. There,
Hold on.
we're on reverse. Wait, hold on.
That's right, folks. That's right. Remember,
That's what we do.
Bunch of old guys playing with their toys on screen. This is what it's all about.
That's right.
If you can't enjoy yourselves on a Saturday night hanging out with your buddies playing with your toys, you're just lifing wrong, in my opinion.
No, but you make military guys into like zombies and werewolf. Yeah, I'm in, man, for real.
Yeah, I think it's certainly going to catch, especially as like more and more of the waves come out. Like again, I know a lot of people have been talking about the one doctor, especially because like one of the heads, he looks like Johnny Quest's dad, Dr. Quest.
Oh yeah,
like,
totally. Yeah.
So I kind of want to just pick that figure up, just to have Dr. Quest. Like.
Well, and the sheer amount of people that are going to pick up the Colonel Brown figure because they can use it to kind of like fill out the upper ranks of like classified or action force or anything like that. It's a straight up general figure with 4 head sculpts and different colored sets of hands. So
I do want somebody to do a Venture Brothers toy line because I would buy a lot of that.
That would be cool.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool. Dr. Orpheus. Oh my god.
Man, why is that not a thing right now? Seriously, why is that not a thing? Oh man,
I want a 2-pack, or no, I want a 3-pack of
hey, what's up, John?
Brock,
what's up, guys?
a car, and one of the butterfly troopers, where he's like, he hit me with a car.
Hold that back up there.
She is awesome. The soft goods are great, but I really kind of just want to check out the body. But this is like, I've been wanting these pieces for so long, and I'm really excited.
Why did I wait? Whatever.
It's a great body, man.
Well, I don't even know I'm waiting. Jeez.
Man, she got
go ahead, Kenny.
Like
go ahead.
No, honestly, I was just gonna tell you guys if I'm gonna have to bail, but I got about a half hour before I got to be over at Grandma's, so. I'll bring it with me. If you guys open it, don't wait on me. If you guys are all there to open it, go ahead.
Wait.
I'll bring it with me either way, though, and I'll bring my laptop. That way I can kind of try to get it open if not, because it's a little tougher at Grandma's place. Not a lot of room, and I don't. If she wakes up and I got to bail, so it'll be a little different. But if not, either way, I'll bring it with me and I'll open it up on the late show.
For sure, brother. Bring it.
Well, I'll see you guys. Nothing against you, John. I like you. I'm not leaving because you just got it. It's not because of your jacket. I swear.
Okay.
It's not because of your jacket. No. All right, guys. I'll see you on the other side there.
See you again.
All right,
man.
Later, Kenny.
Also, like bald, rad. I wish I could, get the full bald sort of head, but I think anyway,
just
all around this
Sculpey or something in there.
All around this thing is awesome. So
I gotta say that's one of the cool things with this that I'm hoping we will get more of with future figures is like hair pieces. I'm bald. I'm partial to hair pieces. So
in your actual life or in figures?
No, okay. I couldn't not make that joke being a bald guy.
Yeah.
If I was
talked to
hair pieces, I would try to keep something up there and do a comb over, but.
I was talking to Jeremy about this at SkiCon, I think. And I brought it up before I knew about this. And Frankenstein doesn't have... I've taken the hair off of it, but it's not removable, obviously. I wish it was. That would have been a great figure to have.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could have even done a stitch around the head so that the crown of the head could have come off and put the hair on.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Kind of like...
And it would have worked into the aesthetic of the figure, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But... yeah, I'm like, I would be great to have like hair pieces for some of these, for some head sculpts. You know what I mean? For
right.
Just come out with a new line of. I really want expressions. I keep saying this. They're not listening to me. Maybe they are. Maybe that's the next thing I'll get. Who the hell knows? I don't ask everything, but because I want to be able to guess on my show. But maybe they are. Maybe they're coming out. I just want like a bunch of expressions, like screaming. Either new characters or, maybe a, kind of like what they did with Attila, you know what I mean? With his his 3 faces. Yeah. That'd be great.
It's also that bog goblin that has the screaming face.
The head's back.
Yes, the bog goblin. Yeah, with the tongue. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
They could do a heads pack of just expression faces, I think.
Yeah.
Sell really well.
Yeah,
that way you don't have to
I
attach
think it would
do a whole figure, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it would sell really well, and like you could do it. Yeah. Paint it like, give me Delphina or something. Just that head that they've released, 6 or 7 times now. But with an angry face or a yelling face or gritted teeth, something like that, and then you could paint it whatever do whatever you want. Or maybe that is one of the ones that has, bald head. You could swap the hair out. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
right.
I was going to say in general, like Lego style, right? They have a system. The more that they can figure out ways to, like, if they start doing heads with alternate hair or helmets. Like it's gonna go off.
Yeah, helmet. That's another thing, right? Like if you could take that head and stick it in a helmet, you know what I mean? And like suddenly you gotta, cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rick, do you got like your Lee J by you? Lee J's got the removable helmet.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
But just the idea, pop off the hair, like again, Lego minifigs, right? You kind of just put your
and if the heads were generally like. What's that?
I said Brick knows about minifig hair. That's why he's bringing it up.
They did the deluxe Goblin Legion Builder and Swig. Their heads are keyed the same way, so the hood and the helmet are swappable between those two heads.
Yeah,
that was something.
Yeah, it's not going to work for every race, obviously, but I would just say like humans. If you left it at humans at first, you know what I mean, and you had like a female head, and you had a male standard head, Yeah. Have you tried it on him?
Beautiful. I haven't yet, but now I want to.
Like blonde, luxurious.
Ooh.
I was gonna say, do we got? Oh, never mind.
Here we go.
Just gonna say, do we still have Terrence?
I can try it on my fig.
That's your hair covered right there.
There we go. Oh.
There you go.
Whoa. Try
them. It's just like dollar store like wigs for like their dolls, but I was like, they might work with something. So it's like $1.25.
Yeah, right. Like you got to try and figure it out.
That's
so what
good.
we're saying is we need more bald figures to try hair pieces on.
I'd obviously have to cut the insert piece, but that's closer to what I was like in high school, right there, a little bit more.
Hold on, Trevor. Hold on. I can embiggen you here. There it is, folks. Trevor in high school.
I wasn't that tan though. There was no way.
That's straight up Klingon. Like.
Always. I know, right? It does have a Klingon thing. I got to take the top out of the hair.
God, wait. So the first figure that Thanos picks up to do it for is our good old buddy Lamp Champ.
Nice.
You know what though? It fits his head really well because I was wondering what size head it would fit. Some of them look a little big.
Looks really good.
That Andre Frosh.
Right? I'd be down for that figure.
That Andre the Giant Afro blind everybody. It looks freaking cool.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Oh yeah.
And then we got to highlight Bud here. Bud's been working on a project all night. He's been painting up.
Look at that.
Nice.
Been painting up one of his extra battle cats here, and man, that's looking good, Bud.
What's the plan with that, Bud?
So it's going to be a Faker battle cat, but I took my Faker and I painted his armor up, kind of like a pink. So I wanted to do that with this one instead of having the orange armor.
I dig it. So like the card back version of Faker as opposed to like the toy Faker. I dig it. And John, you've been on the stream now. What you playing with over there, buddy?
Oh, just the little dark
fish rice. Yeah, Dark Attila. Oh man, John went. He was picking up a bunch of them.
Oh, look at you! We got the same configuration, John. Configuration twins.
There you go.
Great minds. Photographers think alike. Look at that.
You gotta have 2 of these, right? I mean, it's like so awesome. You gotta have 2.
Honestly, you gotta have more than 2.
3.
Sorry, you gotta have.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, 3.
With all the different head sculpts, you really gotta have more. Like I'm sitting here thinking like. Okay, so I won one for free. That's my free sample. Now I got to go buy like 6 because that's how dealers do it, right? You know, the first hit's free.
Yep.
So, Oh yeah,
But no,
yeah, I'm liking this.
Yeah, I'm loving this figure.
Man. And then I've got again, I was letting people know earlier when Curtis launched his new channel earlier today. I've also got a Tusk Engineer coming. All right, this gray alien with this wigs pack may be the best
that's fantastic.
That is awesome.
Jesus, that's great.
That's from an alien exploitation movie. So, yeah.
If you had the one with the longer robe, it'd be perfect.
Gray exploitation.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Are they kind of rubbery? They seem to fit everything great.
Right? Like it's like molding around their heads very well. Okay, yeah, it's rubbery plastic. That's great. Oh, all right. So I pulled him up here earlier. I was trying to give him a shout out. Same time, Toys in the House. He says that's the figure of the year,
Right.
and he ain't talking about Fisher Rice. Which, honestly, I gotta say, right now, it's been a long time with a lot of good toys coming out this year. And it's not like
that works.
With hold on.
You need the right neck, but that's cool right there.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, the way that sits in that suit, that looks really great. Do a side shot real quick.
Yeah, it kind of hides the neck a little bit, not too much still, but like
right
with the right neck, it would be good.
Nice reptilian figure.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I got that exact head sitting right here on my desk. Hold on.
That's I don't mean to one up Trevor, but
well, damn.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
that is that's actually pretty cool, man.
Right?
You know what? Like if you took his hair off, that's kind of like a
it does stick out a little bit.
It's kind of like a warlord type of look. You know what I mean? It would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Kind of Montalban-esque,
right?
You know, like I was just saying, Khan.
Wow. I don't think I'm being summoned, so I won't be able to wait for the other guys to show up when you guys open these. But I'll just say this thing is awesome and a great, I think a great sign of what's to come in Legions, period. Because I think there's a lot of great pieces here that I could see for used in all their lines. But even this thing, the underwear, when I saw that on the stream, I was like, man,
like that.
I mean, just how smart and sort of how
trademark.
It's taken a while to get it right for them to sort of find a need for it. But now that I have it, it's like I want these for all the figures because I don't know. I think it's really
granny
cool.
panties for all the figures.
Yeah, or like furry ones, right? You could do the same thing, but like the whole furry barbarian thing, you could do all sorts of
things. Furry top and bottom from being Raquel Welch and
there you go.
This figure is
10,000 BC or whatever it was.
A game changer. I think it's a signal of like some really cool things to come. But anyway, I gotta get going.
Raquel Welch was an actress for anybody under 45. Sorry.
Yes, for those of us born in the 1900s.
I know.
In the 1900s.
What were you gonna say?
Old now.
Sorry, I cut you off. Nope.
Oh, I want to catch you back before you left.
But
before you left, you said you got that Flying Fist T-Man in, right? Can you open them?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought you had them.
Oh wait, no, I do. The caps, the red one. Yeah. No, I do not. You're talking about the dude
Thunder
with the gold.
Punch.
Yeah, Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch.
Oh, okay, I heard you talking about the head and didn't like it, but you must have been talking about the Thunder Punch. As I say, with that new one on that older He-Man, I kind of dig this head. It looks good on this body with them.
It looks a lot better there for sure. That looks almost as good as the Faker. I guess I'm just not partial to the sculpt.
But I mean, that one on the Thunder Punch is horrible. It's the same head sculpt, but just the paint on that Thunder Punch. Yeah,
right.
That's been their problem with that. They've done that head 3 times now between Faker and Thunder Punch and then Flying Fists, and they keep painting it differently, and it's not getting better. It's gotten a lot worse because Faker was great. There you go. There we go.
So good.
Stole my haircut.
Because it's got it on that, his Armory Knight body there, and it just looks good, man. That's a good matchup. I dig it. Very, very Legend of Zelda Shadow version. Well, Brick, thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I wish I could hang out all night, but I can't tonight.
Nah,
anyways,
it's all right.
Great figure. Enjoy when you guys all talk about it. I'll try and check it out. So
for sure, I'm just excited for them to do more of these kind of blank body figures.
Me too.
You know,
Naked is great.
Right. Let us dress it up ourselves. Let's play with our dollies the way Barbie's intended it. I'm just gonna put it out there like that because it's really all right. Yeah, Thanos is winning figure of the year here. Period. All he did was take an existing gray and threw a fro on it, and he just won figure of the year.
Thanos, you have some sunglasses for him, like some gold rimmed sunglasses.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah,
sunglasses.
You're muted, buddy.
You're muted, Thanos.
I've probably been muted for a while.
You have.
I probably have Master Roshi's sunglasses that'll fit. Like I have a larger.
Oh
Master
yeah.
I'll have to go look.
That's the problem. We get so many of these like side accessories that we're like, this will look great with this one thing in this one pose for this one thing, and that's it. And you just have it sitting around.
Today I actually was working on. I'm taking over the spare room for toys, so like I'm expanding into another room. But that whole closet is where like all the accessories going because I made room in the living room for the cat's lair, and that's where all my accessories were at. So I'm like moving everything over into the closet.
Nice.
Yeah, you could get that that 70s what's his name? Jesus, the Mezco roach. What the hell's it? Jesus.
Casino?
Gomez?
Gomez.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the pants, man. The pants would be great on that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Terrence was saying he wants them to have bell bottoms.
Yeah, those are bell bottoms, I think.
Yeah.
Fro encounters of the third kind.
Oh man, this is just getting better. And then Alan's mentioning the sunglasses that come with the WWE Superstar.
Oh yeah, I do have.
That should probably work out nicely. There we go. See, we're just building this up. So, figure of the year showdown: Fisher Rice or Thanos's Gray. It's a tough call here.
Fisher Rice.
Probably because it's just such a good value for the money.
I do like their grays though. Like those are really cool figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grays are definitely one I want to get at some point.
Yeah. I'm kind of mad Trevor pointed out the snake head on here now because now I'm not sure I want to put the Fisher Rice head back on him. Wait, are you showing off that sweet new Vampirella?
That's right.
Wow, I didn't know the figure came with cake.
That's right.
It comes with extra cake.
That's right.
Man, I want those tombstones.
What's that base made out of, Trevor?
It's at a bakery. It's a. No, let me take her off. She's on here pretty good, but she'll tip over.
Is it like polystone or is it a plastic?
No, it's a plastic. It's a plastic, and each one of these things come out, and you can. I mean, they leave a little gap in there, but you could, you could still use it.
Yeah.
Or you could take them out and use them someplace else, I suppose. It's really cool.
Are there pegs for the figure?
Yes. So there's like 3 pegs on here. You can see them down there. So she can stand in a couple of different poses on there, but they're kind of like hidden, and you could put a skull over them if you wanted to use it for something else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nice.
Because it's a nice like background piece for a cemetery or something. You know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's worth it for that.
Did you get the Mezco Indiana Jones, John?
No, I'm on the lookout for it. I'm trying to find it now because I've been seeing everyone's pictures, but no, at the time
it's killing me seeing that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, Head Rock, I've been seeing his pictures with the Casino Gomez body, and I'm just like, oh gosh, it's like I want that figure so bad now.
Yeah.
So
of course, it's already backed up in price like every other Mezco that's,
always.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's like highest I've seen right now. It's like, I think 250, 300.
Yeah, I saw around 250 or 300, something like that today on eBay.
Yeah, it's oh my gosh.
The only bad thing about it is I wish the whips, because he comes with like 2 different lengths of whip, and They're not wired. It'd be awesome if they were wired.
Yeah.
Oh, so is that like a hard plastic?
Yeah, it's just like a piece of plastic that's molded that way.
That's
And there's two of them. One's longer than the other one.
That's kind of weird. I mean, normally
Yeah.
Mesco would be like a they would do some sort of like wire or anything like.
Yeah, I was hoping they were wired, but they're not. So you get 3 whips. You get one coiled and then 2 that are out, and one's shorter than the other. That's the only difference.
So,
because a coiled one would be cool if you could, wrap it around like a tree branch to have them swinging with it.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be great for shots. Oh, why don't they have one like that? I was saying the same thing about the Indiana Jones from the, the Hasbro's doing. Like, it's not like wired at all. Not even a flimsy wire. It's just the plastic, and it's like that's kind of lame because it's static.
There's kits out there, people making them third party.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah. It's the best way to go about it. Terrence says, "I dig the tribute to Frank and his wife on the tombstones," and see, it was really funny when I first saw your shots of that. Trevor, I thought that was something you did, kind of like you did with the creature shots, right?
Oh, yeah, no.
Then they showed off like the actual product pieces that came with the set, and that was part of the set. And I was like, oh man, I thought that was something that you did on your own.
Yeah. That's really
great.
cool.
It's so good.
This guy's great too.
I think it's
the
much
Norseman.
deserved.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you got the Norseman already? Damn.
Yeah. Well,
he
got it in.
I know.
Of course he does, man. Come on now.
I know.
This
A
is
lot of people have been getting him though.
Yeah, I seen a couple.
A lot of people have him in hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's really nice.
I actually kind of like his furred cape a little bit more than the Undead Viking fella.
It's a nice, it's more of like a fur, like it feels like a fur.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't love is this kind of, scalloped edge.
Really,
it looks a little,
very
little
generic.
cartoony, but yeah. I may cut. I don't know. I don't like to I don't know. I may cut it. We'll see.
Yeah, because it just
change it
the rest
in
of
photos
the
or something. I wish it was wired. It's not wired, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Does he have a head without a helmet?
Yeah. Okay. So you can take the helmet off. It looks odd because he's,
bald,
like a monk.
Yeah.
But then he has hair pieces.
Oh, okay.
That have the whole head.
Look a lot like my dad. Well, Carol knows what I'm talking about. My dad, he was balding up top, but he kept the hair long around the sides, and he always wore a cowboy hat, so it always looked like he had hair.
The skull.
Yeah, skull. Yeah. The Hogan is what I called it as a kid.
The Hogan.
And then he would take, his hat off, and there it is. And I was like, I told myself I would never do that. Like when I start going bald, I'm just gonna shave it off.
Yeah.
And I've stuck to that. You know what though? Got to get one of those hair pieces from Thanos. He needs a fro.
Just stretchy fro.
Ends up blow it up a few sizes.
There we go. There it is. Figure of the year.
Yeah, if that thing came up to you and said, "I'm going to probe you," I don't know, man. I'd be more scared.
As Greg's mentioning, he's cool. I just don't know, man. 25 is going to be a brand new direction I'm taking collecting. Are you going back to shoes?
Yeah, really. It's like I got my tribute figure now. I'm just done with toys.
Right. I don't need toys.
Now I need to get tribute shoes.
Tribute shoes. They got to be in my colors per lesson.
Size 13.
Guys, I'm gonna go jump to the mobile here and step outside. I will be back in just a bit. I know Adam should be along soon, so once he gets here, we're gonna start cracking open the rest of these figure obscures because I gotta see. Oh, Greg's mentioning he's just gonna cut a lot of lines. Don't cut out the icon toys. Don't cut out the icon toys for Zeta Girl stuff, man. You got to keep going with those. You got to do it because I can't do it. You got to do it.
Well, it's not like
there's some good stuff coming there. Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, there's not a lot of them, but the Conan is going to be double jointed knees, which will be nice.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. That's going to be awesome.
I said I was going to be good and just stick with my ball and chain warrior, but I don't know. Like the ball and chain warriors, the Savage Crucible Conan figure, but I don't know if I can wait. And Trevor, Greg corrects you and says size 14. By the way.
Well, pardon me.
14.
I took a stab, man. What do you know?
The guy's so giant. You could have said 15, and it would have, larger than mine. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that good enough? There we go. And Frankie Rivera jumping in saying, hello, everyone. Hope everyone is in good spirits. Now, Van.
They're opening some good spirits.
Yeah, I was going to say, Van, he sent me a message. I just didn't realize it. He did ask for the link earlier, but that was like an hour ago. I did send him the link if he's watching in the background, if Jordan's watching. But I saw the notification very late. I apologize. Sometimes I'm so engrossed in what we're doing, I'm not looking at my other notifications. It's just how this is. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Don't forget to slap that like, jabronis.
Jabronis.
Terrence is saying can't wait for the Forsyth girls to do Death Dealer. She did say they were going to.
Yeah, they'll do Death Dealer, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely,
sure.
yeah.
Which is good because I haven't liked anything that anybody's come out with yet. I really didn't like the Mezco. I don't know why he's blue. I like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
What was the one that was it Loose
supposed to be
Collector
pale?
that just got the one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was ridiculous, man.
Yeah. It was like way overpriced.
The Death
I mean, I get it. There
was
was a horse, right? But
yeah,
it came with a horse, but still.
The Death Dealer was the thing we used for our emblem for my unit when I was in the Army. So I want a Death Dealer, but I'm not paying $400 friggin' for it.
No. Oh, that's right. She's not that big.
Everybody got quiet.
Oh, sorry. I'm deep into painting.
I was hair drying some parts to take figures apart.
John, did you get the new Mezco? What the hell are the Crustacean Brothers or whatever the hell they're calling them?
The decapods?
Decapods, yeah.
Yep. I got those. Yeah.
Are they just like the Mezco, like Gomez in the suit body with the different heads? Is that all they basically are?
Pretty much. Let me grab them real quick. I can show them real quick on here.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
That looks pretty cool.
Hold on, Trevor. Let me bring you
on
up.
the purple.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Right. I mean, I got to get a new peg, but that's cool, man. I'm digging that.
That looks badass, actually.
Yeah. I kind of like the female head on the male body. It's kind of like gives it that, the Brute 2.0 look.
Right. Like kind of like how realistic armor would be on a female.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it wouldn't necessarily have breasts.
No, sculpting breasts on armor would be a horrible idea.
Yeah, exactly.
We all like it in art form, but not for reality.
Yeah. No, reality would be a terrible idea.
This is my purple builder sculpt. This is an Arthas Zorn.
Oh, nice.
One of those open skull brain things. I love these things.
Yeah, that was really
He's even got like little like drool on his fangs and stuff there.
Mm-hmm. That's sick. Really cool.
Yeah.
Come on, stand up.
I got nothing. Like I did this. And I'm done.
We got to show him one more time. Look at him, man.
I am curious to open up the Ghost of Christmas Past.
I know. Let's do it
here all week. But I've been good. I haven't opened it.
I got another. Here's another movie title for that guy. I'm gonna probe you, sucker. How about
That's
that?
pretty good.
There you go.
A Keenan Ivory Wayans production.
Try some of these wigs out on one of my orcs.
Snakes on a spacecraft. I think that would work.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me bring you up, John.
Pretty cool looking figure.
Hey. Oh, that's because I was popped back in. Hold on. Okay.
Yep, I'm back, boys.
Oh,
that is cool.
If you get one with a ponytail, you could do pulp science fiction. Maybe.
Oh,
that would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, I have a separate baggie for all the accessories because it's Mexico. So
you got to, right?
Yeah.
So is the hat keyed or is it molded on?
No, you kind of
nice.
it comes off, but I mean, you kind of have to play around with it so it doesn't fall off. So
that was kind of like the Indiana Jones. It's keyed, and then you can have a hairpiece that goes on it. So it's nice because it locks in. But it'd be nice to have a separate hat that's not.
Yeah, like Tracy. Tracy has the same thing where it has you take his hairpiece off and you put the helmet on. So yeah.
Those are pretty cool looking. The decoupage are pretty cool.
What was that?
Like some sticky tack, like some blue stuff in there.
Yeah, you could do that.
Just to keep it in, on his head right while you're trying to pose him. I dig it though.
Oh, he's definitely got more of a gangster style suit jacket though than what I saw.
Yeah, it's more of a zoot suit, right?
Yeah.
It's like kind of maybe not that, but almost.
No, you're
like
right.
a 30s. It's more of a 30s cut for the jacket.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta kind of watch the wrist right here because it's like they're this color. So I saw him. I saw Henrock. I think he did a post today with this. I want to ask him hey, how did you do that? Because it's like it had this body, but then it had the almost like flesh colored wrist. So I was wondering about that.
Huh. So what did he do?
I don't know. I have to ask him about that. Like,
how
he
okay.
did that. Yeah.
You probably just photoshopped it, right? You could probably shop it.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, you could probably fudge it. And I heard Trevor say something about probing earlier, so I decided to bring this out.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
looking to get one of those for which one is that?
It's the
the Lacey.
Lao.
Or Lawa,
Lowy?
yeah, the Lawa.
Lawa, yeah. So
I think that's the one I've asked for Christmas. We'll see if I get it.
Yeah.
Are you on Santa's nice list or naughty list, Trevor?
Better be on the nice list.
Did Santa show up at your house and slap the beard off your face? Because that's what he did to me. I'm not on the nice list. So.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We got the time scales. Grego has jumped in saying greetings from San Francisco, and he's asking what happened to Kenny. I thought he was on here. That's the thing about Clubhouse, Grego. Like, yes, he will be rejoining us later, but this is oftentimes a very rotating cast of friends and extended family that people just jump on and hang out. When we got space, we add more. When we don't have enough room, people got to wait in line. It's kind of like a exclusive Clubhouse some nights. It gets crazy like that. We got a bouncer at the door.
Death dealer Lone Dragon. What the hell?
What's going on?
Dealer? No, Lone Dragon says, "What is a death dealer?" I guess I don't know. I'm always shocked at how many people don't know Frank Frazetta.
Yeah, that's.
But I ask a lot of people. I'll show people some pictures or something, and they're like, "Oh, that's cool." I'm like, "Yeah, it's Frank Frazetta. You know Frank Frazetta?" No. I'm like, really? All right.
I used to spend hours at Autoramas just staring at the sides of vans with Frazetta art painted on them.
Well, that's exactly. From that, I'm like, do you know remember the Molly Hatchet album with the guy on the art? Yeah. I mean, now you know Frank's.
Growing up in a certain era, he was everywhere, and I absolutely love
it. I guess
we've got Van joining us, Purple Gang, and Jordan as well. Good to see you guys. We got them both. How was the intake tonight, there, Van?
It was very minimal, as a matter of fact. I actually have came here to apologize to all of you that were subjected to me last week, as well as to your audience. Probably not my best night. Somebody probably should have booted me, but that's not holding myself accountable for my own behavior. I should have booted myself. So, thank you for having me back. I didn't see it coming. I watched the show. I wouldn't have fucking let me back on, but maybe it wasn't for punishment. I don't know.
That's from both of us.
Yes.
Look, guys, no, I spent many a night at the bottom of the bottle and had to deal with people who were much worse than that. At least you guys weren't trying to throw fisticuffs, which would have just been really bad virtually anyway. Yeah. But Hey man, you guys have fun. That's what this show's about. Having fun, relaxing with your friends, and it was all right. Believe me, if it got too bad, I would have.
I'll have to go back and watch that one.
We weren't even drinking, man. We were just smoking crack, bro.
Yeah, well, people used to call me up and say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I used to say, "Smoking crack and masturbating." How about you? And that would just start off my conversations many a days.
How awkward! I'm actually masturbating right now.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like a Gallagher show. Get the sheets out.
What's in your glass, Trevor?
I don't even have a glass.
Wow.
It would be water at this point, though.
You get too many Blantons?
I did the Blantons. Yeah, I had enough Blantons this afternoon.
What's your thought on that?
I like Blantons. I mean, I think it's overpriced, but I like it.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. It's not bad, but it's not worth the chase.
Yep. No.
Yeah, definitely.
But I was feeling spendy today at the bar. I went to get something to eat at the bar with my wife, and I'm like, you know what? Give me the Blantons.
How much does a shot of Blantons go for at the Rockefeller?
I didn't even look because I didn't want to know. It's probably. I have no idea. I don't even know. I have the receipt somewhere. I'll look it up.
Take my diner's card and be gone.
Exactly. Right. Keep them coming.
Diner's card. That's a deep cut, dude.
That is a deep cut,
bro. Going to the Diners Club.
Diners Club.
Only jacket. Yeah. Your shit is weak.
Yeah.
That's some good shit. Somebody just knock over their wind chimes.
No, we got puppers around. We got dogs. This is a pet friendly stream.
Oh, what other dogs do we got?
Mutts.
Yeah, those are the best kind.
Yeah. They need love too, not just the purebreds.
Mm-hmm. That's what I told my wife.
That's why she took you in, right?
Yeah, no.
All right, so last night we had Dooch's chair, and tonight we're going to have 6 hours of Trevor's chair.
Everybody else just leave right now.
Everybody just leave. I really wish I could have seen that when he stepped in this morning. I wish I could have seen that. We got that cartoon collection Triclops. He looks a little Henry Rollins-ish. And flexing the Hordak. Nice.
Black flag intensifies.
Oh yeah.
Triclops still.
They still shooting stuff off by you, Thanos?
It died down a little while ago. My other dogs passed out under my feet.
They were shooting all the drones out of the air by Thanos now. They're invading California with drones. They hit the East Coast. Now they got to hit the West Coast.
I heard they were in Florida. So
one of my neighbors has like a fireworks cannon. They're always shooting stuff off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got one of those.
Better earlier before we went live, I was sitting out here having my smoke, talking to the guys in the back, and my neighbors, they just recently got like a dirt bike, so they were tearing up and down the street with that. I'm glad they've since stopped, because otherwise I wouldn't even have a purpose for being here right now. Just saying.
I wish those drones would come to North Carolina. We got piss cannons.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, hit them.
Piss bombs.
Yeah, you got to hit them with the skunk juice.
Aye.
Yeah, my factory error here. I thought this was cool for a pick.
Oh yeah, this cool factory error. Look at that. I don't even know how that happens. They're like separate lines. Separate lines.
Is that Bebop on a Geldor card?
Yeah,
sure. Dude.
I just figured with the mohawk and everything, I was like, oh.
Yeah, that's
all over the Geldor card.
It's super dope, Cobweb.
Yeah, cool little swap.
Ooh.
You look funny on there.
Look at this sweet custom we got going up here.
Gorgeous.
I love it. I really, really like that. That's a great paint job.
Yeah.
You done did good.
Bud's always customizing some good stuff over there, man. That's
No,
why I'm trying to get him.
Bud custom in the mail. Keep checking my.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did it show up?
Yeah, no, I keep getting packages that my sister ordered. I'm like, damn it! Every time something pops up on the little app, I'm like, I think it's mine. No, I think it still says it's in Wisconsin.
Smoke it.
I gotta tell you, man. Like, I'll sit here and I'll watch Joe light up, and it just makes me want to come out here more.
There it is. There it is.
Alan's mentioning the drones don't come to Texas. John's in agreement with that. He's like, no, they don't.
Nope. Texas? Nope.
That's right. The age-old question is this live? No, it's pre-recorded.
Good.
We got the 7-second broadcast delay so that I can bleep out things. I actually wish this had a function because I would love to just like start bleeping people out, even if they weren't saying anything. No. See, that I would have let go. But like, if somebody else was trying to say something just fine, I would be bleeping them out.
That's what you have to do sometimes.
Percent of people on screen wearing pants. This is going to be a poll that we have to start running in Clubhouse every week. How many people are actually wearing pants? The secret is
pants,
none of us.
Yes. Underwear, no.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate that.
Not really. I'm wearing shorts.
You're welcome.
I'm going to start making a mandatory dress code for Clubhouse. Everybody's got to wear kilts.
Do we also have to take pictures of our toys on the stairs?
There we go. And we have Curtis joining us. Sorry, buddy. I just got your message. I didn't hear the beep. Like, I don't know what's going on.
I heard we were talking about Frazetta, so I felt like I should join in.
You got to join in when we're
hurried on.
That's how the show goes, man. We start talking Frazetta, everybody shows up because he's one of the most amazing artists of all time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Frazetta, Vallejo, love those guys. They've influenced so much of my damn life.
Trevor Williams.
Oh, Trevor Williams, he's great.
Trevor is one of the highest of peaks of artists. No joke. He had a bit of a blue phase, but
I didn't say it.
Yeah, we do. There was a Eiffel 54, whatever that band was called. They had a big one.
Blue.
Picasso.
Yeah. Someone send Sarah the link.
Oh yeah.
So, Curtis.
Yeah.
Thanos and I both won a little something off of your stream last week with that tour.
Yeah, you'll never see it.
And Thanos had a bit of a harder flex than I had out of my package.
I don't know, man. You got Fisher Rice.
I got Fisher Rice, but Thanos held up some pins, and I'm a sucker for pins. There wasn't no pins in my box.
No, there definitely was. I put it in every single box I sent out. I put 2 pins and 2 stickers.
All right, I got to recheck the packing material. I must have missed them. I must have missed them. I was going to say, you get a chance to redeem yourself, as I am a 2 week in a row winner. And I got to say, getting that engineer.
Trying to get more pins and stickers. I see what it is. It's fucking some scheme you're running, right? You're selling.
That's what it's got to be. I'm selling the off market. I'm scalping outside of Legion's Con 2025, selling all the art by Ackerman and just Shelve It pins. Actually,
Oz doesn't have any pins, but his fucking eBay store does.
Yeah. He's taking all the art by Ackerman pins and sending them to Buddy's Customs and having them write Oz on top of them.
There you go.
Just put the Oz in front of it. It says Oz art by Ackerman, because it's awesome. So that's what it is. Here it is. Never trust the USPS.
Yeah.
Jordan's on top of it.
Yeah, Darla can verify because she helped me package those up, and we had a very limited time frame to do it. And so we had set out the boxes and we set out the sets of pins, and yeah, she was throwing it all in there with me.
Is this a new member of the Village People?
Oh.
That's
Skibbity Van.
That's Legends Daddy Van on a Skibbity toilet.
On a Skibbity toilet.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Skibbity toilet thing is. I've got to figure this out.
You want me to go wake up my son? He'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, even when I asked Connor about it, I just can't get a straight answer about it.
You actually need to go to YouTube and watch the Skibbity Toilet. It's like some dark ass shit.
Now
like
I'm not sure I want Connor to watch it.
Yeah,
Ben, can you just tell us in Logan's voice a little bit about Skibbity Toilet?
Yeah, Daddy, I'll tell you all about the Skibbity Toilet, Daddy. So you got the toilets, Daddy, and they're actually aliens. They got the heads coming out of them, and then you got the big man Skibbity Toilet, and then you got the camera, the watcher mans, and they're trying to protect us from them Skibbity Toilets. And what happens? They look at you. They look at you. Now you're a Skibbity Toilet too, Daddy. Daddy, we all Skibbity Toilets.
All right, there you go.
Beautiful philosophy. We're all Skibbity Toilets, really, aren't we?
So that's
deep down
what
inside.
Pennywise was trying to tell us back in the day.
Yeah, no, but seriously, like Logan, when he first showed me that shit, I'm like, what the fuck? We need to put some restrictions on his YouTube. I mean, what is this shit? Because it is like very, very dark. Like he doesn't get what's happening, but it's like some dark ass shit. Yeah, no, it's bad. Watch it though. For you,
So, that sounds like the same reaction my parents had when they heard the words together, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No, it's far worse. Yeah.
They were like, "What the fuck are you
They're
watching?"
turtles and they're ninjas. What the hell is going on?
Teenagers, they're
Teenagers,
mutants. What's
yeah.
going on?
Cowabunga. What does that mean?
How are those masks hiding their identity from anybody?
That's
Shut up, Clark.
Well, that's the age-old question. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
Like,
why do they need belts?
Right. I don't know that the
With their
bandanas are
initials
hiding
on them.
anything. You still see it's a big fucking turtle.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
I think it personally. I think that Splinter was a racist and he couldn't tell them apart. All turtles look the same to him. That's what
That's what it was. He's not a reptile, so they all look the same.
They got real dark. But
yeah,
I mean,
there's a
that's what
point
it
to
is.
that because they did all look the same to me too. So
Parents should dress their twins different.
Yeah.
So I do want to say though, Curtis, speaking about your stream earlier today, congratulations on such a successful launch to your channel. 200 subscribers with a single stream to launch. Well done.
To be fair, 5 of those are me. So, you know.
I wasn't going to say that either, but you
I'm
know,
good for another
5 of
20.
those might. I was going to say 5 of those might be me as well. I was just really trying to get to 200 for the brother men mandibular.
Yeah, that's exactly that's what I was trying to
I'm
do.
wondering, how did Buddy manage to hit the like button with no thumbs?
or sign up for YouTube.
Right?
Buddy at wow.
That was good, man. This is going to be great.
I'm
I'm
excited.
excited.
I'm excited, nervous, but yeah, it'll be good.
No, I'm actually I've been wanting to get started for customizing for like 2 years now, and I just haven't been able to really get my shit together to motivate myself to do it. But having a step-by-step launch of your channel to kind of go through all these things, I think it's going to help out a lot with helping me motivate. Plus, again, Kenzo printed me off some parts recently for a custom Origins figure, and I think that'll be a pretty good start. And then, you know, I can do some more of the detailed work with the with my Legions figures, which I'm excited about.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of customizers out there, but not a lot for what we do. You know, it's a lot of miniatures. You've got some stuff that's working like the Marvel Legends world and stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of mythic content out there, but not anything that's just solely customizing. So hopefully it's beneficial. We'll see.
And I like that. I think, you know, because we mentioned about revisiting Legions class and getting that going again.
Yep.
I think it might be fun to do a Legions class art class.
That'd be cool.
That'd be kind of fun. Kind of like a little, use that and help promote some customizing studio stuff. I think that'd be really fun to do.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
And
yeah, this is a no. Unfortunately, the customizing studio is through Facebook Messenger. It's not it's not something you watch; it's something you participate in. So it's people are working on their individual projects, and it's kind of fellowship and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
However, the new channel is going to have a lot of good stuff content.
Oh
on
yeah,
there. We're going to be learning from some of the greats within the community because you're going to have those guest spots coming on and all like that, which is really cool too.
How many episodes before we get that full frontal Curtis that we've all been waiting for?
I don't know that it'll come up on the channel, but I do have my Euro Legions comforter coming, I think tomorrow. So I will definitely have to put together some sort of sexy photo shoot. I'll probably be hitting
boudoir shots
for some advice on how to light it and stuff. So
very dark. like really dark.
Yeah, like the absence of all light, and then darker.
That's my shtick. Just the soft glow of my cigarette. And so they were all getting on me about last night after we went off and I joined in Punk's pit and I was just sitting out here the whole time smoking. Like I won't do it if I'm on somebody else's stream, but Punk's pit's basically like Clubhouse light. So I'll smoke on that. But they were all commenting like, "You're always in the dark."
So we can touch yourself while we're talking.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, you can't see.
What would be Clubhouse Dark then?
Exactly.
That's on the Osley fans. There's a premium membership for that. You got to check out my VIP page on there.
That's interesting.
Is there an inevitable tier?
What's that?
I was just saying, I think it's interesting that Punk was okay with you smoking because he flat out told Joe no when he was on his channel. He's like, you cannot smoke on your channel.
Well, because I asked.
Yeah.
Oz probably didn't ask.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, on Punk's pit, it's different. If you're on his show, he doesn't like you doing it on his
right.
Why?
Thank you, sir.
It's the more professional air.
He's straight edge, so he's against
6,000.
all of that stuff. So
he is. Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sensitive.
Okay.
Yep.
And that was totally fine. Like I didn't mind. But
even when I was on Thursday with the That's right. It's totally okay to
Can
do
you
it
drink
here.
dairy or anything like that, or is that like a
no gluten, no dairy, no cigarettes?
Are we gonna get on the dairy topic again?
Is there like a nut allergy too? Like we can't like
no gluten. Gluten's not
peanut
allowed.
butter.
Only nitrile gloves can be worn.
MSG's out the window.
Yeah.
No MSG.
Yep.
But apparently you can spoil secrets. That's okay.
I
got him. Got a busted for it. We have
this kid. I heard the discussion. I never know.
we ribbed Punk about it in our group chat, and then I ribbed him about it last night, and he put up a very good point. He goes, there was nothing inside the box that said hold on until Christmas. I was like, that's a good point. Like, if you're not in the community and you don't know, we all understand it. So,
yep.
They definitely can, but they don't seem to care as long as it's not for kids.
Yeah, I was about to say, I smoked crack on the Legions ladies one time, and they didn't get pulled.
Right?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I had like a legit like fake crack pipe, and I started sparking up and blowing out smoke in the middle of their stream. And last I checked, that episode hasn't been pulled.
But yeah, he does. He keeps Larry does keep unless he's going off about something he's pissed at, he does try to keep his channel pretty professional. And I don't mind. Like, even when we were doing the 36-hour stream, I didn't try to be on there smoking too much.
Is this Bill's Laroids or different Larry?
No, this is a Punk with Toys.
Oh, I know him. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good fella.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's all right. He hasn't had me on yet, but it's all right. It's okay. Not bitter or anything.
Same, Curtis. Same.
Hey, Curtis, I don't even think that he realizes that you're you, and he's been on this stream with you at the same time.
He thought I was quiet, so shows how much he pays attention.
If you don't talk enough G.I. Joe, that's your problem, Curtis.
Is the elderly gentleman going to be joining us tonight, Oz?
Who's that?
The elderly gentleman? Not Trevor, the other one.
Is that all of us?
Oh,
I'm going to say, aren't we all like around the same?
What's going on in Trevor's lip there? You do a little just for men, a little darken that up. What's going on?
No, that is natural. I have not like grown a mustache in a while, and it came through, and I was like, oh shit, look at that. All right, I'm gonna keep that. Fuck it.
Oh, that's what it looks like.
Hang on to a little what little youth I have left here.
Yeah, trying to get a little Joe G there, huh? Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
They're almost
I'll never get the Joe G.
They're almost the same.
Trevor
barely tell you guys apart.
Like overdosed on Touch of Grey there, but yeah.
There are 3 great mustaches in the world. We got Sam Elliott, Tom Selleck, and Joe G.
Yeah.
Just saying.
What about Wooly Willie? Does he rank in there anywhere?
Yeah.
You know, Cornelius almost.
Groucho Marx, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, only and then there's that one little shithead from Germany that ruined that stash for everybody.
Trevor's really not helping the ageism jokes with dropping a Groucho Marx. Just saying. Yeah.
Really? Did you know who Groucho Marx is? You missed earlier when I referenced Raquel Welch. So there you go.
Oh no! I was there.
I had to explain that one.
Yeah.
So and now that
there he is, Jim.
Jordan has mentioned it. Jim, Largo's Lair. I hadn't heard from him today. I didn't send him out the link, but if he's watching, he wants to come on. Yeah, just shoot me the message. You got it.
Not only was he funny when I was like hammered, watching the episode and me cringing over how fucking obnoxious I was. Sober, he was extremely funny. So like, I'd love an opportunity to experience Jim when I hadn't had like half a liter of bourbon. And you can take that however you want to, Jim, but I want to experience you.
Well, you can go check out Largo's Lair on YouTube and watch some of his awesome content.
You bet your ass I will.
He's even done some really great shows with a series called The Infinite Playlist, right? Like we all hang out in spaces like this where, we're mostly all about the toys and talking toys. Well, he was taking many from the community and finding out what it was we were listening to.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a really, really fun show. And he's got some new stuff on the horizon he's going to be coming up with too. So
when I hear the word infinite, I think of infinity, and then I naturally make the transition to Infinity Gauntlet, and I think about the Curtis resin sculpt that never manifested at Legion's Con.
What are you talking about?
Oh, man. I have no idea. I was babbling. Yeah.
Well, we don't all have to get quiet at once here. Yeah, let's see what Thanos has got going on.
I'm sad now because the one week that I missed was the one that Van got drunk and obnoxious.
He was already drunk.
I know.
In fairness, I'm always obnoxious.
Let's go back and watch it.
Drunk. Yeah. That was bad.
That's true.
Yeah, please don't.
That is true.
The only thing worse than watching last week's Oz's Clubhouse would be to watch the PGG that was before it. So
my favorite part about last week was how Oz had so many people watching, and then Van got on, and they started dropping from the chat and from the screen. Like he lost half the people on the screen and half the people in the chat in like 20 minutes. It was awesome.
Took them all out. Hey, but in fair, I did the same thing to our own show, so it wasn't just you. Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything, Curtis, but I dropped off as soon as he got on.
As you should have.
He definitely pulled a Homer into the bushes.
And Jordan just walked away. It was like he rolled a grenade right into the clubhouse and then just fucking took off.
Yeah. Well, no, in fairness, though, Jordan felt like I was being bullied, and then he came back up here. And, when I watched the show, I'm like, no, actually, Jordan, they were fucking taking it easy on me. Had I been in their seats, I would have been just absolutely eviscerating my ass. So, I mean, they were patient. They were adults. I was the asshole here.
I can coagulate that for sure.
I appreciate you constipating my message.
Like Van's blood last week.
Oh man, the amount of and Big and Curtis and Big and Curtis and Big and Curtis again. I'll wait.
I'm not gonna
I'll wait till you Big and Curtis. Yeah.
It was a funny stick though.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I thought it was funny
Big and Curtis. You might want to check with Darla first.
It doesn't take much for Trevor doing Big and Curtis, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'm just saying. He'll hit the blue light on, and there it goes.
There it is. Turn the blue light slow. Oh, sorry. No, but the funniest thing for me in that episode was, watching how fucking annoyed Curtis and Thanos Copter were. Like that, you could tell. Like Curtis was fucking done. Like Curtis was like taking jabs left and right, and Thanos Copter was like, "Somebody please shut this motherfucker up." But nobody did. Nobody ever shut me up. Like
I wasn't until you. There was something that you were just like nagging me about, like nonstop.
Fucking everything.
No, there was like something.
Yeah, it was something pretty specific.
Yeah, there was something specific. You're like, no,
studio people.
Yes, that's what
toys,
it was. Yeah.
That. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what the fuck you want me to say. I'm like Jason from AWOC. Who's Jason? The dude from AWOC. No, you tell. And Big and Curtis, and Big and Curtis, and Big and Curtis, and Big and Curtis. Who's Jason? I just said the fucker from AWOC. I don't know what you want me to say.
Was the CEO, the owner. I mean, all of those things would have worked. But
I didn't know you were looking for like a job title.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
He was hoping you would coagulate his story, but since
thank you. He understands.
Yeah.
And Big and that guy.
I couldn't collaborate the story. Yeah.
Oh,
it's here.
Yeah.
We got to do what Van says. We got to Big and Ed. He'll wait. Otherwise, he'll wait.
I'll wait.
Yeah, so it was a goal for me to make sure I did not get quite that inebriated a second time in appearing on the show, because I did want to give a heartfelt apology, because like seriously, you guys should have like perma-blocked my ass from the channel. I mean, I was just like ridiculously belligerent.
Then if you go back and you go through my catalog of live streams, there was one that used to be titled Open Mic Night, and I changed the title to Prolapses in Judgment.
Yes. Why would you not?
Well, let's just say if I'd left that up, I wouldn't have a channel anymore.
You know what? You can start another one. Look at Curtis. He's got like 17 channels.
I got one. Yeah, one that I just started today.
That's what he wants you to believe.
I was going to say, Curtis is rivaling the awesome verse.
I am a roaming nomad until today.
So. Until today. Now you have a home base. You have
just Obbyverse, but Curtis.
No, proud
he just takes them over. He doesn't actually own them. He doesn't actually.
Exactly.
Right.
Curtis is a filmmaker. You know, all y'all pay homage.
That's how you know you made it, when you got Curtis showing up on your show.
That's how I felt. Hey, all
you know this guy, Curtis?
Oh my God! No. Take a look at him, Curtis.
Okay.
Anything wrong with him?
Supposed to?
Didn't you played?
I played what?
Hold on.
He's back.
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, nope. You hit the right button.
I'm thinking again.
All right, that was all thumbs there. I ended up hitting remove instead of
Warhammer. Didn't you play Warhammer?
Oh, can you Big and Curtis?
Oh, Worlds of Warcraft. All right.
Whoa, Trevor got into Warhammer now?
Actually,
no, somebody gave me one.
Can you give me a split screen with Curtis, like side by side, me and Curtis, just him and I? I just want to talk with him.
Ed, do you see that in the channel layout, brother?
You would. I think you'd have to remove everybody else but Neovan, which is just a terrible idea.
No, that's too much. That's too much. Just Big and Curtis. Just Big and him back again.
You can do a custom layout for that, but
yeah, that's way too much. So I do want to point out to everybody here in the chat that Jordan and I decided we were going to start a live stream, and then 5 minutes before the live stream was supposed to start, we realized, fuck, we have no idea what we're doing. We reached out to Curtis, who then like ran to his computer, booted the shit up, and completely, nursed us through our live stream, and then continued. Like he's like, all right, guys, y'all are grown. I'm gonna wean you off the titty, and we're like, no, Curtis, we like the taste of the milk, and he stayed with us. And so, yeah, that's the type of dude he is.
I was just gonna say, shows up, doesn't leave, and that's okay.
I would like to add that we've had over the past year, we've had several new shows start up in the Mythic community, and each one of them, as they've started up, I've said, "Hey, I'm here. If you need anything, let me know." And all of them have said, "Who are you? Go fuck yourself."
Not us.
except for PGG, who said, "We don't need you. We're fine," until 5 minutes before their show and said, "Hey, by the way, remember when we said we didn't need you? Yeah, we were wrong." Yeah. And so I was with them for like 3 or 4 shows. I'm like, all right, I think you guys got this under control now. I'll just, I'll be watching from the love seat. And they're like, no, you're fine.
Yeah. No, you're family now. You can't get rid of us.
Curtis can't name those shows because they're dead to him.
No, I can tell you. I could tell you Legion's Ladies. I could tell you Schmerber. Let's see what else. There was something else that started.
Jordan was wearing their shirt tonight.
Oh yeah. No. Oh well, yeah. The enablers. Yep, I told the enablers too. Yeah. So yeah, it's all right. I mean, I'm here if the community needs me, but I'm not here to force myself on anybody. So.
Trevor.
He gets consent, folks. He gets consent because we like that.
Yeah. He doesn't probe you like that alien with the pro does.
So, yeah.
I just threw his name out because that was a show that I've never been invited on. So yeah. Sorry.
Who, on Trevor's? I've seen you on his show.
Oh, Trevor had a whole episode about first timers to Legion's Con, and I didn't get an invite.
You've been on my show.
The Pop and Swap.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I was not on his show. I was on like a carnival sideshow that they had going on for the Pop and Swap contest. I've never been a guest on his show.
Wow.
That's the difference.
Okay.
That is being a guest on the show. Yeah. You were a guest judge, and you were on the show. There really is no other level, Van. I mean, there's no green room. There's no craft services table. There's nothing else, man. It's just that's it. You fucking tune. You jump on and you're on the show. That's pretty much it.
Let me jump in because not only were you on the show to help judge, they made a whole separate category that was just the purple category.
Yeah, thank you, Curtis. Yeah. Which didn't exist before that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Jordan, if ever there was a time for you to come upstairs and
it's never enough of this motherfucker.
Both barrels.
Are you able to fix that comment? Because my thumb hit one of the wrong buttons.
Oh, you just banned somebody.
Yeah, leave it out there.
Man.
Well, that's the problem. Like I went to go hit timeout. We're not going to pull up that political stuff here, and then I pulled up the political stuff.
Yeah,
you banned him. So if he's talking politics on this show, he's in the wrong fucking place.
What's weird is I didn't realize Trevor could be on the screen and be logged into his alt account at the same time, and then you pinned his comment.
I tried throwing a political thing out there last week, and it just like nothing. Nobody. I don't think anybody picked it up. So
yeah. Well, like I sat there and I went and I hit timeout, and it enlarged his comment and then timed him out. And now I don't have the 3 dots to take.
You banned him.
There we go.
Once you ban him, he's done, man. You can't fix that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was just gonna say because we don't need that. We don't need to bring up the politics here. That's not what this is for.
Now that he's figured out the admin functions, I probably need to cut myself off.
Yeah,
I don't know what that dude was offering, but Lone Dragon's gonna take some if it's free.
That's right. Lone Dragon's gonna help hand them out there.
Right.
Well, see, that's not political at all. That's just religious, and I'm not going to stop anybody from practicing religion.
Good dude.
That was a typo. He meant Stan. So.
I do want to point out something.
He meant Santa.
He meant Santa. Santa.
I thought it was Christmas. I tried to type Santa.
Santa.
I tried to type Santa.
Oz said that we don't cancel people and we don't ban people.
Banned.
But, Then he in fact did just
evil
that.
autocorrect.
Yeah.
There are certain lines that Oz does not cross and does not tolerate. Try to stir shit up in my chat like that? No. Poking fun at short people, it's okay. I'm
Oz
just joking.
does not discuss the Great Pumpkin. Don't even try.
I'm still waiting. Still waiting. I'm getting pretty pissed off.
I just saw Lone Dragon's comment.
Yep.
That's good stuff.
That's right. That's right. South Park Woodland Creatures Christmas.
Oh, it's an orgy. Oh, blood of our sacrifices. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, hey.
Oh, man. So John, you were asking Trevor a question before we got sidetracked. Go ahead.
That'll happen.
Was I?
Yeah, you were asking about getting into the Warhammer?
Oh, yeah, I was asking. So, Trevor, are you getting into Warhammer? Or you said that was
No. That's a gift from Alberto Hernandez, Noir Kaiser Effects. He's trying to get me into.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yeah, trust me, it's
not
gonna
happen. It's not.
I was gonna say,
although I did watch that secret level.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was kind of inspiring.
Yeah.
But I could do that stuff with Cosmic Legions. Yeah, I don't need Warhammer
for
that.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's secret.
Plus,
level.
I got
Check out
badass.
the video game
I got
Space
tons of
Marine
these,
2. So good.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Trevor, I'm not
got
trying
tons
to
of
get
these
into expensive photography equipment. Throwing it out there.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to get into a nice camera or some blue lights. So yeah, don't mail them to me because I won't fucking accept them.
Okay.
Smoke Ninja.
Smoke Ninja. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I picked up from Trevor this year. Smoke Ninja.
Is that related to the Ninja Assassin by any chance?
It could be, but it's not. No.
Is that related to another type of ninja?
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
There it is. There it is. John's flexing. John's showing.
There you go. He's got one.
Oh, gotcha. I remember seeing that.
That's that Ulanzi thing, though. That's yeah.
Trevor's all bougie about his smoke now.
Well, if you watch Maz's show, we have we'll look at a shot and we'll either guess if it's Ulanzi fog or Smoke Ninja fog.
I just have cigarettes. That's all.
What's the difference? Like, how you tell
secretly there really is none. We're just the guys who use the Smoke Ninja. If it's not great fog, we just say it's Ulanzi fog.
Yeah, it's like there's no difference. Yeah,
because that's what Maz uses, and it's funny.
I like Skydro Walker's
like anal beads. So
Skydro Walker's smoke machine. He's just hitting the vape. Just hitting the vape.
I'm actually surprised Van didn't say anything about it.
I did. Rewind. I asked him where had that smokestack been.
Gotcha. Well, there you go.
Why are there rest notches on your?
Pearly.
I'm done. Yeah.
Rest notches.
I got him. I got Curtis.
We'll just sit here. This is a little rest area, real quick.
All right. Well, you know what?
We'll get back to this in a second.
Yep.
This is a good time for a commercial real quick. And since I did just bring them up.
You need to watch this if you struggle with finding affordable collectibles. We've got a game-changing discount just for you. Imagine getting 15% off your next purchase at extremesets.com. Sounds awesome, right? Well, it's super easy. Just use the code SKYDRO at checkout and boom, instant savings. But wait, there's more. If you sign up for their newsletter, you'll get the inside scoop on exclusive deals and upcoming releases, so you'll always be ahead of the game. No more scouring the internet for the best prices. Just head over to extremesets.com, use the code SKYDRO, and watch the savings roll in. And don't forget to sign up for the newsletter for even more perks. So what are you waiting for? Head over now. Go grab those amazing sets and make your collection shine. Happy collecting.
I have some questions.
Okay.
Is the guy who's holding onto the espresso cup and waving it around supposed to be the guy who's narrating this commercial, or is he being spoken to? And why is there a vibrator on a cradle on the table?
I don't know. I never watched Mad Men.
Selling toys, that's why.
Ben, I see you have your hand up there. All right, who's got the plastic ruffle going on?
I think that's Thanos. Thanos, you're not muted, bud.
Oh,
there you go.
Shit, my bad. Sorry, guys.
Camera's off, but you're not muted.
When did Oz's Clubhouse become a multi-level marketing scheme? And can I get that affiliate link? Just saying.
We got one more too, because I've requested more, but we've only got 2 currently, and I think it's a great time to hit that second one here.
Christmas shopping can be hard, but with Holidaze toys, it doesn't have to be. This Christmas, give the collector in your life a gift they will never forget. Holidaze is guaranteed to bring the magic to your family's Christmas. They have many franchises, including Action Force, Marvel Legends, and G.I. Joe, and many more. Holidaze toys. Give Santa a break.
What about
a tear to my eye?
Yep, Ben.
Oh, me? Okay. What about if they celebrate Kwanzaa or Hanukkah? I don't see that being addressed on their show, and why not?
Oh, it is.
Get out of here, you woke. No, I'm just kidding.
And Trevor.
Banned Van.
As a Jew, I'm not offended. So
I will say I did take careful care to add to the holiday theme logo. I made sure we have a menorah, the lights from Diwali, which is the Indian Festival of Lights, as well as also having a Yule log and the Kwanzaa candles. Sure.
I didn't see a pentagram in there. What about that, Oz?
You know what?
Spam.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta go add that now. I mean, there's a Star David. We'll just knock off.
Yeah, I require Baphomet statue, please.
What is it? What did you need, bud?
Baphomet statue.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can
Baphomet. Yeah,
throw that
Baphomet,
in.
Yeah.
Lord of the
I'll put that in there.
Spaghetti monster. I mean, like a lot of people were excluded here.
You know what? I'm going to go get Raptor Jesus and L. Ron Hubbard on there right now.
Yeah.
And I'm also, for those of you who are going green, I will add a pot leaf as well and remove the holly.
Are we going to cry for the dead priest?
Curtis, is your arm getting tired?
Festivus pole, Festivus pole,
it is
please.
getting a little tired, but
I'm sorry.
See me apparently.
I'm sorry. I saw a big green thing. Curtis, yes, in front.
Can you embiggen me for a second, sir?
I think I can.
I know we got a lot of very talented folks here that have a lot of very special things that they do, but I'm a little bit better than all of that, and so I just wanted to kind of show like some of the things that I'm capable of.
Sorry.
So here is the best Christmas candy around, which is that's a fact. It's not an opinion. Nougat with the little Christmas tree, and here's what I can do with it. So
that's more gross.
That is the peppermint roll up.
This is turned this into this, and
it's like peppermint gabagool. That's disgusting.
How much time is invested in that?
At least about 5 minutes of pressing and spreading, and but now I get more candy. It's bigger. See, so that means there's more. I manufacture candy.
And he did all that with working.
Yeah. So
okay. Whoever was just trying to jump in, if you're watching, we're up to 10 people. So at
I can have a little bit with my phone charge.
I gotta jump. I gotta jump anyway, so I gotta go take my dog.
All right.
Later.
What's that?
I said, don't you leave me. Jeopardy's already been off. Yeah.
Okay.
What you got? An infomercial you want to go watch?
What's up? No. Yeah, there's a Murder She Wrote marathon that's coming on. So
shit, Murder She Wrote. All right,
I'll be right there with you.
Murder She Wrote and Matlock. So
before Trevor jumps off, quick plug: catch myself, Trevor, and Curtis with a couple other guys on Monday night live for a Legion's Quest.
Must be nice to get invited. Yeah.
It's not that kind of a show. Man,
wow.
sorry.
I want to fucking play Dungeons and Dragons and
fucking and Dungeons and Dragons are two very different things.
That is actually
I
spoke with a young lady today who told me that they have lewd Dungeons and Dragons quests. So yeah.
I'm sure that they do, but that's not
Why
that's
not?
dildos and
ask their dungeon master.
Douchebags, I think that's
Yeah. Hey, sometimes you want to feel, fresh. That's all.
That's right. All right, Oz, thanks for having me on, man. See you guys.
Hey, Trevor.
Around.
See you, man.
All right. Talk to you later.
Trevor.
Bye.
Did you notice how Trevor got intimidated when he saw my skills with the Christmas candy and decided to leave? Anybody else notice that?
You say that he left, but we all know he's in your DMs right now.
Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
I know my work was pretty impressive. So.
Well, now what you got to do to go to the next step, Curtis, is cut the Christmas
climax. Would somebody please explain the Purple Gang's joke, Jordan? If you're in the comments.
A Mercurian helmet. I don't know.
Trevor lied to me. There's totally not a Murder She Wrote freaking marathon.
You checked. Is that the Durham Bulls?
I think Trevor really left to go put some more Just for Men in his mustache. He's trying to get totally Joe Gonzalez before Monday.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know. It's going to take more than Just for Men to get to this level. Sorry. There's a little bit of genetics in here that just,
He's going to need a fucking Wagner power sprayer to get that shit going.
Joe?
Yeah.
Whose genetics do I need to get? I mean,
whoa. Oh, did you just land in
Mario? I would say mine, but it seems uncomfortable. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't take yours. Is there anybody else like a close relative with a decent stash?
Nobody jumps to mind. No, I'm pretty unique with the stash.
Well, we have Chef Brendan Higgins joining us.
There he
he
is.
can literally blow smoke up his ass.
Joe, did you ever have one of those belt buckles that said 5-cent mustache rides or anything like that?
No.
No, I mean, with a mustache like that, he's charging way more than 5 cents.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think next
That's
Legion's
a dollar
Con,
ride right there.
the Purple Gang is gonna have a new shirt for Joe. All in mustache rides.
There
you
it
got to
is.
buy him an all in, and there you go.
That might be a fair trade. I don't know. I won't dispute that.
So next episode on Art by Ackerman, Curtis making peppermint roll-ups.
What the
No,
heck?
actually, Oz, if you ask him nicely, he'll punch the center out with his tongue.
I think we can. Would that be a fruity roll up?
Just saying, Curtis just found out what he's doing on his OnlyFans.
There you go.
Creating content, man.
So I know our good friend Adam, highly articulated, said he'd be here with us tonight so we can open up our figure obscura. He said he'd be here at midnight. It is now 12:54. I'm starting to get worried because some of us want to open it.
Say what time zone?
He said my time, midnight. Should be a midnight my time.
Let's open them.
I was going to say, Adam, we love you to death, buddy. But I think
guys, come on, open them up.
We're gonna start opening them. Well, first, while everybody's getting ready, I'll open up mine last. I did get the all in, so I got the sweet new mug with the.
Can you and Big and Curtis? There's something he wants to show you all.
Oh, wait. Okay. I was just showing off his mug.
Oh, no. He bought so many McFarlands, he's been jokerized.
Todd got him.
Fucking Todd, man. Todd got me.
Todd's got him. That's the Platinum Series. Curtis Ackerman figure. Jokerized.
Walmart exclusive right there.
Well, I'm going to go wash my eyes out with bleach. But again, thank y'all for having me. And my apologies for last week.
See you, man.
Oh, yeah. Ben, you're fine, brother. But thank you for being here again.
Absolutely. Y'all take care. Have a good evening, y'all.
All right. See you.
Later.
Hey, man.
Bye, bro.
All right. Somebody's trying to jump in now. Go ahead and hit that refresh, and we got you. Hit that refresh. So
come on, big. Let me make it big.
Yeah, big and me. Ed knows how to get me big. Nice. All right. Look at this mug.
Nice.
You know, this is probably one of the prettiest mugs that they put out.
Don't put it in the microwave.
No, big label on this one before you take all the wrapping off of it. Do not put this mug in the microwave. There are metal flakes in the paint. You're going to cause arcing. Bad idea. Don't do it. So then we all know I'm a sucker for pins, as we all just found out.
Ooh.
It's got that sweet Figure Obscura pin.
Did you find those pens?
I hadn't looked through the box yet. I was disappointed, and I had to get back in here. I was going to yell at Trevor before he left. Matlock Marathon. That's not even the same thing.
It looks like it was. Ken trying to join. He just put something on a on the message board.
Him back and tell him to get in. Yep. The slots are filling up quick tonight. So, for those of you who were not at Legion's Con, if you ordered one, you get this sweet ash can version of the Cosmic Legions comic book, which, you know what? I might have to color some of this in myself. Scan them in, do some digital coloring. You got
Joe beat me to
it. Nice.
Sweet. Yeah, so for those of you that weren't there with us, and every year when you order one of these, the Christmas ones come with that little extra special Christmas card. But this year, they gave an additional one.
What's up, Ken dog?
What's going on, Ken?
Hello.
Got another Father Christmas. But if you got the all-in, you got that sweet pack.
Nice.
So I'll be sending some of these out.
You and your fancy all-in, whatever.
I had to go fancy on this one. I had to. I regretted not doing it last year for Jacob Marley's, to be honest. And then, of course, we have this, which Thanos was already showing us the inside of that, which is, again, one of the best works that Nate has done on the inside of a package. You can take me off full screen for this part.
I'm getting there.
And just so you guys know, I did get the super secret prize. Here it is. If you guys want to look.
Ooh, nice.
Don't eat it. The gel.
Don't eat it.
What is the point of that, by the way?
Freshness, sir.
Moisture.
So yeah, to keep moisture. Silica absorbs
soft
moisture.
goods.
It's for the
Yeah.
soft.
So like any humidity or anything that could cause eventual molding, that kind of absorbs.
What's in a shipping container going over the ocean for a month and a half.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. I was like, crap, we don't do that for our figures. So I'm like, whoops. So anyway,
I'll put this back.
Yeah, I figure I can ask here and look like a fool, and it doesn't matter. And 5 years from now, someone will ask me, and I'll be like, you don't know, right? So
the secret is a trash bag.
Nice.
So that's the insert to the box. May look a little familiar for folks. And I know Kenny was already showing off. The actual secret, folks, is that they gave you a plastic trash bag as the super special surprise this year. Plastic trash bag.
And a silica pack.
And a silica pack.
Super fancy. Now remember, Kramer put this in some Machu Picchu, and the ladies ate it, and she was hollow inside. Remember?
Yeah, it's good old Seinfeld. Ken, how are you feeling tonight, sir? You had some good ramen earlier today, I saw.
Yeah. And then went over to make Christmas gingerbread cookies at my my son's best friend's house. And that's when I was saying that they played Christmas music. And I said, wish me luck, because if All I Want for Christmas Is You comes on, then I will have broken my streak. Because usually I don't make it out of November without hearing that song. We're in the middle of December and I still haven't heard that song. And somehow after 3 hours of Christmas music, it did not come on.
So should we all sing it for Ken?
Yeah, sing it January 1st. Sing it January 1st, because I'll have made it to 2024 calendar cycle without.
Oh no, I'm gonna find a good meme to send you with that in the background music.
You're gonna have to disguise the meme. Yeah.
Jordan is mentioning the fact that in that moment he was a marine biologist.
That's true.
Easy, big fella.
Looked into the eye of the great fish. Man, whatever.
So that reminds me, like, if I'm not watching something on ToyTube, typically I'm listening to like some kind of horror narration or something along those lines. And that is gotten like, there's only a few people that I will listen to now for horror narrations, because that side of YouTube has just been overloaded with AI crap content. And it's gotten really bad. Like, they're using AI to not just read like an AI voice, but to come up with the stories. So somebody put in one of their prompts that they wanted a marine biologist in Antarctica. So they wrote a story about a marine who is also a biologist.
Oh my God.
And stationed in Antarctica.
Stupid.
Yeah.
So it's like, instead of a brain surgeon, it's a brain who is also a surgeon. Kind of like that. Like
basically, like the
a rocket
AI
who
was
is
not
also a
smart enough
scientist?
to figure out they were a biologist that studies marine life. So, and mind you, they had this thing write this story and then felt the need to post it. Like, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger and his commando teams in Antarctica being scientists. It was bad. All right, again, we got somebody trying.
It sounds
to
like a
join us here
90s
live.
movie.
It does.
I'd watch it.
I'm just gonna say I'd probably watch that.
You know, I would. I mean, I saw it in the jungle. Why can't I watch it in Antarctica too? Again, somebody, I know you're just trying to jump in. You got the link. We're at max capacity now. The most we can have is 10 people.
Dude,
I'll
this
go
is
and jump
probably
on.
my favorite face.
You sure, John?
Yeah, I pop out for a little bit.
Yeah, I have to hop off right now.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Early morning, so.
John.
All right, John.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
nice seeing you
go,
briefly,
John.
John. So,
Yeah.
So,
Later, John.
all right, I'm really gonna have to do a custom layout for verses. Because like a high request right now. We're getting some rivalries going.
Yeah,
well,
but
John,
you know what's funny is John's the only one out of this whole group that I actually hung out with before. So.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we were attached to the hip at Joe Fest, so
I was going to say John has actually hung out with just about everybody on screen except for Cobb and Bud.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Though. It's going to happen.
Thanos? Has he seen Thanos?
Oh yeah, that's right.
No,
Thanos
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Thanos
not
as well.
Thanos yet.
So you got 6 out of the group. Yeah,
the circle is closing though. The circle is closing.
It is. Yeah. But all right, guys, have a good night.
John, thank you for joining us, brother.
Bye, John.
Appreciate you.
Later, John.
Always good to have our resident photographers.
Yeah, I figured it was
all right. Adam, when
Morning,
you get
Adam.
the chance, because we're just getting into the figures, we weren't sure how quickly you'd make it. I know Brick opened his up earlier and was showing it off, but we were hanging on for you, brother, because we knew you were coming. So you can still join us because we're all just getting into it.
As I open the black bag, I have 2 words. Holy fuck. That's it.
Cool. It's cool. And balloons.
And balloons. But dude, holy fuck.
Do those come out of the silica?
Yeah, that black bag surprise is pretty fucking cool.
Wow.
Damn it,
Wow.
Ken. You just made me almost spray everything all over the
Because of the silica? Yeah.
Well, because of the balloons. Like, was that from the silica?
Yeah.
So we don't eat this?
No, don't do it. Actually, you know what's cool? If you save those up and you are putting figures in totes, it's good to slip those in those totes, because sometimes, again, if there's a bit of humidity, the thing that took out my second Star Wars collection was mold. Go ahead and hold her back up again, Thanos. Man, she is a beaut. She is a beaut.
Yeah.
Crazy, because it's not even like just her standard head sculpt. The other
so good.
Right? Adam, what is up, man? Good to have you here.
What's up, Adam?
Well, man.
What's going on, guys? Did you guys actually wait for me?
Yeah, we were waiting until you got here. We were slowing it down.
I did not. I opened this yesterday.
He opened his before Punk even posted his video.
I'm not well known for being patient. Yeah.
No, you're not. Well, I was thinking, like, could we wait until Joe gets his all in? Because I knew you still had one on the way.
Right. Yeah.
I have legitimately not had a chance to open mine yet, so I didn't have to wait at all. I got this yesterday. I was busy all day today. Like, I literally just got home from my wife's work Christmas party. So, and then I said, have a good evening to my wife, and it came in here.
And Amanda's now watching the stream anyway.
No, now she's putting the kids to bed for a second time, because I think grandma kind of just put them in their beds, and so there you go.
Yeah, it sounds about right. All right, so like with the last several figure obscuras, I love the fact that, instead of just printing on the box the little story, they're kind of like actually making like the little mini comics that go along with these. I think that's great, because again, some people are not going to, some people just aren't familiar with the stories somehow. I don't know how anybody our age isn't familiar with some of these stories. I know, like Journey to the West with the Monkey King, though, that was like the last one that didn't come with one. Probably should have. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are not as into Egyptology as myself that probably found the books that came with Anubis and Bastet very informative. But yeah, again, you get a little simple of the story, which is really, really great.
Nate is such a phenomenal artist, dude.
Oh my God, I love that guy.
God, he's good.
I'm gonna have to reach out to him sometime, see if he can join us on a Saturday night. Just have him pop on, shoot the crap. We'll do a Star Wars episode. That'll get him in.
Right.
Yeah, I think the portrait with 0 eyeballs is probably my favorite one.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got portraits now. They're not head sculpts anymore.
I'm trying to remember that every time I think. I'm like, oh yeah, portrait.
That smell, that fresh Chinese paint smell.
Oh, right? Just something
magical.
So good about it. Something so good about it. It's Christmas time.
It just makes me feel like Christmas.
I think I want to put her on the top of the tree.
Oh, that's where Swig ended up after he asked Arethyr where to put the Christmas tree. Check out Terrence and Gina's Christmas tree. Again,
Swig's
everybody's seen it. Everybody can see. The secret is plastic trash bag.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sanitation Junior.
Give me 1 second here, Thanos. I got you in a sec, but right now we're gonna give Bud some full screen layout because he's been working hard all night.
Attaboy, Bud.
Look at that bad boy.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, Bud, that looks so good, dude. Look at that.
Yeah, I like
Good
it.
job, dude. Good work.
He turned out
There's still some
really
more stuff I'm gonna do here and there, because I always take a couple extra weeks to paint in a few other things. But yeah, I'm happy with it.
Budge did a great job, and I know I've got 2 of your previous custom cats in my collection. You do an outstanding job, sir. I can't commend you enough.
Eventually, I want to get those 3D printed feet things to like slide on them.
Oh, didn't you see the ones that were the Terror Claws that were converted?
Yeah, I was gonna attempt to do that. I gotta find my extra terror claws.
I got you, bud. I'll send you the claws.
Oh, cool.
Very cool. Yeah, but that looks great, man. The custom faker with the battle cat or duplicate, copycat, whatever we're calling it this week. I know they couldn't call it copycat, but I'm sorry. I still think it's a better name than duplicate.
Yeah,
it was just more.
Duplicate should be in blue and come with duplico, right?
Right? Come on now. But man.
I think it's the hair. The hair for me on this one. Just so good.
Not into bald chicks, but yeah. So the little extra piece of holly that comes with this, I just wish I can get like 5 more without necessarily buying 5 more figures. Because
try to scan it.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. I mean, it's again the amount of paint detail that just goes into something like this, something so small, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna make sure it's detailed."
Oh, that's cool.
I'm gonna hop out and probably go get something to eat. I see Alan wants to hop in too. They'll make some room.
Sure.
So
all right.
We'll see this.
Actually, I'll probably do the same.
Hop back in
because the only thing I've been eating is
some wasabi peas.
Yeah, it's getting kind of spicy. I need some actual food, but I'll be back.
All right, brother. So, gotta say, I love the fact that the lamppost detaches from that base because now you can it doesn't have to be in a snow background. So, again, for any of our photographer friends, like this is a really, really cool lamppost. You could probably go out and get some fruit flies to put in that glass. Like if you've ever had one of these glass lampposts by your house, they get full of insects if you don't clean them out. You get that real world effect. All right, so I've been really excited for this figure for the back adapter alone, just because that the way they're adding the 2 extra arms now.
That is cool.
All right, and somebody just jumped backstage here. Here he is, the man, the myth, legend himself.
Hello,
What's up, Alan?
Hey guys,
audio working good, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you guys great.
Good. We hear you loud and clear, brother. It's good.
I have a different lady to open up. I think I got a motherboard figure tonight. They went down in price, and I don't know.
Nice, man.
They're not terrible. I think I like them.
Yeah,
she's good.
Alan, I gotta say, a couple of weeks ago when you were on, you had given a tip about using like parchment paper when you're using super glue that it won't stick to it. Dude, that's been a freaking game changer for me. So I can't thank you enough, man.
Well, sweet.
Like I kept getting my fingers stuck, and every time I went to go use super glue, my finger gets stuck to the custom, and it doesn't happen anymore. So I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. I do a lot of crap, so get little tips. If you can hand them off, then you do it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm gonna set up in a. I need to grab a phone holder deal thing.
So, Alan, if you hadn't heard earlier, Curtis did start his channel today.
I'm already a subscriber.
I love it. That's what we'd like to hear. Again, guys, like I don't pick and choose favorites. I try to help promote everybody's channel everywhere because it's a tough grind and it can be difficult. I love the fact, trying to help anybody. I mean, as long as I appreciate and enjoy your content, that is,
Yeah, because
even people who I don't. Even if I don't like your content, like you subscribe and watch who you like and everything like that. There's a lot of great content creators out there, but I do try to help promote as many people as I can.
Appreciate that.
As a matter of fact, speaking of that, it was terribly rude of me because we were getting excited about opening up our toys earlier, and I did miss somebody who had jumped in the chat. We've got John, figuratively speaking, in the house, saying hello all. John, good to see you, buddy. Long time no see.
I think John bounced out already too.
He may have, because I noticed he's not responding in the chat. But brother, if you're still watching, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
And do we bring this guy up? Justin Booth jumped in also.
Justin Booth, how did I miss Justin Booth? What is up, brother? Good morning to you, sir. 108 here in North Carolina, here in Maryland too, my friend.
Yeah, same in New York.
Oh man, thinking about that coming up, we got that New Year's tradition that's going to be coming up soon, where we do the. Oh man, yeah, we're going to be starting like at around 9, and we're going to go all the way up until 3 a.m. Which really isn't a surprise anymore. But that was the first big stream we ever did, was New Year's, and we did it across all the time zones. The only ones we didn't hang on for was Alaska and Hawaii, because fuck those guys.
So that'll be in Hawaii. That's not a,
but
that's not a Tuesday though, right? That's not a Tuesday though, right?
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I am off New Year's Day, so that's okay. We can.
I got a half day. I got a half day New Year's Eve and off New Year's Day. So
very nice, very nice. But yeah, I can. I'm off the next day, so we can definitely do our usual shtick where we will go all through the night, bring in the time zones. We normally have a lot of friends. We'll invite Mega J, even though he is known to cancel the stream 5 minutes before New Year's.
End stream.
Well, the funny part about that is, well, rather the sad part is, he won't have a chance to this time.
There you go.
Mega J has been one of my longest running partners on the channel here, but I need a little help on Saturday nights, and you can only have a certain amount of partners on your StreamYard. And I had to replace Mega J with Ed because I needed help on Saturdays.
Because Ed's the man. That's why.
Ed is the man. He's one of the busiest guys in ToyTube, because if he ain't on screen, he's moderating your chat.
If it wasn't for Ed, I wouldn't have the Monster Force piece. And that's a cool ass piece.
Ed is a good piece.
everybody just add Ed as a mod. I kicked out a mod a few months ago, so maybe I could get Ed to replace the mod.
There you go. There you go. Ed doesn't
my
mind.
mod
getting
is
wrenched
Tasty
up.
Cake, so I don't mess around.
You better not mess around. Tom don't take no crap.
Nope.
Gotta like that guy.
Yeah.
All right. So the base of my lamppost is not fitting so much.
I had to
into
push mine in pretty hard. It kind of snapped in.
Okay, yeah, there it is. I got it. I was a little worried about it at first, but yeah,
Into
now
the
it's
snow.
good.
Into the snow circle.
Yeah, you gotta be a little firm with it.
Mine had a little yellow in the middle. Did your guys have yellow? No, just joking.
Mine's got yellow right up by the base of the pole.
Damn Huskies.
That's a nice figure.
That's a huge
Yeah.
Oh, so
And the box is pretty.
Yeah, I like
Alan,
the box.
dude, the way
you
they
do me a
display her is
favor?
great.
Can you stand her next to one of the Legion's trolls? Do you have
Yeah.
any of those around?
Yeah.
I just want to see the comparison because they're both huge.
Well, I'm going to cut her free here in a second.
Well, yeah, you can wait till you cut her free. That's absolutely fine. All right. And he was live with us a little bit ago, and he's back.
Welcome back.
What is up, John? Good to have you here.
Hey guys, hey, yeah, happy to be here. Yeah, my router took a dive, but things happen.
I was wondering what happened. I went out to go mobile, and I came back, and you were gone.
Well, I
can
thought you were
say?
closing the stream, so I just left. I just joking.
I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse. This is a beautiful freaking box.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, we appreciate good box art around here. It's
hard not to display her with that thing. You got to. I mean, I kept her in that thing. Took her off, but kept her in there to display it.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to ask Corey how she looks standing like around his horde-ish gray skull that he just made. That custom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, was that the one Mega J showed off?
Yeah. Where it was like the horde style from Revolutions. Yeah, that was make, shape, create.
Is that an extension on the Origins Grayskull?
On a vintage. He didn't get
On
an
a vintage
Origins. This is a vintage one.
No, was it a vintage?
I thought it was Origins.
You know what? You're right. It is Origins because it's too symmetrical now that I think about it.
It would work on a vintage anyway.
He did really good.
Yeah, oh, man.
I've got a vintage, so I'm like, will it work on a vintage?
So, John, I gotta commend you, sir. I'm digging your color scheme. It's really representing the Nostradamus toys with the purple and green, brother. I appreciate you.
That's Joker eyes, John.
Todd got a hold of him.
And Jokerized Curtis and Jokerized Todd's taking over the clubhouse. We got to battle back. We can't go down without nobody.
I'm in the middle of printing those stairs that Lovely Evil Horde made. So I got the third wall done, and then he added those stairs to go up, and I'm printing those now. And then, of course, he has the one where the throne, the sorceress throne, and all around it, just top notch, man. So good.
That's cool.
That sounds cool.
All right, so I'm popping her head off here because, like Brick, I'm going to be taking off some of her clothes.
Is this the true crime part of the show, or?
Oh yeah. Look, we got to get it from somewhere because there isn't a Murder, She Wrote marathon going on like Trevor led me to believe. I'm still distraught about this. I can never trust Trevor again now.
Is it not like does YouTube not have somebody that has like the
probably
series or whatever? Yeah,
there's got to be somebody with like a 24-hour stream.
Yeah, there's like more and more of that stuff popping up.
Yeah, for sure.
We were getting 24 hours of Dooch's chair, but so I wanted to get this back adapter off so I can actually see it in hand. I know on release day, Trevor was giving us a shot of this, but
the Dickens flap?
No, not the Dickens flap. The back adapter for
the back adapter.
The additional arms. This is definitely
Dickens flap was my dancing name in college.
Besides Punk, has anybody shown this?
Somebody else did because somebody mentioned it to me, but I didn't know who it was. Like who
I just showed myself just now. It's freaking awesome.
Someone posted it and immediately took it down after they realized that they weren't
in the Cabal.
Yeah. Well, because again, once you're in the Cabal,
what date did they say? Like the 23rd,
25th,
25th till Christmas Day. And so like I give Punk crap just because we like to give Punk crap. That's part of what I didn't think she was that tall. Oh wow.
She's taller than the troll.
Yeah, she's as big as that's Classics Megator there, right?
Yes, that's Classics Megator. I'm working on another Megator who I'll probably end up working on tonight. He's about the same stuff. This is the Marvel Legends Frost Giant that I'm changing into Megator.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, cool.
I did not realize that she was quite that tall. Oh man!
And those wings look so good, that big like that.
Yeah, they do.
And they're very posable. They've got joints here. They've got joints here. They're nice because they'll pitch forward or back.
Yeah.
Gotta get you one, Oz. Now she's on sale.
I'm getting out of Masterverse. Like I haven't bought any for quite a while, and
you're getting out at the wrong time, bro.
You know what? There's so much of it that I have missed that I'm not going to go back and try to get more. I'm really, really not.
She's such a different scale, though. I got her for Origins. She just happens to be a giant,
Yeah, she definitely works for that.
Anybody getting that Mondo buzz off?
I don't think any of us go for the buzz offs. I shouldn't say buzz offs because you know which one I do have pre-ordered.
Yeah, the 4 Horsemen one.
Yeah, our little tribute figure.
I love buzz off, but that's that scale and that price point.
I don't do the 1/6.
I'll get
love
Evil
them
next, and that's maybe where I'll draw it. Maybe a Mum Ra.
Something else.
But
yeah.
Yeah, if they give us a Evelyn and a Triclops, I'd be okay with finishing my Mondo collection.
Ooh, Triclops would be nice.
Right? Yeah, once you get like the main crew of baddies and you got your He-Man and your Battle Cat, I just can't get into the 1/6 because it is so space consuming. Now, mind you, some of the best looking 1/6 stuff is coming out from Mondo right now. Their animated series figures like X-Men, Spider-Man, Batman that they're all doing are freaking gorgeous and phenomenal. But
they'll be doing the 2000X. They'll be doing those in
112
scale.
112. Yeah.
I'm curious about the price and quality and articulation.
Did you open the bag yet, Adam?
I opened it before I asked.
Oh, you opened it before?
Yeah.
I'm opening mine now.
It is not what I expected at all.
I said, holy fuck. That was my response. Holy fuck.
It was his response.
Hey, I've got a question for anybody that has actually read The Christmas Carol, the novella. Is it
Charles Dickens one?
Yeah.
Is this?
I'm in love.
Is
crazy,
this
right?
Like, is that based? Is that like the first chapter? That's the second chapter. There's only like 4 chapters.
They're like, what are they called? Like stanzas or something? It's like 5 of them.
Is it abridged at all, or is this basically what the novella is?
It's pretty close.
Yeah,
it's pretty close.
Yeah, I think there's some slight wording changing, but it's basically the same.
I am so glad I did not look at Punk's review. and I watch, look, first off, I do watch Punk's reviews. I watch a lot of the content on Punk's channel. But like I said, it was brought to my attention very early on that he did, and I tried to avoid his channel except for getting directly to the community tab last night to go to Punk's Pit, so I didn't accidentally see it because somebody had said it was in his thumbnail. I'm so glad I did not have this spoiled, because pulling it out of the bag, I was not expecting this, and this is brilliant. Oh, so good.
I was going to say something, but I just sent you a message, Oz.
I got so much stuff going on in my head right now.
I don't have mine yet, but I have seen it. And I would say it's very cool. I don't think it's something that I would need to order multiples of, but it is very cool.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm excited to get it. I just don't. Yeah.
It's a very unique piece.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. This is brilliant. I'm in love with it. I think it's fantastic.
One thing I'm really excited to get that figure in general is the ability to swap the hair from the different heads.
Yes.
That's something that collectors of this line has been asking for a little bit, the ability to kind of just swap hair pieces, and that's just super cool.
We were talking about that earlier before you had joined us, about how I kind of just want a heads and hairs pack. It could be a single head with faceplate swaps and then hairs, different hairs.
What's interesting to me, and I would love this going forward, because so many of the mythic legions and cosmic legions are using this. It's just glued.
Mm-hmm.
It would be so cool if they just didn't glue them, and then all the stuff that you've already got, because people kind of heat them up and pop them apart all the time, but then you got to clean up the glue and kind of do the thing. But
the other thing is
stay in
that
pretty well.
Use different size connectors on some of this stuff. So if you pull a head out of an Elf Ranger, you pull the head out of the hood is different size socket than if you pull the head out of a Swig. And that's different than if you pull the hair off of the Frankenstein's creature. And that's different than this one. If they could make that connection a little bit more universal to where now you can take those hair and hoods and stuff and make them interchangeable, that would be way cool.
So Curtis, what you're saying is you want this hair on Swig?
I mean, I'm just saying it'd be nice to have as a customizer. It'd be nice.
You'd have a hair metal Swig.
Yeah,
I'm surprised.
Nice to have the option.
Joe's making a note.
No, I was talking about it before you guys were on the stream.
Oh.
Man, yeah, this is great. And again, I'm just really hoping that moving forward, we're going to be seeing more of this kind of stuff, because I like bald chicks. I mean, I like swappable hair pieces.
I like you, and we got those the 2 new Templars coming too. The one from Econominus and one from All Star 6.
Yeah,
where they've got like the chainmail and then the face just kind of pops out.
Yeah,
like more stuff like that would be super cool.
That was one of my favorite things about Monkey King was the swappable faces, right?
Yeah. I love that part.
That
Yeah.
was so good.
Well, you've got 2 different heads, right? You got the one with the feathers, you got the other one, and then you've got the 2 different faces. So you can create 4 different looks right there. It's
right. Yeah, and I'm definitely going to keep. I forget who was talking about it before, but when I get my Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, he's getting the angry face. Right, because like I'm gonna just
Bessie's on Friday looked very intense. Look at that. There you go.
Joe had done this earlier, and yeah,
it matches the eyebrows pretty well. Actually, I kind of want to like do this now.
So
it looks like something from Event Horizon, the movie.
Right.
Thanos has been doing some hair swaps all night, and Fisher Rice is right up there with one of the top figures of the year. But the gray fro, like I'm sorry, this just wins.
Right.
I want to see the.
I'm gonna probe you, sucker.
Like I'm sorry, I just want to see the adventures of this alien now. Like it kind of like reminds me of Roger from American Dad. If you guys ever watch that
show.
Yeah. I'm totally getting those vibes from him now, and I love it.
They got to put out a short version of the Gray, right?
Marlon
like
Wayans and Space Chick.
That would be great.
Same head, but like just goblin sized.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Well, I was just gonna say the bodies for those 2 aliens from the Ox Crew 1 and Ox Crew 2. Oh, what are the name of those aliens now? The weird looking ones.
The
Uksha. Not right. Curtis knows which one I'm talking about.
Oh, the orange and blue guys.
Yeah.
I'm picturing that style body, but shorter, because those figures are actually kind of tall when they put them next to the other ones.
Yeah.
But that style body, but shorter. And then popping that gray head on there, and that is 100% Roger.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah.
Oh, Fat Red Foos pushing it as the new hella dope mascot.
So I have a question. I'm familiar with the Gargoyle series. I got this. He was on sale. I think it was Big Bad. He was like 20-something bucks.
Nice.
So good deal for this big Goliath figure.
Sure.
I'm going to turn him into Darkness from Legend. But
sweet.
Why does he come with a jalapeno?
He likes it spicy.
Yeah,
like that's literally a little jalapeno.
Actually, it's a vibrating pickle from Spencer's.
All right.
This was from the 90s, folks. Let's remember that.
Makes no sense.
It's from those videos where Kermit's like webcamming with people. Yeah.
It's a little jalapeno.
Yeah.
Kermit's Omegle days.
Yeah.
And it just hit the shop floor, and I'll never see it again.
What's long green and smells like pork?
Oh, Kirby. Odessa, Texas, by the way. That's the answer.
Oh, that's funny.
Man, I am blown away by this gift. I can't stop looking at it. I can't. Oh, when we go off air, we can talk about it a little bit more freely because, again, I'm not spoiling the surprise.
All right, guys, we'll see y'all later.
Yep, end stream. Good night, all. You only get less than 3.5 hours of us tonight, but deal with it.
We got private things to discuss.
We got many private things to discuss, including Goliath's green pickle.
That's right.
There we go. And he's back.
Grandma got up.
Swap I just did.
You know, it's funny. Like I go ahead and
what is that?
So that's the Sentry, the Fisher Rice Sentry head with the heavy gunner black visor. You get like this alien.
Oh man, that looks really good.
Oh damn, yeah, that looks great.
the more pop and swaps I see with Cosmic Legions, the more I'm inclined to think that at some point I may backtrack and have to get some.
So up
that
until
Fisher
this
Rice is the best figure.
Yeah,
it's a gateway.
Like it's so good. There's so much stuff with it.
It is a gateway.
The aliens will play nice with your new zombies from Mars line.
Yeah.
In some ways yes, and in other ways no. That's
The Greys will be great with any sci-fi line.
Yeah, that's
period.
like
yeah, not all of them, but a lot of them will.
Their accessory packs would go pretty good with them, though.
Yeah.
The accessory packs work with Animal Wars of the Kingdom too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So the like before this, the main Cosmic, I was keeping myself away from Cosmic Legions just because it's like a steep slope to go down, getting further and further into Legions. I was already like 100% in on Figure Obscura, so that means I'm buying even the variants because it's the only way I'll be able to have at least one of their lines complete, right? So, I'm like, at least I can be a completist on that. But the I've stayed away from see, Adam, you got to get the whole set now. And that was great that they did put that back up.
So that was like Jacob Marley. I was like, I'm okay. Like I got Krampus. Actually, okay, this is how you sort of like get to that. It's like a black hole, right? Like the outside, if you're just on the outside, it's okay. And then the closer you get, the faster the drop off is. I got the first one that I got that's a Figure Obscura was the retailer Red Krampus. And then I got the Red Santa. Or which order did those come out in? Red Santa first?
Red and then green.
No, but Red Santa before Red Krampus?
Santa came out the same year Red Krampus came out. No. So Black Krampus was first.
Red Krampus. Yeah, Red Krampus.
The Black Krampus came out first. And then the following year, we got Red Krampus almost immediately. And then they did the Headless Horseman, and then Red Santa was at the end of the year because that year's retail appreciation was the Red Krampus.
So we got Red Krampus before Red Santa.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my timeline in my head is correct. I got Red Krampus, and then I was like, okay, I'm getting Red Santa. And then I got Green Santa. And then I was like, Jacob Marley, I was like, I'm good. I got Santa, I got Krampus. Then I went to Legion's Con and they had Black Krampus. It just in the Legion shop. And I was like, well, I mean, probably here.
Yeah.
So I picked that up. And then I could have gotten Marley then, but I didn't think of it. And then when the Ghost of Future Past went up, and I was like, okay, well, if I get this one,
I'm in it now.
I'm probably gonna get the other ghosts as well, and then I'll be kicking myself for not getting Marley. Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'll get the Marley and I'll get the ghost. So now it's sort of like, okay, I'll probably get the other two ghosts as well, and then if they do, Ebenezer or Tiny Tim. I want a Tiny Tim. I want Ebenezer and Tiny Tim in a 2-pack.
Yeah, I want a 2-pack of that. That would be sweet. I mean, I know Curtis
wanted by the way, Adam, the retailer Marley is pretty fantastic, so you might want to check that.
It is.
No, I don't. So if it glowed in the dark, I might have. But as soon as they said it doesn't glow, I was like, I'm out. And I get it. Like
if it was between glow in the dark or have it be the colors that it is now, I would much rather the colors that it is now. And that's the only way they would have gotten these vibrant colors because you couldn't do that with glow in the dark. And it is. I mean, I'm telling you, like when you see it in person, like the colors are they just pop you right in the face.
Now, beings that
I wanted it more ghostly though, so I had heard people say like the blue one is a better color before I ordered this one. But then given that I could watch reviews of both, I wanted the ghostly translucent one. So
yeah, if that's your preferred style, then for sure,
right.
But just as a figure itself, like even if it wasn't a Marley figure, just like shelf presence, it just pops like something.
You guys
crazy.
What sold me on Jacob Marley last year was Trevor's one shot of him floating in front of the fireplace. with those translucent feet.
Yeah. The coat was the bottom half of the coat was translucent too.
Yeah,
that fade is gorgeous. It's
that sold me completely. But what I like about the new one that's out, first off, I do love those blue, vibrant, haunted mansion-esque colors to that Jacob Marley. Absolutely love that. But in thinking of the community as a whole, getting those kind of new boots, that Victorian style coat and everything like that, for customizers, from my understanding, it's a lot easier to paint over already painted or colored pieces than painting over that translucent plastic.
I mean, I painted over the translucent. It wasn't a problem. I think people
a
don't
little
want
bit
to, just because it's like you're covering up something that you can never get back. Like, you know, if I take a black coat and I paint it blue, I could always paint it back to black. But if I take something translucent and I paint it a color, I can never get it back.
I think it's just a struggle drawing lines. Yeah,
an old cabinet. You're never
because I print so much stuff in that translucent, and if I paint over it, I'm like, what am I doing? Why do I even buy this resin if I'm not going to use it for what it's supposed to be used for?
Right. Yeah. If you're not
is that
making
resin more expensive?
No. It just, if you buy a whole liter of it and you're like, well, you use it for what you're supposed to, and then you're like, well, I guess I could print this and then paint
use
over
it for everything then.
Well, I just don't like how it prints a little harder. I don't like it's not as
it's more,
the texture's a little different. I like the gray better.
Yeah, it's a little more pliable.
Right? Still got it. This one's like a year old.
It stays sealed in that cellophane.
It stays sealed in there. It's all good.
Blue.
That's pretty.
That visor, man. That's the Fisher Rice visor as well.
Yeah.
Is that Sligor?
Yeah, it's Sligor. But it's the blue jet. So you know how you had the red jet pilot. So you take the Novian Lean soft goods and throw it onto a Sligor.
Yeah,
with the silver visor, man.
That really does. That dude looks like the ace pilot of some elite fighter squadron.
Yeah, I love that build. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stealing that.
That's
fucking stolen.
That Sligor is probably the closest. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I have the girl from the first wave.
Ziri?
Ziri, yeah, I have Ziri. But Sligor was the closest I was to buying a second figure.
Yeah. So, well, like for me, right? Like when they showed off Fisher Rice, I wanted them. But then I was like, yeah, but you're not really collecting cosmics. So I don't know. And then as I was seeing everybody open them and all the parts that he came with and everything like that, and I was already thinking about the Cosmic Legions 2-pack, right? Because before now I've gotten Scourge, right? But he fits with the Dragon Head more Mythic Legions. So like I can just kind of put him in there. Like that made sense in my collection, but I've tried to stay away from that. And for a while I was thinking I'll just go ahead and get all of the Motu homages, right? Well, that got killed with the two biggest homages being Cultus and Adamon, and I'm not gonna buy those. I'm not taking a whole paycheck to buy one figure. So
Duncan's probably the most expensive right now.
Unkin? Yeah. His price jumped up recently too, I've noticed.
How do we ever get Cultus Adamon again? Right. Sorry.
Yeah, no, totally. But that's why when Dylan was flexing hard with the Adamon last night, I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to find an Adamon for, around $200. Celtic is higher than that. Unkin, if you can find one for less than $400, you did pretty good.
So Ken, go ahead and tell Curtis about your Celtus.
Okay. All right. So,
by the way, I found them all for well under $200.
Fuck you, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. Retail, not even retail, straight horseman price.
Yeah.
September 2023, I walk by a booth and the show's already opened, right? Like you'd think this would go during setup. And I see this. It does have the spear. Everything's complete, but the spear is broken, but you can glue it back together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a price tag of $85 on it.
No way.
Canadian. So 60 US, maybe 65 at the time. And the guy's like, yeah, someone was looking at that. They didn't pick it up. I'm like, what? So I just handed the guy the cash and I walked away. Same guy. Ravena's in here somewhere. Gave me Ravena for 40 Canadian about 3 months ago. Is missing one accessory, but that's like 28 US, right?
That is awesome. Like,
so
the amount of money that's
going on, right? Yeah,
I know what's going on. Next time Ken's walking around, was that the Victoria Toy Show?
Yes, good memory, Oz. Victoria's Ultimate Hobby and Toy Fair. Right.
Yeah. So next year when you're going around there, I'm gonna send you like $100, and when you walk by this guy again, you're just gonna buy me every Legions he's got on the table.
Well, what'll happen is I'll just walk out with a big dragon at that point in time. Right? I'll be like, hey, it's just so you know, shipping's gonna cost you whatever it would have cost you to buy it direct, but you know,
just ship it to Punk's house, and then he'll drive it down to me.
There we go. He'll even pay the customs duties on it to get it across the border.
See, that's the funny thing. I joke about that last night when we were on Punk's Pit. I forget a lot of people weren't here for that because it's members only. But I mentioned that when I get my dragon,
my name is Oz.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep flexing that, Curtis. Inevitable. Yeah, man, I'm digging that look, Alan. I'm digging it.
Yeah, it's a different head, but and I got him on Black Friday. These wings are like styrene, not polystyrene, but styrene plastic.
Yeah,
they're like you could break them. They're not flexible rubber. It's very weird.
That's NECA for you. I'm just, but yeah. So last night while we were on, I told Punk when I get the dragon, I'm getting it shipped to Punk's house. And the reason for that is because we're going to have him, do some photos with it on his flag. And, because he had mentioned, like, if somebody's ordering it and they want to get it shipped to my house, I will get it back to you. So, then we were talking last night. He's already drove down here once before. He doesn't mind doing it again. So that'll be how it gets to me. But, we're going to get it shipped to Punk's place. So that way it'll be there and he can do the photos.
Well, since he has so many subscribers, you should rent it out to him.
He doesn't have that.
If he's getting content out of it, you should rent it out of it.
Should, but then I'd be worried he might spoil any surprises that come with it.
Yeah.
Also, this was something that Trevor did earlier. Since we're showing off some cosmic pop and swaps, and I've had this on here all night since.
Oh yeah,
Snakes in space. Like it's definitely not even a close match with the blue, but when it's in shadow like that, you can't tell.
Throw the black peg on him, you're fine.
Oh yeah. Well, that was kind of what I was planning on. I just had that one in, so I was leaving it.
Love that.
You got something cool on my desk to show.
Yeah. Come on, Curtis.
Pick this up from Legion's Con from
Another
Dirk's
candy
Design.
out. Oh no!
He did a nice airbrush marble on this figure.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Sometimes it'll focus, sometimes it won't. Hold on.
Well, I want to try to get you. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can get you full screen. No, I gotta. Hold on. Edit name.
But it the paint job on this is just spectacular. So
yeah.
Can you try moving it a little closer, Curtis?
Yeah, let me see if that.
I'm gonna do the uncropped layout because that way we can really get you in close. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's nice.
That's incredible. How did he do that?
So he took these like face cloths. These it's like a reusable face cloth that you clean your makeup and stuff off with.
Okay.
And he stretched it out and put it over there, and then he airbrushed on top of it, so it left this like spider web pattern on the figure itself.
Wow!
And yeah, it just looks terrific.
How much masking do you think he did?
The only thing that he did, he showed his technique, and he basically just pulled this thing over it, airbrushed the whole thing, and then he went back and painted like the trim and stuff afterwards. So
yeah, that thing looks good, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it looked good in pictures, but when I saw it in person at Legion's Con, I was like, I gotta have that. Like, it's so fucking cool.
Eric, you need to check out Lee's Customs on Instagram. Lee is a great guy. He's got a lot of good different head sculpts. He does really good. Not to mention, honestly, you can get a lot of heads from different customizers and really be able to make them work with the Origins head pegs. Like,
if you need Beastman, hit me up.
Yeah, there you go. Alan's got you on any Beastman you need.
I got like 30 different Beastman heads I've made.
And shout out to Roll Keeper here joining us, saying hello. What's going on? The fact that we are like, almost 4 hours in and we're still getting new people rolling into the chat. I love that. The fact that we've got people here who've been here from the start, and then we've got people coming in. I'll be completely honest. I don't know Lee's last name because I know him as Lee, and his page is Lee's Customs. I've never asked him his last name. Like, we don't often do that here in America, ask for the surname. I'm going to start introducing myself like James Bond so everybody knows it.
Can you pull that up on the screen there?
Little share screen action? Yeah, you got that.
So like this was his post that he did initially on this, and that's the cloth that I was talking about. So he just basically like pulls it apart, stretches it, and then put it over it, and then sprayed it.
And sprayed through it.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
I've got they call it spider mesh, and it's a material that I use all the time for doing. I've got some right over here. I've got it for doing. You airbrush through it, just like but it gives amazing patterns because of how it's
that's cool.
set up.
Love, a lot of fun details, a lot of happy.
It's really organic. They're not too big. And
some people use dryer sheets too. Their option, seriously.
Well,
I got a whole bucket of stuff here for an airbrush.
Yeah, to get those textures and stuff.
It's crazy.
You guys were talking about the Ashcan comic, and I got one because I got a Father Christmas during the sale. And I was looking at it, and I think I'm gonna try and animate it.
That's cool, Alan.
I think I'm gonna try and do a stop motion, just following this book. And do an animation on it because, like, I already have all the figures. I think it'd be fun to do.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Stop motion,
really cool. Yeah, I'm down to see that.
Hell, even like a flip book would be kind of cool.
I was initially thinking like a motion comic, sort of thing,
like
some slight motion to it. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I can pull up. I got winter break coming up, and so I got 2 weeks of nothing. So
hold that up again, real quick, Alan.
This is a Stripper Stratos body that, if you look, I added 5-minute epoxy around the nub of the head. And this is how I do remountable heads. I use a hot glue, but this is a real flexible hot glue.
Okay.
So it's a super flexible, and then I just fill my head with it, and I Vaseline that little neck stump, and then I can pop it off and on easy.
Hey Jordan, if you're still watching, can you clip that?
That's a good idea. I wouldn't even thought of Vaseline.
Yeah, do Vaseline this guy so it'll come out easy.
That's a great idea.
Perfect.
And now
make that perfect fit. Wow.
Once that dries, it'll pop right off and it'll go onto this guy. So
that's fucking smart.
Nice, Alan.
Gosh.
There you go, Curtis. Your next you need to do like little pop-ups in your videos. Alan Hobbs tips,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've over the years, like I watched so many YouTube videos and Instagram tutorials and stuff. Like, I mean, every single thing that I do is from somebody else that I, watched or something. So
and I think that's a good thing about this is that you have like that wealth of knowledge, but then you've also done it because you're not just regurgitating it, right? You actually can be like, I've actually done this, and this is how you execute.
Well, yeah, because there's been a plethora of things that I saw that I was like, oh, that's cool, and then I try it, and it's like that doesn't work for me. You know, like some stuff, it just if you fall right into it, and some stuff you're like, yeah, that's just not for me. So
yeah, so like this guy right here, this was one of those ones that Kenzo printed out for me, and it's almost like a skull wearing a pumpkin mask, right? And you know, like that next socket there, I'll hold it back out a little bit. Like you can see, it's not like as big as that open hole is. It was a little dark before because of the shadow, but I pulled it back out. So I hadn't really played around with any neck pieces, but since I got a couple right here, I might as well just try it. Yeah, it's a little snug on a 1.09. I don't want to force it around too much because I don't want to break this or this. So,
but hey, fellas, unfortunately, I have to work mandatory overtime tomorrow, so I'm going to have to call it a night and get some.
You want me to go talk to your boss and let him know that you are there tomorrow for mandatory overtime?
More money for Legions. Don't worry about it.
That I still got to place my pre-order for
Rain for
the wave. Yeah, that's out right now. So that the extra money won't hurt, you know. But
I'm thinking I gotta go for the big guys.
I'm gonna get them all because I have to. All right, probably some extras. But
yeah,
you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
Bye, Joe.
I'm gonna probably
Thank
take
you
off
for being
too.
here.
I gotta get up in the morning and package up a bunch of things to mail out to people. So
you were really quick on that.
Oh yeah,
thank you. I appreciate it.
I got a text message from somebody with a tracking notice like 2 days before Curtis, and Curtis, flexing that pin on me again that I don't have. I'm totally gonna find it, Curtis. I'm just busting the chops now.
If not, you'll get one with the new package. So
there we go. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
If Alan drops any other super tidbits of wisdom, make sure you copy me in on it or something.
Clip it.
Well, I'm gonna try and be on tomorrow with the customizing.
Oh, beautiful! The customizing studio.
Yeah,
awesome,
yeah.
man.
I'm gonna hop on there.
Beautiful. Well, I look
Alan,
forward
have
to
you
seeing
joined
there,
the Cabal yet on Facebook?
You know what? I've only joined the Goblin part of it because they said, "Hey, here's a card. Join us." So I did.
You are totally part of the malignancy. I see that now. Let me go ahead and I'll shoot you an invite from the group.
Okay, great.
There. Yeah,
I think. Did I already invite you to the customizing studio last week? I think. Or
yeah, I'm in the chat.
Okay,
that is pretty consistent. Like a lot of posts
you
on
gotta
that.
mute that. It's busy.
But that's fine. I don't mind it. And yeah,
cool. All right. Well, I hope to see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
I will catch you folks later.
See you, Curtis.
Take care, Curtis. Congrats again, brother.
All right, as I told you, I was going to open something up. I got a CT Toys.
That's what you were talking about. The cheapest and best Wolverine on the market right now.
the knockoff, bootleg, whatever you want to call it. CT Toys.
Better than Legends Wolverine, you said?
I did wait a whole month for it, because it came from overseas. But
Alan, are we not friends on Facebook? Are you on Facebook? You got to be on Facebook.
Oz, I don't know your real name.
That's a good point. I mean, it's Oz, but
you didn't just search Wizard of Oz and click the first thing that came up.
So without revealing anything, Alan, you just got a new friend request.
All right.
I don't really try to hide myself or anything like that. I just don't talk about my actual name very much. And anybody who
I'm gonna
knows
send him
me
a friend
on
request at the same time, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, your real name's Ken Poe."
He'll notice about almost a foot difference in height, and
Look
you
at this.
have hair.
3-4
Look at
inches.
this color
It's all
setup. I just popped a Skeletor into her wing pack. Now it's huge, but it's almost like a vehicle,
Yeah, no, I kind of like that. Oh man, now I'm thinking I need to make a Screech glider Skeletor. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm digging it.
And the colors are already there.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a match,
And that's the one with the red gem on the chest harness, right?
It's red painted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is just a box of like, I'm not sure even where all these came from.
Probably all the Walmarts around me, which is why I can't find anything.
And they have, there's all kinds of stuff in here. I bet there's 15 different Skeletors.
Adam's eyes just lit up looking at that box.
No, I just every time people are like, "Oh, I just picked these." I've been seeing in chats and in posts too. Stuff's dropping again at like Ollie's and what was it Kenzo that has DDs or something that I've never even heard of? Like another one of these places that's like, here's all these figures that don't even show up in Canada. And that was like what, $8 or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh man,
we don't get those deals.
This sweet McFarlane Swamp Thing.
Wow, I'd buy the heck out of that.
Right?
Yeah, so would I.
I don't even collect McFarlane, but I love Swamp Thing. Like I was a big fan of the old, Swamp Thing toys in the 90s, and I'd buy the crap out of that.
It was cool though, because I went in and the guy's like, "Oh wait, we have more toys in back," and he's like ran into the back and like wheeled out a whole cart of stuff that wasn't on the shelves just because he saw me coming into the store. I was like, "That's pretty cool."
Skeletor disapproves face.
That's like people knowing your order when you go to a diner, right?
Like I wish the people at my stores would be like, "Yeah, we got more stuff in the back. Come on!" Like, now I don't get that. Instead, what do I get? A Reptilax that's up to $130 that they're willing to mark down 50% to make it still 3 times the cost of what they're in stock at BBTS right now.
Were you not able to get a Reptilax?
No. Well, my issue isn't that I can't get it because it's in stock on BBTS. I could go buy it from them right now. But when I went into Random Treasures today, which is one of the toy stores by me, sadly, they are closing and they're running 50% off everything in the store. And I remembered a couple weeks ago they had a Reptilax. So I was like, I'll go pick them up for 50% off. So I go in expecting their normal markup of like $10. So that would make them like $30. Except there was a 1 in front of that $29.99. When I looked at the price tag and I'm like, why? What? Like I couldn't fathom why.
How are they going out of business? If they're selling that figure for $130 that you can buy for $20, they should be making tons of cash.
Well, that's kind of the problem. They're not, like it's exactly.
What's the flaw in that business model?
Yeah, what's the flaw in this logic? I can go buy 3 of them. Yeah.
I just sell everything really high. How come I'm not making no money?
This is my embarrassing pile down here that I still have to go through and open and process.
You got a Reptilax in there you're not trying to play with? As long as you're not asking $130.
That looks like a pile of unopened AWOC figures.
Oh, shoot. All right.
Yes, you got one.
Alan, just let me know how much you need for it and shipping, and we'll work that out.
Did you get your cube already?
No, I haven't got the cube.
Oh, it's on its way.
Okay. I know you were supposed to send it. We were supposed to exchange at Legion's Con and never got the chance.
Yeah.
I'd say that was almost worse than last year's me and Adams. We were supposed to exchange things at Joe Fest, and then I couldn't make it to Joe Fest, but we still managed to do the exchange.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just sent everything to Terrence, and then you handed off everything to Terrence, and he sent it up to me. We were talking about that earlier. I forget who I was talking with about it. I was like, yeah, I got all those Final Faction toys, and now I can practice paint skills on toys I don't give a crap about that I can.
No, those Final Faction ones I mailed from Legion's Con last year.
That's right. That was Legion's Con last year. Yeah.
I had sent them. They'd gone in my luggage already, and so when you were like, "Oh, I'm not going to be there," I was like, "All right." So I Googled where the closest post office was, and on Monday morning, I walked to the post office and mailed them to you.
My trouble with failed attempts at freaking cons over like the last
that's not going to end well, I'm sure.
Somebody's going to have fun.
Everybody thinks this couch is like a sexual thing. I was just super happy to find a nice couch. Like,
where's that couch from?
You,
Dee It's a jewelry box.
Oh, for
Thanos, you have
heaven's sake.
your Wednesday photo shoots. How else are people going to associate that?
I know. You know what? Like, it's to the point now where I can't take certain pictures without. It's like it has that connotation. Like,
Thanos did a whole month of Toyvember shots without a single questionable picture. So.
That's not true. He posted without a signal, like a single.
I didn't tag them in the Wednesday shots.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't only take those shots.
Well, yeah, I didn't say that. I just said.
But last November, I only did those kind of shots. So.
Naughty November was last year.
Why do people pigeonhole you, Thanos? I wonder. It doesn't.
Oh look, but I mean, like, even for myself, like when I'm taking a picture, I have to be like okay, like it's like it's gonna be taken this way, so I have to redo it.
Alan's couch even has hearts on it, so I think
this is my Dollar Tree couch.
Yeah,
and I only got this to put a Leia on it, and then surrounded by Beastmen standing as a recreation, kind of. But I'm not going to post that on my channel, so I haven't ever done it.
We'll take the picture and forward it to Thanos. We'll put it up for you.
You did it with the turtles, Thanos?
Yeah, it had the best action April, so she's super tiny, and then I had the movie turtles like behind the couch.
Was one of them like this?
I don't remember exact poses, but yeah, I tried to recreate the meme as best I could.
It was well.
Yeah, I've got those too from Dollar Tree.
These are great, man.
Yeah,
those are fun.
Now that's not a skibbity toilet, is it?
If I stick a head out of it,
Just gonna get back into that conversation again.
For $8, this is a great.
No, it is.
Yeah, no, it's actually upholstered. It's not just plastic. That's fantastic.
And you can like store like accessories in there.
Put your weed in there.
You can put your weed in there. Damn it, Oz, you beat me.
And you got a mirror if you got to go a little harder than weed.
Yeah,
John, I think you've watched the show long enough now that you should know I will never miss an opportunity to say,
quick.
Put your weed in there.
But to your skibbity toilet reference, man, as a elementary school teacher, God, I hear that so much.
There it is.
We had a Dungeons and Dragons session today, and it's like 3 kids, and we somehow sort of got on the topic of all those stupid words,
right?
And I was like, okay, so what does this mean, and what does this mean, and then I was like, but why does it mean that? They're like, I don't know, and I'm like, so it doesn't mean anything. You guys are just
right.
Yeah. I said half of the kids in the world are probably using it wrong because they heard it. And your friend group uses it in a similar way, and no one's willing to challenge anybody on it being wrong for fear that they're actually using it wrong. So it's just words just have no meaning, but also mean everything. Like it's ridiculous. And then they were talking about like, oh, this kid's older, so this kid probably. And I was like, oh yeah, that kid's in grade 6. Like, oh yeah, that kid invented English. By all means, like
Adam. Last year with my 5th graders, I literally created one. I said, it's like
it's not hard.
It's not. Like a kid was like just being like, oh, I don't want to do work. Like, I don't want to do this. And I was like, why are you getting misty on me? And it started to like create, like, as long as some kids start using it and the right kids start using it, it will become a thing.
We did an experiment on that while we were in high school amongst them. We're like, you ever see those kids that just start saying the stupidest thing and like it catches out of nowhere? And so like we went around convincing people to say clown penis.
What?
Yeah, and it worked too. It worked for like a solid 3 weeks. People were saying it's just clown penis. And then like a teacher heard it and they weren't even mad. They said shit. It was the clown penis,
right? The clown
that got the teacher. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, go take your Winston-Salem cigarettes out your purse and you know, you uptight bitch.
Yeah, nothing means nothing, Adam, and you know that's just how it goes.
Well, like, see, here's the thing though. Like some of those words, like Riz, right? Like that actually has meaning. It comes from charisma.
Yeah.
Okay. Like. It's some of that other stuff like skibbity again. It's like a filler word that has no actual meaning to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't.
every word has etymology.
Kids know what charisma means, though.
No, because Connor didn't know where Riz.
So they just think it means like good or cool.
Yeah,
and
right.
I'm like, I mean, I guess if you kind of don't know what other words mean,
right? So
they're kids, they don't.
They don't. That's my point. It's like they're coming up with these words that mean nothing to represent nothing. Like there's an actual word that you could use that is the word for that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that looks beast. Like, and I'm just throwing that word out
That's
there.
That's kind of like Punk sitting on a couch. Feet don't touch the floor.
That's Punk sitting on a love seat.
Yeah.
The guy gets roasted when he's not even here.
We have no couth.
He's used to it.
Oh, man,
he gives it back just as much as we dish it out.
That's true. And he also
that's
he's not supposed to.
And now John's
just
getting
throwing it in there
next
one more
page.
time, right, John?
Fun,
Just throw it in one more time.
And he thinks I don't like him.
Right?
I don't say shit about him.
That's why he
I'm
thinks
the
you don't
one
like
that he
him.
thinks is
That's
like,
exactly why. That's exactly it.
That's his love language.
Because you don't give him enough crap, Adam.
Speaking of dollar store things, so there was a dollar store that was closing, and they have these like super shitty like $3 112 scale motorbikes that are like admittedly like it's trash. It's just like plastic and it's like looks like garbage. But you know, at like 30% off for like $2, this can be painted and Dreadnought can sit on this thing, and it's like,
oh boy, Adam and his Dreadnoughts.
Like a Marvel Legends $60 Punisher just to get the bike,
right?
And, like,
the motorcycle,
the Punisher figure in a bin somewhere forever. And I don't feel guilty spray painting this thing.
Yeah.
I've seen the Batman bikes popping up all over Ross and Didi's too.
Yeah.
But Adam doesn't have Ross and Didi's though.
Yeah, I don't have those. So even if I find it at Toys R Us, ooh, I got Toys R Us. It's so magical. It's still like $40.
Guys, did you ever see my Hoverbot pack from Dollar Tree?
No.
Hang on, I'll grab a bin of them.
Oh,
this thing shit. The chain isn't even real metal and doesn't actually work.
Oh God! How dare somebody make a toy out of plastic?
Those bikes are pretty trash, actually. I tore one apart for parts.
Yeah, they are. It's so flimsy
they're
and
trash.
shitty.
For a background.
Yeah, background.
But that's what I mean. It's like for like, you know, putting the Dreadnoughts all together. When we get the Thunder Machine,
you
know, I'll have a coil cycle repainted. I'll have a couple of these repainted. Like I'll just have, you know, a nice, you know, set, and we'll be good to
Alan had held up the toilet with Mossman in it, and all I could think of is, "Hey guys, Lawrence just got done in here with the grumble duff, and now I'm in the toilet to make it smell fresh again."
Origins Mossman is in the running for my top 10 figures of 2024.
Wow.
You know,
I love this figure.
Mossman is a great figure, and the only thing that makes me complain about it is the fact that it just doesn't have that smell. And I had the same problem with Stinkor.
They are make it smell.
Yeah, well, like somebody said, throw it in a plastic bag with a pine tree.
Cigarette.
Put it in a bag with some weed.
No, why would
then you'd have like a real
Hey, there we go.
proper-
Then it'll be like an actual one.
Right now, they're selling those green sticks to put on your fake tree to make it smell like a real tree.
There you go.
Just store those with Mossman.
Yeah. Put them in a plastic bag with that, and then take them out, and you'll smell fine. The only thing you can't do is replicate infusing plastic with patchouli because I'm not melting the plastic down again. Oh man, yeah, that's. Hold on, I gotta scroll down to grab you.
And then, because on this one, I even cut the ribs in.
Yeah.
Ribbed
But
pleasure.
Yeah,
these pens, if you take out this pearl, are the claw hand.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I see those all the time at the dollar store.
Oh yeah, that's exactly.
That's their claw hand. And
Man,
then
if anybody wants like a decent claw hand for their Dr. Octopus Marvel
they
Legends,
have this
too,
wire for the arms.
Oh,
It's a floral rapid clip floral wire, and then you just put that on the end. And I buy the little zip ties, and I run zip ties all the way down it, so it looks like robotic and segmented. You just clip them off.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
No, it totally does. Kenny's saying, sorry guys, grandma isn't feeling well. Just gonna make sure and take care of her. Have a good night, everyone. Brother, sorry to hear about grandma. I hope she feels better. But thank you for joining us tonight. I know that was your first time joining us for the special Figure Obscura opening. Because again, it's something that we try to do together. Punk.
And these pieces are what I use for the head because they're a nice dome.
There you go.
Yeah, that works.
And they fit right on top of those little shot glasses that they sell too.
Genius, right? And again, this is all stuff you get for like $1.
Yeah, I mean, so to make like 10 of them is like $13.
You know what my problem with that is the bins and bins of stuff that I have been buying and collecting either for free or for $1. That with 3 kids under 10, I just never get around to like getting the glue out. You know, like I look at the bins and I'm like, look at all this cool shit that I can make all this cool stuff with. One day I will I'll get around to all of it, and then I'll have tons of cool stuff to show you guys.
I am a dinkwad.
20 years from now.
I'm a dinkwad. Double income, no kids, with a dog. So that's I've been blessed with no children.
So
Adam, I love my kids. That's the other thing. I get to when I feel like it, and I'm like, hey, do you guys want to play with all the G.I. Joe classified figures? And it's like, okay, we get a Hiss tank and like stingers, and like now I got a dragonfly we can bust out. Like my whole living room can be filled with like classified, and it's like I'm a kid again, actually like playing with G.I. Joes.
That's awesome.
But man, they cost a lot of money. My kids, not the toys. I don't care about the price of the toys. That's not
toys you can shop for deals.
Adam's going to be on his deathpad, and his kids are going to be look what we inherited from Dad, a box full of junk he never put together for us.
So
they're going to be like, what do we do with all these foam bits and fake plastic?
I have a closet full of foam. Like literally, like if you open it, it's like the cartoon where stuff's just going to like fall out and like.
So, Adam, what I'm going to say is you need to start doing craft time with your kids.
There you go. No, because I got all that stuff in the garage.
Well, I was going to say, just reach out to Ace about how they operate sweatshops, and
we use our kids for that outside in the yard, garden stuff.
Best way to do it.
Somebody was talking. I was Off-World. You guys were talking about that tractor, right, with the trailer. I was like, we have 2 of those, and those are actually farm tractors as far as my kids are concerned, because we make them put rocks and stuff when we're tilling the garden. We get them to put rocks in the trailer, and then they have to drive the trailer over to the pile of rocks and unload them.
Yeah, you know what though, man? Like that's what I was saying last night. I was like, does that tractor really cut grass? Because like my backyard is not something you should be using a push mower on. So
kids carrying rocks is one thing. Kids mowing lawns with sharp blades.
Connor's about to turn 10 years. No, Connor's about 10 years old. And guess what? I started cutting grass at 10 years old.
Well, I used to have to do the lawn because my parents were doing the lawn.
That was how I used to get allowance as a kid. I was cutting the grass at 10.
Kids at 10 now are not as old as we were at 10.
That's okay. Yeah. Connor can
30 that way. I feel 30 like years old already in my 40s.
30 years old is the new 18. That's when kids are moving out. That's when they're getting their licenses later and later. They're not getting their driver's licenses right as they turn 16, like a lot of us did.
I'm 40. I don't have my license, and I live with my aunt and uncle. I am the epitome of what you just said.
But they're pushing everything back, like time wise.
That's because I'm still having so much fun playing with all these toys. I mean,
none of us grew up to tell them what to do.
It is our fault.
There's nobody that's like, hey, you need to grow up.
Yeah,
I was taught something at a
toy in the living room.
I was taught something at a very young age. Fake it till you make it, and I've been living my life by that standard ever since.
There's a news story about a mom who was arrested because her 10-year-old kid walked a mile to the store to buy something, and she got arrested for. At 10 years old, I'd be gone for like 12 hours. Like I'm on a bike in someone else's field,
We were in like 3 towns over when I was 10 years old.
Oh yeah, I was hopping trains. You know, like that's so crazy to me.
You knew the hobo codes.
Alan was 10 in 1927.
I was 10 in Aberdeen, Maryland, which is the same thing.
It's still the Great Depression there.
It's only right down the road for me, and he ain't lying. But actually, it was that Aberdeen Ollie's that had all the cool stuff. Just
best of both worlds, I guess.
Well, because that's the only place you can afford to buy toys. Then
Alan see those red bandanas, and he said, "I can remember those days when I could fit everything I owned in one of these on my back."
Right.
If I only had a stick, I could relive my glory days.
But you can't pick up a stick and play with it anymore because you might hurt somebody,
right?
Meanwhile,
I
me
got
as a
sworn
child,
by cops, I had a boken and a bag tied to it, and it was just like walking, and I got like 3 cop cars like swarmed on top of me.
That's a short film right there. That's a Kurosawa short film right there.
Is there a bad hobo population where you live?
They like pulled me over, and they're like, "I'm like, it's."
To be
wood.
fair though,
Like,
why are you walking around with a boken over your shoulder?
I was just like walking, and I had like stuff, and it was tied to it, and I was just like, this was like 20 years ago. But
well, like for me, I used to use one as a walking stick.
Me and my friends used to beat the shit out of each other with them. Like literally fight with them. Like I was coming from like one of their houses back to my house.
Those were like first generation cosplay because they were like,
right?
There's no foam. There was no foam.
No, it's solid wood.
It's solid oak usually.
Yeah. So
we
used
Chennai as opposed to Boken when we fought.
Yeah. So you get the little pinching of the skin as it splits across your back.
So one of my claims to fame is that our group at Skull Kingdom was the year-round haunted house in Orlando. We would sword fight with Chennai after work in the parking lot. And one of the guys who did it with us was Damien, who was one of the actors there, who then went on to Hollywood. And in the first Avengers, when Thanos turns his head and looks at the camera at the very end, that's Damien. And so I used to sword fight with Thanos.
Wow. Cool.
Well, and now we know that Thanos walks around with a boken, so he's already ready.
It's a long time ago, but
hey, I used to walk around with one. It wasn't a boken. You guys, are you familiar with the heavier ones? It's called a subrito.
Yeah,
the training ones.
Yeah, so that's the one that I used because it was heavier. And again, my idol was Guts, so I was like, the heavier, the bigger, the better.
I used to put weights on the boken too and do the.
Yeah. Just practice doing this, and then like your shoulders are all jacked up to here because you're just constantly doing that.
Probably a terrible form. If that blade goes behind your head, it's too far.
Well, the thing is, you got to be able to have the strength here to be able to.
No, you don't. That's not how it works.
Swing. Use gravity and momentum.
Just think of all the wood you could have chopped in that same motion. Been productive with your life.
That's what the axe was for.
That's what he was training for. That's why it's so heavy.
I was going to go move into, Washington and Seattle before all those woke people went and ruined it for me. And I was going to be a lumberjack with a beard and a flannel.
God. For all this save the environment shit started.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
I was going to, move up to, British Columbia real quick and steal Adam's shirt and then come back down. And
I got a lot of these.
I've got a couple too. They're getting a little tighter though. I need to get some new ones.
I got to go change my shirt because I'm uncomfortable on this. I bought this before I had kids.
It's a little
25 pounds less
right?
when I bought this shirt. I had to wear something nice. We went out for the Christmas party. I had to wear something nice, and I wore this.
Good, man.
And it's we went to the casino and I won $40. So
hey, it was a good night, man.
That was free money too.
You could afford to buy 2 Reptilax. Just saying.
If I lived near
in the U.S.
or whatever, yeah.
Well, you couldn't afford one from Random Treasures. Just saying. It still just blows my mind. I'm like, why is there this extra one at the beginning of this? This doesn't make sense to me. Like it did not compute. I'm like, this figure's not that rare or anything. And it's like terrible because I want to give them business. Like, even though they're going out of business, I still want to give them as much money. They're going to switch to an online store format after they close out the main store, because they do some online sales. But it's just, again, it's always nice to be able to walk into a store and see that stuff up there. Like I said, walking into Attorney of Dreams and, like, you know, meeting Alan, meeting Pixel Dan the first time was great.
But their pricing's good.
Their prices are a little high. Like, don't get me wrong, but you know what though? I don't have to pay shipping.
Though.
Yeah. Well, their prices are better than a lot. That's for sure. Like I said, he's got Gothotropolis figures for under $300. So just putting that out there.
Practically giving them away.
Yeah, at that price, yeah. So, the walking into his Gettysburg store though, and like going down the one aisle where they've got their Mythic and Cosmic, and like seeing store shelves with peg hooks and Mythic Legions and Cosmic Legions on them, and then AWOC right behind that, it's like, oh my God, I feel like a little kid walking into Toys R Us with all the toys that I want now. Mm-hmm. Like, versus my yesteryear memories of seeing that. Like, these are the toys that I like collecting now on a wall in a store. This is amazing.
Yeah.
So much more satisfying than pushing buttons online computer screens to buy stuff.
Yeah.
So we
get
lost.
excited. It's like you pre-order and you're like, okay, I guess I'll just wait a couple years.
Now I just wait. Like, I'm still pumped about the bear, but you know what would be even cooler? If I could have just walked into a store and picked up the freaking bear. That box is going to be so big until the dragon comes out, and then it's going to look so small.
Then you can put all your other boxes that you've been saving into the dragon box.
That's what I did with the Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain boxes.
Me too.
That's where all those other boxes went. They went right inside there. And then I was like, I need to start getting rid of boxes. And as much as I hate to do this, I got rid of them.
I only keep the like collector friendly, like collector
ones.
Well, yeah, because they're clamshell that slides, but that's also because at some point I feel like if I'm gonna sell any of these origins, it'll be those ones first.
Right. Those are the ones that are going to retain their value more.
But they are they even though? Like what's resale? It's like
not as much as it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Like the retail on the resale on those has already kind of dropped a bit. Like,
well, they keep re-releasing figures as fan favorites and stuff like that too. So
which is a good call for them, because there were a lot of us that were like, "It's BS. We can't get these figures. We never had a chance to when they first came out, and now like everybody wants like $90 for it."
I don't. I mean, I personally, I'm all for, you know, if the demand is there, let the companies, you know, make a second run, because the idea that like, oh, I got it and it's worth so much now, you know, how dare this company try to make money and make this aftermarket what they don't care.
Money off resale.
They're not cashing in on the aftermarket anyway, so why would they care?
That's right.
How many of you guys buy them and plan to sell them later for a profit?
Not at all.
Never.
Not me. Unfortunately, the guy who's waking up at 3 a.m. to go stand outside, you know, whatever retail store and resell that for a profit is willing to do that, whereas I have to work a day job so I can avoid my try to pay as close to retail price as opposed to flipping toys.
I just think there's too many people that have gotten into their head that like, oh, these are going to be worth something, that there's way too much out there. So even if you buy it and sit on it, right? So what I have found is that like if you buy something and flip it right away, you might make, you know, 30, 40, 50% back as a flipper, which is just shady and stupid and lame.
Yeah.
Because of the amount of work that you have to do when you actually calculate like, okay, I bought this for $20 and I can sell it for 30. You're like, dude,
but I had to drive
3 hours to make $10. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But I think there's too much. I think the market is just going to be saturated by that stuff. And so it's
look at Power of the Force 2. That's all I got to say, right? Like everybody was snatching up Power of the Force 2 back in the day, keeping them sealed, you know. Like we were having this discussion when May the Power of the Force, when we were doing that, like everybody was keeping them sealed and putting them away, you know, making sure that they were in like as minty mint condition as they
Yeah.
could be.
You
And
can
now
buy 'em
those
now
same
at
figures
retail.
are less than, well, no, actually they're just about retail
What
again
about
at like
retail,
$5.
like with inflation or whatever, you know, like
Well, no, even without inflation, because they were like $5 back then too.
were they? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. They were like $5 or $6.
For me, it was the NECA Pacific Rim line. Like, I loved that movie, and I bought all the figures, and I kept them in box. I'm like, man, these are going to be worth so much. And then I remember moving once, and I'm like, I don't have room to move all this. And I just sat with them for a little bit, all splayed out. I was like, I'm never going to sell these. One, I love these figures too much. Two, why would I sell a figure that I could sell it for $300 when I bought it for $60, but like, why? You know, I love the figure so much. I want to play with that toy, and then ever since that moment, I was just in my early 20s. I've never been in box since that. It's like, there's just no point.
I get the odd thing where I buy it and I kind of sit on it and I'm just like, I don't really care for this as much as I thought I might.
Mm-hmm.
Or I buy two thinking like, oh, I'm going to use this for customizing fodder or whatever. And then down the line, somebody goes, oh, I'm looking for whatever. And I'm like, oh, I have one of those. And then I look up what it's worth. And every once in a while, like, I'm like, oh, this thing that I paid $30 for is $100 now. And I'm like, oh, I'll sell it to you for, $75.
So
I've profited off of, the purchase, and they've gotten a good deal, and it's like everybody wins, right? It's like if I sit on something for a long time, it's not because I'm hoping the value goes up. It's because I just didn't get around to opening it because I don't like it. So I'm like,
a lot of stuff has like a window too, where you really want to make the money like off of the FOMO, and then once it's passed, people are like, we don't care anymore, and then there's a bunch of them that have been sitting anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's, I think the longer you sit on it, you actually see like a less return. Who knows? In 20 years, maybe we'll sort of come around, and like my kids will be trying to get, figures that they couldn't get as kids, but it's probably not the ones that we're buying. It's going to be like Monster High dolls or Roblox,
Bluey, whatever.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, yeah, probably not my kids because we have pretty much all the Bluey figures, but yeah. So, I mean, as a collector, when my kids like get into collecting something, I'm like, I've got the list out.
Then
I'm like, hey, do we have this one? Do we have this one?
Right.
Do we have this one?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Christmas as like, okay, here's the time to like check all this stuff off the list. So
yeah, pick one or two franchises, and we're gonna go get everything off
that's
of those.
Exactly
franchises.
what we do. So that's, like I said, every time I go to like a con, I try to hit Target and see if there's new Bluey stuff, because that's one that they've been pretty
I'm glad
into.
that my mental like that. I have the same mentality with my kid. Like we're like all about little people, because I have a 3-year-old, and so I got make sure I got the house, make sure I got the plane.
I like that out.
Got to check them all off.
Would have paid to be me.
Yeah, man, I like it. So on that same vein, right? So like where I'm at now, I don't have a lot of space, and I was talking about like after Christmas, I'm thinking about like when they put those storage totes on clearance, for everybody to go like pack up their Christmas decorations. I was like, I should really go buy some of those, because when I moved out of my last place, we were in such a hurry. We were just literally taking giant contractor bags, and like Connor's toys were getting thrown in those contractor bags and stuff. And my aunt was telling me, she goes, well, you should really think about getting rid of some of that stuff because he's not old enough to play it. And I told her, I was like, yeah, I'm going to leave that in his hands. And she kind of looked at me strange. And she's like, why? And I'm like, because you know what? I got to a certain point in my life where I went back and I wanted the toys that I had as a kid. Now, mind you, I had a house fire that took mine from me for the most part.
Oh, wow.
But with Connor, I was really good about making sure we kept all the accessories and we have everything that came with all the different sets. And it was one of these things of, I want him to decide when he wants to get rid of them, if he wants to get rid of them. I don't want him to 20, 30 years down the line be like, man, those were cool and I'd like to share those with my kids, but I can't because I don't have them. And then him, like I said, I've mentioned that moment before several times where me with He-Man, Connor and I are sitting down watching He-Man, and I'm telling him about the old toys that we had. Now, mind you, this is before Origins was coming out. I said to him, I was like, Daddy used to have a bunch of these toys when he was a kid growing up, and I used to play He-Man all the time. And Connor was like, I'd really like to have some of those toys, Dad. And I started looking up the prices at the time, because again, this is before Origins came out. And I was like, yeah, Daddy would too, buddy. Because they were just too expensive. I wasn't going to buy them.
Yeah.
And not to mention a lot of those, like the older plastic was, brittle at this point for quite a few of them. Like there's a lot of them that can take a beating, but there were a lot of more of them that took a beating, and their plastic's not holding up so much. So, it's just the thing, like, unfortunately, I want Connor to be able to have that choice for himself. So if I just got to go buy a couple of totes and put everything away in those totes, I'm okay with that. And I'll hold on to him until he's at a point where he can make the decision. All right, do you want to hang on to these for, when you have kids and you want to play with it with them? Do you just want to have them as a collection? Or do you really think it's time to get rid of them and we can see what we can sell them for? But I'm not going to do like what these parents do, where they just sell all their kids' toys. Mind you, some of their toys have value already, and then the parents go and sell them off for like way under value.
Right.
Like I'm getting rid of this big lot of Imaginext stuff for like $8, and it's like, oh yeah, that discontinued Power Ranger Dinosaur, that's worth like $150. And they'll never make another one again because they don't have that license anymore.
Yeah. It's interesting, man.
Yeah. Well, it's a thing as a collector and as somebody who's gone through these experiences. Like I have an experience my parents didn't, that a lot of parents may never have had or never thought of.
Yeah.
So, it's just, I have a different frame of mind for it. But again, I'm very conscious about that with Connor. Just like I've thought about getting rid of, like, because I don't have my NECA Alien and Predator stuff up here to display. Like, well, should I get rid of that stuff? And it's like, nah, some of that stuff means way too much to me. And I do intend on one day building an Alien Hive Dio.
Highly recommend.
And I would hate to go back and rebuy that stuff again, because it was already expensive the first time. Not to mention the NECA stuff, I was already worried about taking it out of the box. I hate to think of what it would be like in like 10, 15 years taking it out of the box. Like that leg's really just going to snap off if I look at it.
I pulled out my Pacific Rim figures after being like maybe just 5 years in a tote. And jeez, dude, I had legs popping left and right. So much glue to get those things just to stand.
Right. Yeah.
But that's just like the plastic, like Marvel Legends, you don't have to worry about that, but like the NECA plastic just becomes brittle.
Yeah. Now I'm definitely going to be putting it in a well-heated location. So that way I can pull those out of the box about as best as I can and hope no more break. Mind you, I only had one leg snap out of all the ones that I had that I opened. I only had one leg snap.
On your Predators or Aliens?
It was on one of the Xenomorphs.
Yeah.
Battle Damage Xenomorph from the Battle Damage Hicks 2-pack.
Extra battle damage.
Extra.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I was like,
Chase variant.
I could take some hot glue and make some more blood spatter and then just paint over it with a little bit of yellow and green, and boom.
There you go.
I have a bunch of old McFarlane figures that were in totes. Like before the place that I was at, like I had moved to a different house and then moved to this one. So it's been like boxed for like decades. And I recently opened some of those and they're just like falling apart. Like,
yeah.
I mean, some of them held up okay, but most of them just falling apart.
And they sweat too. They sweat real bad. Like they're plastic, like, when it starts to get that stickiness, that tackiness, and it sweats, they get that real bad. And there's a whole bunch of people that were like, I got that Spawn #1 that came with the comic. And I'm like, I bet you it's glued to that comic now.
I do have some McFarlane Matrix statues. Like they're
from back in the day. They weren't quite their movie Maniacs line, but they had like the license for the Matrix stuff, and they look great.
Yeah. The Neo Trinity, Morpheus. I always want I always wanted the APU though. Oh man, that APU, the freaking third movie with a mech suit.
Yeah, that was so cool.
I always wanted that, and I've seen some, and I've never found one that's like not in pieces.
Nope. Some assembly required. Yeah. Really, to come like that? No.
I actually remember walking into an FYE, and my dad's like, it was Christmas time. He's like, you can get something, and I had the Luke's like the Anakin Skywalker, Luke Skywalker, the Legacy lightsaber, Force Effect saber, and the APU. And I chose the lightsaber, and I think that's like one of my biggest regrets because like those they kept making them, right?
I was going to say the thing about that was like at that time that was first off, like that would have been around the time those were just really starting to come out, and they were really fancy and great, and we didn't have that kind of prop replica of that kind of thing before.
Yeah,
and then like little did we know, like 10 years down the line, like you could go buy those in the toy section. Like at any store.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I remember when they first started showing up in the toy section, I was like, I remember when these things were going for like $1,200, and now like I can go into the toy section and buy it.
Yeah, those Force Effects. I still have that actually. It's in my classroom.
See, I had the Darth Maul one.
Oh dang!
Both blades.
Hell, dude.
Not just the single blade. I had the Obi-Wan Kenobi Episode 1.
Nice.
And Luke Skywalker Return of the Jedi.
Oh.
Because that was my favorite.
Yeah, the Luke Skywalker Return of the Jedi is the best lightsaber hilt. Fight me on that. Obi-Wan Kenobi non-Padawan is the second best.
Yeah. The
I like Ezra's blaster saber. I think that's
it's still cool. It's
I think the Anakin hilt that Luke gets in A New Hope is my favorite.
Legacy.
It's iconic
because it's the legacy one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's just iconic. Period.
So like iconic, in hand, the Dooku pistol grip lightsaber is really nice.
And you know what I love about that too is like, okay, they've come out with some weird lightsaber handles like for different types, like Maris Brood from Force Unleashed with the Tonfa lightsabers, which is completely impractical. You're just gonna cut, you're not gonna just cut your arm off. You're gonna cut yourself in half.
In one of the novels, there's one of the novels where there's a bunch of Jedis, and it might be one of the sort of Legends novels now, like it's non-canon or whatever. But there's somebody that has a hilt that's a Rancor tooth.
Her name was Tanith Ka, and that was the Young Jedi series that followed Jason and Jaina Solo.
Yeah.
And their friends, like when Luke was rebuilding that was such a good series. And yeah, I love because like she really hastily built a lightsaber because she wanted to get into the lightsaber training, and it blew off her arm. Like it overcharged and blew up in her hand and blew off her arm. And she came from like some kind of warrior race where they like one of their rites of passage was basically getting the Rancor tooth. I forget how they did it. Not like they killed it or anything, but like basically like if the Rancor is sleeping, they like run up and steal one of their teeth or something without dying. But she blew up her arm, her good arm, getting the Rancor tooth or with the first lightsaber. So when she built a second lightsaber, she took her time. She built it into the Rancor tooth, but then had to learn how to fight and everything all over again because now she had to use her non-dominant hand and how she had to learn to like compensate with the Force and everything. It was actually really well written. Like I loved those books. I'm glad you brought that up, Adam. It was great.
Some of them were really good, and some of them were shit.
I love the Tales of the Bounty. The Tales of the Bounty Hunter series. I loved those.
Tales of the Bounty Hunter, Tales of the Cantina, and Tales of Jabba's Palace. All those were great.
I have Tales of Jabba's Palace.
Yeah, it was one of my favorites.
I donated that to the nursing home. It's on their shelves in the library.
The extra story they gave about the Rancor Keeper.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
A boy in his Rancor.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. But what was I talking about before we started talking? Oh, the hilts. So Dooku's lightsaber hilt was designed and again, it's one of these things where like why other Jedi didn't like Dooku and why he kind of felt like a bit of an outsider, and was easily able to leave the Jedi Order, was his lightsaber design was made to do lightsaber combat and fencing in a time where there was nobody to truly fight against with a lightsaber because the Sith were extinct, right? Mm-hmm. So like, well, why do you need a lightsaber handle like that? And he's like, because I just like fucking shit out with my lightsaber. Yeah, basically, like I designed this so I could fight other people with lightsabers. I like lightsaber duels. And they're like, you're a really messed up individual. And he's like, I don't like you either. And then rolls out the Jedi Order. But yeah, like, and it's funny too, because if you think about the way they fight with the lightsabers, that is actually really practical, having that curved handle. But I'll still never understand why, like, in the middle of a lightsaber combat, when they're clashing lightsabers, nobody just deactivated their blade and then reactivated their blade after walking into the other guy. Like,
that's apparently super dishonorable.
Yeah. And if I'm a Sith, I don't really care. Like, yeah. I'm just saying, I can understand the Jedi not doing it, but if the only other people carrying lightsabers are the Sith, I really don't see them caring that much about that.
Yeah, it seems like a moot point if you don't care about any of the values associated to being a Jedi.
Yeah, right? Like, I can prove that I'm more powerful than you. And they're like, how? The light side is so much more powerful. He's like,
bam! Done.
I don't have restrictions.
That, I mean, say what you want about the Acolyte, but that undercurrent of, you know, can you be a Force user effectively without being a Jedi and still be good? You know, like where's the line? And can Jedi be bad? Like,
and his
what is
disabling their lightsabers in combat was cool. I don't care what he says. That was fun.
I agree.
I will say this: in the Legacy universe, there was, because there's
Sith. The grays, yeah.
Well, not even that. You had the Sith and you had Dark Jedi. Mm-hmm. And these were rampant during the Clone Wars. So a Sith follows the Sith code. A Dark Jedi falls to the dark side, but doesn't follow the Jedi or Sith code. They just tap into the dark side of the Force. And Dooku had several Dark Jedi that were willing to help the Separatists. And they were vicious. And that's actually where Asajj Ventress came from. She was never going to be a Sith. She was just a Dark Jedi. And Todd C. with the drop of the knowledge, it's called Trakata. I'm not sure exactly what Trakata was falling. The move of disabling the lightsabers, I'm guessing. Yeah, that technique. I still haven't seen the Acolyte, so, and it's not because
it's not as bad as people say.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just I don't have access to Disney Plus, so
you know what I find with Disney, and this is true whether something is like the best Star Wars that's ever existed or the worst Star Wars that's ever existed. You know, if you say that there's a best and a worst, then there's a spectrum. And everything has to fit into that spectrum. I think the worst Star Wars is still way better than a lot of stuff. It's just, it's not as good as Empire Strikes Back. And then people go, it's terrible. It's not even worth watching. And it's like, that's not how it works. Like,
is the Holiday. And there's not much worse than that.
You know what? When we were talking about
it has its charm.
When we were talking about that on Thursday, you know, because we did talk about, or was it Thursday or was it Let's Go Off-World last night?
It was Thursday, you guys.
Thursday.
Yeah, we're talking about the holiday special, and it's like, as much as you may have hated the rest of the holiday special, it was still the first introduction to Boba Fett on screen. So no matter how much you dislike it, it still gave us one of the most popular characters of all time.
And
even if you don't like him,
it still gets referenced too. Like they still kind of pull little snippets. If anybody's watching Skeleton Crew, you know what I'm talking about. And when I saw it, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I was like, "This is so awesome." My wife's like, "That looks stupid."
Other media has referenced Life Day ever since. Like, and George hated it because again, he hates everything to do other than anything that had to do with the holiday special, except for Boba Fett.
I generally like Star Wars, even like like,
that's the
like I had my problems with like
lukewarm,
the sequels.
Fan
like
appreciation I've ever heard of Star Wars.
Huh?
I generally don't dislike Star Wars. It's like that.
I mean, I used to love Star Wars,
right?
But now I
still love Star Wars.
Yeah,
me too.
So, and I will say this, and I've openly admitted to it. I was not a big fan of the sequel trilogy, and I have my reasons, and I'm very open about that. And it's not that I don't accept what they did with the sequel trilogy at all. It's just that so much of my youth, while we were waiting for the prequels to come out, was invested in reading all of those books and building up the lore of what is now called Legends. Like in my head, that's like my inner, this is what I like Star Wars to be. Mind you, I had my own versions of what those characters would do that wasn't just the books kind of thing. Like, the end of the Timothy Zahn trilogy with Heir to the Empire, Grand Admiral Thrawn dies. But in my toys, when I played and I built my expanded universe, Grand Admiral Thrawn did not die.
But I think
my issue with the sequels, though, was like, the first one was like, okay, we're just kind of getting back to Star Wars. It's mostly A New Hope, but like repackaged. Fine. Okay. I was kind of interested in some of the stuff. And then the second movie comes along, and it wasn't a bad movie, but it was like, I don't care about anything that happened in that first movie. And like, it just throws it off track. And the third movie's like, oh crap, what do we do? What do we do? Like, it's
you're not wrong.
My take on the sequel trilogy is that they made 3 pretty decent movies that should never have been a trilogy.
Yeah.
As standalone films, I think all 3 of them kind of have their place.
Oh yeah.
But like, I really wanted to know what was going on with like
but
Snoke.
the continuity
I was
between
like
those
super.
two, no, it's terrible.
But here's the thing: Filoni's going back and giving you the backstory and the origins of Snoke. You're gonna find out what Snoke is, right?
I think they're gonna fill in a lot of that stuff. I think what they're gonna do after they do the Mando verse is fill in a bunch of that stuff, and I think people will go, "Oh, it's retcon. It was never meant to be blah blah." It was never meant to be anything. You had 3 different people or 12 different people in a writing room trying to figure out what it was. It never was anything. You can't.
That's one thing I like about comics, though.
It wasn't fleshed out. Like
comics, they'll take a story where it's like, oh, this was kind of whatever, and then someone will be like, oh, there's an interesting idea here. Let me explore it a little bit more, and then they make a good story out of it.
Yeah, and that's what I think Dave Filoni is doing. Like, if you've watched Bad Batch and Andor, like he's basically controlling that Snoke story, Snoke narrative. Here's my crazy theory. Okay, my crazy theory, because in Bad Batch you learn about some things that can lead up to Snoke, and then in Andor, Andy Serkis is in it, and he plays a character that gets stuck on like this facility that they're breaking out of. And so my crazy theory is that character is actually going to be a gene cast for Snoke later on. Because there's in the show he's like, I can't tell these people what to do. You have to, because you have the power. You have that voice. And like they specifically focus on his like ability to like inspire people through his speech. And so then that's what Snoke kind of would become. That's a good leader, right? Someone who can speak well and has that ability to inspire people.
But wait, wasn't Snoke a failed clone of Palpatine? Wasn't that the?
So but he's talking about like,
but not explicitly like it was kind of.
Yeah, he's a gene cast, right, of someone trying to what they're trying to do, and what's his name, Moff Gideon was trying to do is like create a being, a person, a clone that can handle the midichlorians to become powerful like Snoke. Okay. And so they're taking all these different aspects and then eventually getting to Snoke, right? Because Andor happens before New Hope, Mando happens prior to the sequels. So it's a long journey, and even Bad Batch happens prior to that. So that's my theory, is that this overarching arc that Filoni's trying to do.
I wouldn't put it past Filoni.
Yeah, no, he likes to dig deep, and he likes to.
I think if anybody has a handle on like the whole
Star Wars
vision, it's like probably only him.
Yeah, I agree.
He is the Kevin Feige at this point of what's going on. Like, he's got that overall vision. He's got people that he consults with and talks with, like you're right, and
Hidalgo's great too. I mean, what he's done has been great. What Favreau's done has been great. It's like, I wish they would just create a better. I mean, the writers' room is pretty good for Star Wars if you let them write.
Yes.
But I think they need I don't think they need a Kevin Feige. I think the danger in having a one person that sort of controls all that is that.
Well, you need somebody to keep them in check a little bit too, right? Like, make it fit within these rules that were defined, like loosely defined. And that's where I feel that like Sam Witwer from Force Unleashed, and then did the voice of Darth Maul. Like, you can see tons of clips where he's corrected Dave Filoni on Star Wars. Like,
he did it once.
He did it once, and then after that, Dave Filoni started consulting him.
Yes, he trusted him. Yeah,
because it's like, okay, so like you got to have checks and balances there to make sure that it fits. And mind you, they can still introduce new stuff with that. It's not like, this is set in stone.
Yeah,
it's like, well, how do we work it out and to incorporate this and that, which is always good, you know, like as you want to add and influence more things to it. I did want to highlight this before we go too much further, though. Todd C's mentioning, I watched the video on what George Lucas planned for the new trilogy. Not sure if all was true or not. I will 100%, if you're talking about the way he talked about the wills and the midichlorians and everything like that, that is 100% true. That has been his picture that he tried to start setting up with the Phantom Menace.
But that's,
mind you, the wills that we got in Rogue One, like that kind of talk about the wills, is completely different from what George Lucas had planned. And if you guys ever look into that and see what he had planned, what we got was 1,000 times better than what George had planned out. Like, he went way off the rails with what I thought Star Wars was. Like, a lot of people will sit there and be like, oh, George should have never let him do this or that. And it's like, no, I don't think you all understand what you were asking for. I really don't think
I think the original trilogy was lightning in a bottle. It was.
It definitely was.
And I think that people hold those films in such high esteem. But if you sit down now, if you showed that to a film critic now and said, dissect this to the umpteenth degree, they'd be like, this is not a very good movie. And I'm as a massive Star Wars fan, I'm gonna say right now, the original Star Wars trilogy, clearly, or like purely from an objective sort of like filmmaking techniques and like story, arc and all that kind of stuff, they're not very good.
Well, the story was
I agree with that.
But they're amazing for what they are, and they've become so iconic, and like they're almost like untouchable now because they're so iconic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when people are like, oh well, these are not as good as like New Hope, and you're like read the script of the dialogue, and it's brutal. Like, it is not well written, and it's clumsy, and it's like there's
because
was it faster with more intensity or what, like the George Lucas sort of. When you know all these things, you're like, this is not is not a masterpiece of filmmaking.
No.
It just
when he put out
to
that
really
movie,
pique the interest of so many people.
Yeah. When he put out that first movie, he did have the whole idea of like the rise and fall of Anakin Skywalker, right? Like, he had all of that envisioned, but he also never thought they were going to make another movie. So he wrote that to be like a one and only thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was so successful, he was like, well, I can definitely make more. and he readjusted, and then he started to flesh it out a little bit more and how he thought. The only problem is nobody else knew what that overall picture was. And then
but I think he started straying. Like I think
he did.
I think he started reimagining, and he was like, oh, and then the prequel trilogy, you kind of look at that and you go, okay, well, this is what George would have done. And you're like, okay, if he had more technology and he had more budget and all this kind of stuff, he probably would have made 3 shit movies the first time around. Well, because those were I don't like the prequels. They don't feel right to me because there's
I'll say
too much use of technology.
I want to say this, Adam, because like George only directed A New Hope.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah, and Ivan Kershner did,
and Ralph, I can't remember what his name.
And he doesn't have single writing credits on anything after that either.
Correct. And so, like, I think when he went and did the prequels, he reached out to Kershner to try and get him to come back and direct. George doesn't like directing. He's the
idea guy.
Yeah. And so I think that's kind of what happened. It was like Irvin Kershner said no, and so George was forced to direct those movies on his own, and that's why we got like a purely George Lucas concept.
He also didn't have anyone like willing to tell him no on things by that
True.
point.
Yeah, no, they because he was the golden child. He was the golden child.
And they had re-released the original trilogy by that point too, and they'd made like way more money than I think people imagined that they were going to.
They understood that milk was not going to end. Right, It was just always going to be there, and I think George was allowed to do his own thing with the prequels, which I grew up on, and so like I love them, but like I learned these things about like how he isn't a director; he's more of a writer, and so it's interesting because like I think the reason people were not liking the prequels is because it was a purely George idea, but they did like it was always George's ideas.
Yeah, for me, I didn't care for Phantom Menace.
Dude, Duel of Fates. Oh my god, dude. That movie
Duel of the Fates was really great. That was great. Don't get me wrong. It's not just the flashy choreography, but it's the idea that the fate of this battle is going to determine the course of everything. Like, you know, it's so aptly named and like makes so much sense when you get into it, and it's really good. It's not just the choreography. There's so much story involved in that fight.
Yes.
Some of the things they did to get to that point in the story, I just didn't care for, or, you know, it was like, yeah, this is just kind of filler to get us to where we need to be. Attack of the Clones, I thought was actually pretty cool. I thought it had me questioning at the end, who is really the bad guy here? Right? Because he was orchestrating both sides so well that it was like, wait a minute, I'm not exactly sure that Count Dooku is the bad guy in all of this.
Dooku was right.
Right? Like, and he was completely justified in his thoughts. He just didn't realize how much Palpatine was pulling the strings from the other side too.
Yeah.
Like he thought his side was going to win in the end, not that Palpatine's like, oh no,
a new galactic empire.
We're going to have this fight. Yeah, like, you know, it was great. I liked when Dark Horse Comics and those original short Star Wars Clone Wars animated came out. I liked how Gendy's is so good. Like, in the way that all flowed together and the stories that were written for that were outstanding and took you right up to Revenge of the Sith, like right up to the startup of that movie.
Actually, I'm actually going to be rewatching Gendy to do the Cosmic Legions
nice
rewatch, or like inspiration. I'm going to pull some Gendy stuff.
Very cool. But yeah, like that was great. And Revenge of the Sith, there's a lot of stuff that they deleted out of that I think would have made that a better movie if they just left it in. Like overall picture wise, it would have been better. But then at the end of it, it's like overall, I did like the prequel trilogy. It's just like the Phantom Menace threw me off until it gets to that end fight, and then it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You know,
so I will say this. I thought I liked Phantom Menace more than the other two. but I also lean more towards the magical aspect of Star Wars rather than the wars aspect. I was never a fan of Clone Wars because I was sort of like, I get it, like it's, this is a big part of it, but like for me, I like small Star Wars versus big Star Wars. So
I agree.
I understand that.
Adam, do you like Gundam?
I love Gundam.
That's the political drama, right? Like and that's why I liked the prequels.
But I don't love Gundam for the political drama. I love Gundam for like mech robots fighting my mech robot.
True.
And like Gundam Wing, like the thing I like about Gundam Wing is the individuals that are opposing each other philosophically, more so than like, oh, Earth is at war with space. I'm like, okay, but what's the Epion and the Wing doing? Like, what are the
right?
And
like
if you
that's
read,
what I want to see.
And if you read the manga, it's very different because you never see Hiro Yui piloting the Epion in the anime, but he does in the manga.
Yeah.
And the manga is very different, and the moving parts that are there kind of move differently.
Because wasn't it like Zex bonded with the Wing Zero?
Zex was the original pilot of the Wing Zero,
right?
And
like
they end up like trading, basically because their philosophies line up more with the interfaces of the other mechs.
So good.
Which is like that's 1-to-1, right?
Yeah,
and that's
not
also
the ideals of Federation versus colonies.
It gets it's totally different, right? It gets weird and stuff, but I like I like Luke Skywalker's story arc all the way through to the end. Like I had no problem with him becoming cynical and jaded. Most people become cynical and jaded given enough time. It's like there's very few people that sort of become more heroic as they sort of see the world through sort of more mature eyes, through like the experience of like it just I don't know. I
wanted the adventures between though, right? Like I wanted more.
Well, I think we'll get them. I think we'll get
exactly.
Them. And
that's
I think
why
that
it was
will almost
so great
validate Luke.
It will
in terms of
when he gets to that point,
I think
right?
If you started a Jedi
but
Academy,
you needed that there,
and it burned to the ground because your prized student turned bad.
The guy you put all your faith into.
I mean,
we've seen it happen.
Hubris.
It just feels more right to me than I think it did to a lot of people. So I don't know.
I also like Adam's comment there where he said like he likes small Star Wars, and I think that's what Skeleton Crew is bringing us.
So, right? Okay, Skeleton Crew. If you Skeleton Crew to me is like old Star Wars. It's an adventure. It's like you don't really know what's gonna happen. It's fun. It's light while still having gravitas. Like there's risk and danger, but it's mystery. There's mystery. Like you don't know all the characters all of a sudden again. And you're sort of like trying to figure it out, and you don't know, like that some guys are bad, but they're kind of just scoundrelly bad, not like evil bad. And it's like
that was like Rebels, right? Like when Star Wars Rebels came out, right? Like that to me was that fun, plucky adventure Star Wars. Like
and
Rebels was
to me feels small again because it's a small group and they travel around, and it's I don't know. I mean, Star Wars has something for everyone, and I think that it's like it's funny when people are like, "I hate this one, but I love this one," and it's like, you can love all of it or dislike all of it. It doesn't mean that
you
it's
don't
good or
have
bad or
to
whatever.
like all of it in the end, right? Like that's the thing. Enjoy what you enjoy from it, and that if that's all you got to enjoy, you don't have to shit on what everybody else enjoys too for you to enjoy yours.
You know what? Like Mandalorian season 3, like. People were shitting on it, and I was like, I love this season. Like, I do not get where all this hate's coming from. I really, really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
season.
I didn't enjoy it as much as some other people did. I still enjoyed it, but I think Mandalorian season 1 for me, like where it felt way more episodic, and it was just like I just wanted him to go hunt down bounties, and it just again it felt more fun, and it was just sort of like
I mean that's cool too. Like don't get me wrong, I love like the whole show, but I don't know. I was just like, there was a lot of hate going on at the time.
Yeah,
And I was like, I don't get it. Like, I'm really enjoying this. I liked it so much that I went back and watched like the earlier seasons because I was like, I wanted more Mandalorian. But,
right?
Yeah. Before the movie comes out, I'll watch all 3 seasons again. I mean, I think season 3 is still good enough that I would rewatch it. I'm not saying that by any means. I think Mandalorian is, again, it feels like old Star Wars. It feels like there's stuff that we don't know. There's characters that we don't know, and I like that. I don't need. The other thing is, I don't need all the backstories for all the characters that I already know. I want the whole galaxy. I like so there's an aspect of Skeleton Crew, and I won't sort of spoil it for anybody, but like the big mystery in Skeleton Crew is like really, really cool because you kind of I can't even really get into it without spoiling it because it's such a weird twist that I was just like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like
there's something special about it.
Yeah.
That, like nobody else knows.
Mm-hmm.
For me, one of the big things that I loved about Mandalorian. So again, I talk about that living in the books and the side stories and stuff. Now, mind you, there are a lot of people who never read any of the extra books or anything like that. So when it goes back to the Clone Wars and everything else, there was that Republic Commando game, and then there was the book series, The Republic Commandos, written by Karen Traviss.
Mm-hmm.
And she delved deep and created basically the lore that created Mandalorian culture, because before that, nobody had actually written it down to the point where she developed a full Mandalorian language.
Really?
Yes. And mind you, all of this stuff at the time was all canon with George's stamp of approval.
Yeah.
If you get a chance, go back and read those books. Go back and get like the Dark Horse comics and stuff like that from the Clone Wars.
I only played the game.
And Fusion.
The Dark Horse comics at that time were really, really good.
Yeah, and again, all the Dark Horse comic volumes, there's like 9 volumes for the Clone Wars. Get those. And you can see where Gendy's shorts fit in between those stories. They literally line up with it.
No way.
And then, oh yes, they do, because they were written that way. They were written that way. And then you get into, like I said, when there is like the Clone Wars cartoon, or the Clone Wars that came out after with like Dave Filoni and everything like that.
Yeah,
that's fine and that's good, and that got really good at the end. But after you read the Clone Wars comics and you fill in the spots where Gendy's shorts were supposed to be,
yeah,
and you get that complete story from Attack of the Clones, Gendy's shorts, Dark Horse comics,
Season 2 of Gendy,
right up to Revenge of the Sith. That is the solid arc of the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
And it's big and deep. And then you add in these extra stories with the Republic Commandos from Karen Traviss's book, and you get through all of that. It's so rich and like amazing.
Yeah. I mean, we got a little bit of it with Ahsoka Clone Wars season, the final season, as well as Bad Batch season 1.
But here's the thing, though. At that time that all that stuff came out, that didn't exist. That wasn't even a thing.
That's true.
And they changed a lot of it. So now I've got all this Mandalorian lore built in my head that's really good and really great. And then they're coming out with this show, The Mandalorian.
Right.
And now the Clone Wars has established different facts about Mandalore and everything like that, and Mandalorian culture. Because the Mandalorian culture of the Clone Wars through Rebels and into Mandalorian, there was no time where Mandalore was ever at peace and all this kind of stuff. But here's the thing, though. Like, the way that happened in those stories and everything like that, and then the Mandalorian, like the show, kind of brought back a little bit more of what Karen Traviss had started in a way. And
like the creeds and all that stuff.
Yeah, like the way they live by, the way they get foundlings and, kind of thing. Like Mandalorian culture is not just you're born on the planet Mandalore. Like
Right. It's the cult.
The world Mandalore was destroyed in the old canon. There was no home planet Mandalore. So they were literally a roaming band of mercenaries that followed creeds and would pick up new Mandalorians, but they could be of any species or race.
Right.
And they kind of brought that back with Mandalore, and it got me back into the Mandalorian lore, but it's new. It's different. It's not that Karen Travis Mandalorian lore, because they incorporate the other parts. And I thought it was really cool. And then especially seeing how they were pulling the different factions of Mandalorians that after the purge were all separated and then bringing them back together as one whole, and made me really excited to see where it's going to go. Because again, I love Mandalorians, even with this new culture and this new way that they do them and how they are. The fact that it was written well enough to be able to pull me back into Mandalorians like that, where like there was a while where I was like watching Clone Wars and I was like, yeah, it's cool to see all these Mandalorians on screen, but this is bullshit compared to what I already knew. And now it's like with the way Mandalorian is, and it tied everything together. I'm like, all right, so that was really cool and badass, but this is still pretty cool. I like what's going on here.
Anyone pick up the Shriek Hawks from Walmart?
I've got the singular Shriek Hawk. I did not get the 2-pack because I want to get the 2-pack. I just
21 bucks, man.
Yeah, $21 is a lot when you're not supposed to be buying toys for yourself right now. And I bought this. I just bought this, so I don't have.
I kind of like. So Black Series, I just sort of bought the Mandalorian characters because I was so excited about that series that I got one of each of the. So I have like a dozen of those, and then I had so my Black Series collection. Some of you have probably heard this before. It has very weird specific rules. I can buy any version of Luke Skywalker. I can buy anything that appeared on Endor, and then anything from the Mandalorian. But I'm literally on Hasbro Pulse looking at these Skeleton Crew figures because I'm that invested in the show 3 episodes in that I'm like,
it is good.
Is not Neil just the
so
best?
Fun.
Neil is my favorite, dude.
You know what's
the fact that just very quick aside. The fact that the only character in Skeleton Crew that has like an Earth name is Neil, who is a blue elephant child, was not lost on my 9-year-old. She was like, "Wait, what?" We were going over the names. They were like,
KB.
"Oh, it's KB, Wim, Fern, and Neil, the elephant boy."
My favorite. One of my favorite lines. Sorry, Oz. One of my favorite lines is when he like introducing them to Jod, and they're like, "My name is Jod," and Neil's like, "I'm Neil."
Yeah.
That's outstanding. I'm excited for that.
The show is so good. And
I love that
and we haven't even seen some of the things that we know we're going to see.
Yeah.
And I don't watch previews, but there was just things that like I knew I was going to watch Skeleton Crew, and I'm so glad that I didn't watch any previews because I had no clue what the show was.
I didn't even know what the premise of the show was when I started watching it. I was like, oh, okay.
I didn't either. I had no idea. I saw that it's like a kid movie, and then I was hearing things like, oh, it's like Amblin meets Goonies, and like people were throwing these things around. I was like, come on, like
that's all I've heard about it so far. This
is a lot of hyperbole. There's no way that it's going to be as good as what people were kind of saying or suggesting. And it's 10 out of 10 Star Wars for me. Like it's so much fun.
Yeah.
And I'll say this right now. I usually don't sort of judge a series until the end of the series. I don't see how this is going to fall off. Like, I don't see how this ends up, a 5 out of 10 Star Wars
being
series.
bad. Yeah. This is just fun.
Kind of how Andor, like from the first episode, I was like, I'm in, I get it. I know what they're trying to do with this. And Andor, you could tell was going to be, again, small Star Wars. It is about Andor and a few other people, but it's not about, the whole empire. That's all in there, right? When they're exploring that decommissioned ship and you know, he's on a resort planet and gets arrested, and like he's like all of it was part of big Star Wars, but it felt very contained.
It's a contained, yeah, it's a very contained story within those parameters. And that's where you get the best, like, because that's how the original trilogy felt to me, right? Like you're saying, it was all extremely contained. There is all of this stuff going on in this larger universe, and we're going to give you glimpses of it with this character here or that character here. And I think the toys even helped fill that out, because they did have a lot of these tertiary characters that were in the background that we've got a toy for no freaking reason, right? Like so many toy lines, like they're hitting your big guys, but then you don't get those tertiary character kind of thing. Star Wars, they were like, nah, we're going to give you the guy who's running down the hall with the ice cream bucket, like, you know, kind of
Love
thing.
it.
And they continued that even into those books with stuff like, you know, we brought up before, Tales of Jabba's Palace, Tales of, you know, the Bounty Hunters, Tales of the Cantina. That was one of the best parts of that, was just like everybody's got their own story within the larger story that is happening.
I thought it was cool that these guys showed up, like, just a little bit in the show.
Yeah. The ones KB was looking at.
So...
yeah,
that's from Captain EO, right?
Yeah.
So again, like weird things getting tied in, where you're like, wait a minute, Captain EO is in universe? Like, is Captain EO Star Wars canon now?
People were saying Wim grows up to be Captain EO.
I would, man, if that was, you know, if Filoni and Hidalgo were like, okay, hold on, what if?
You know, that conversation may have happened. I'm just saying. You never know. You got people who are passionate.
Oh, but the characters. Now you guys got me sort of on this like kick of like analyze, because I haven't analyzed it at all, right? I just enjoy watching it. But like the characters, the 4 kids are like the diversity of sort of their characters is so much fun. Like, I'm not going to spoil it, but like, and even it starts in the first episode, right? Where you're like getting to know all these kids, and like some of them are really risk averse, and some of them clearly have no concept of like danger. And that button lights up, and you're like, I know exactly what's going to happen. And I didn't touch anything.
I also like that they're not in the same group. Like they had to like learn how to work with each other.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, it wasn't a group of 4 friends that.
Yeah, it was. These 2 groups that had to mesh to survive.
Well, I can't wait to see that. But one thing I will say is we're about 5 hours in here. And you know, I'm watching. We've dropped off to about 15 people watching. The fact that you all have hung around to hear us nerd out about Star Wars.
Yeah.
Bless you all.
Thank you.
For all of you guys. If you're still here watching, throw something in the chat. Or if you've just started to ignore us, but you still have us playing,
send us on another tangent.
Yeah, for real.
Where's all the lurkers at? Let's get them out here.
Right. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just Todd C and K Dog Broadcasting in the chat now.
And
but Todd C, Steve Urkel is in the show.
Yes.
And
that's what
when I saw that too, I was like, this is awesome. I love this.
I want more.
So I don't know, guys. I think we've had a great time tonight. It's been a blast. I've loved, first off, continuing and introducing new people to the tradition of the group unboxing of Figure Obscura. One of the funniest parts about it is truly just... All right, now we get everybody chiming in here. Hi, new here. My name is Kenny. I just pictured that as the welcome. I picture that as the Channing Tatum. My name is Ken.
21 Jump Street.
My name is Deb.
Welcome, Kenny.
Brendan Higgins.
Brendan's always up, dude. I love that guy.
You know, he had the link, and I think he was trying to jump in earlier, but we were full. Dude, like, we're not full anymore. If you want to come hang out with us for a bit, please.
He's always hanging out in Legion's chat. Love him.
Buddy says, zips up pants. I'm still here. I appreciate you, bud.
Yeah,
Bud disappeared hours ago. And look, man, he's sitting there enjoying the nerd convo. That's why he's zipping up his pants. Oh, see, he's napped for a bit in between. guys, again, I appreciate y'all still being here and all like that. Anybody who's got the link, again, we might call it quits live here, but we're probably going to have some background conversations because first off, there's some shit we got to talk about.
That Oz wants
that I want to talk about real big right now. Yeah, it's all got to do with the Coca-Cola bag that the Four Horsemen stuck in there, right? Right.
It's gonna be a good little trash bag prop.
Yeah, it is. I'm not getting rid of that. No, that's a permanent part here. But I think we're gonna hop offline and we're gonna talk about stuff, and you guys are gonna be jealous. And yeah, that's happening. So
I'm gonna shop for Black Series figures.
Yeah. I've got to talk about my Black Series collecting habits with Adam now.
The rules you have, yeah.
Well, because his rules sound so similar to mine.
My rules are I buy them when they're cheap.
I have that as part of mine too.